Portimão in Portugal, round 2 of 7 of the 2023 FIA World Endurance Championship. Hello everybody, bom dia, welcome to Portugal and welcome to the great and the good on the grid. Hugues de Schonack of Orica and Roger Penske, the 86-year-old pocket dynamo that is in charge of the Penske Porsche team. Laura Wantrop-Klauser there on the grid with Pierre Fillon in the centre, the boss of the ACO, and Frédéric Lecard, who is the head of Le Mans Endurance Management that runs this programme. All the teams conferring, all the drivers joshing with each other and winding each other up before the start. Graham Goodwin, Martin Haven in the booth, Louise Beckett down in the pit lane as ever, and on the grid will be Anthony Davidson joining us as well. There in the centre of your shot is the brand new FIA CEO, Nathalie Robin. Delighted to have her here this weekend as well. And Graham, as we move in our westerly direction from Sebring a month ago, a very different challenge to this 6 hours of Portimão.
It is indeed. Welcome everybody to Portimão, second round of course of the 7-round FIA World Endurance Championship this year, part of the European Tour we now embark upon with Spa, Le Mans and Monza before we get airborne again for the championship. Very different feel, of course, for every reason from Sebring. Traditional, if rather different European track. It is blisteringly warm here, by the way, high 20s at the moment. To see Kaz Nakajima coming to the grid, David Heimer Hansen there. We've had stiff breeze and winds through the days leading up to the race, but Martin, take us through this fabulous Portimão circuit.
Well, it is a track that drivers love. It really uses the hilly landscape here to great effect. You are never going in one direction. You're either going up and down, left or right. It's never still. Turn 1, really good overtaking opportunity. If you're brave, like Lewis Hamilton, you can go around the outside like everybody else around the inside. Turn 5, the hairpin again. Great opportunity to try and get by slower traffic for the fast hypercars and the LMP2 machinery, but traction limited. And the tyres are going to have a tough time here, particularly in the opening laps before they really get up to temperature. And again, turn 10, 11, a really important section because you can make passes over the brow there or set up a pass into turn 13, which is a tight left-hand hairpin. It's a convoluted track. It's very, very tight and twisty, and it will be warm. Last year, the winners were the number 8 Toyota. Anthony Davidson for Jota in Mighty 38. That will return as a Jota number when they get their Porsche next time out. And Chetila won in GTE Am. Race record, fastest lap ever here in a hypercar set by Nico Lapierre. We were here in 2021, and Graham, that was in a lockdown period. We were racing behind closed doors then. Great to see a lot of fans piling into the circuit here as well. Well, among them will be lots of Portuguese fans, and they will undoubtedly be cheering on one of their big heroes, Antonio Felix da Costa.
Antonio Felix da Costa's just getting interrupted by Guido van der Garde and all the other drivers, but you've got to be happy. It's a busy weekend for you. You've got fans here, you've got family and friends here. It's a good one for you.
It's awesome. I mean, so much going on this weekend. Like, obviously racing at home is amazing for me. So many fans that I have the opportunity now to give back and see them. Obviously a lot of family and friends, but I think the biggest thing for us is just, or for me, is just saying goodbye to this car. A car that's really solidified my name in the endurance world. We won the championship in Le Mans last year. And at the same time, an emotional adventure starting, you know. A lot of hard work coming up for us. We're going to land in a parachute in Spa with a brand new car in the hypercar class with the Porsche. But for now, just enjoy today. We've got a great car. Try and win the race today would be amazing.
Absolutely. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Well, he's certainly got all the armament and all the opportunity. Jota run a really good LMP2 car. There's Sarah Bovey, the Iron Dames, hugging Ben Keating, the man with whom she seems to have, I mean, it's nearly a season-long two-way battle for pole position in GTEM.
Younger viewers will be able to tell me, what is that in terms of, I know what a bromance is, but that clearly isn't that, but it's brother and sister romance there, but it's real respect between those two racing drivers. Absolutely. It's fabulous to see. Absolutely. And it is one of those storylines that's just developing through this season. We're going to see more and more of it. Lots of people looking for a bit of shelter from the sunshine. Yeah. There's these 36 cars at the moment on the grid of our 37. We'll come to the 37th car that is not on the grid at the moment in just a wee while. GTEM, this is the 4th place car on the grid, the 54 AF Corsa car, the VistaJet sponsored 54 Ferrari 488. And the grid formed up, of course, in echelon formation. Pizza and Ben Fiscal, I think that is. Prema team.
Yeah, we've got some really, I mean, we've got a lot of really talented drivers. We've got some big ex-Grand Prix driver names here, haven't we? You know, you've got Kubica, who raced for BMW. Could have been a world champion for BMW, you know, if they'd sort of thought right. Jacques Villeneuve, who was an Indy 500 winner and Formula 1 world champion. You know, there's a lot of big names and an awful lot of drivers who, like Antonio Felix da Costa, got right up to that sort of Formula 1 perimeter and just didn't have the backing, the money to get in.
This is 2nd place on the GTM grid, the unmissable bright pink number 85 Porsche 911 RSR from the Iron Dames. Were right up there and looked set to take the fight to the very end until just a minor off, what looked like a minor off for Michel Getting, ripped the rear out of that car and it was effectively game over. It's been a great 24 hours, by the way, for Roger Penske. The Porsche 963 taking its first global win yesterday night, our time here in Europe, around the streets of Long Beach after a dramatic finish there. So Roger will be very much delighted with that. Ben Keating getting some last hints and tips. That was the team management, by the way, from Peugeot. We're talking to Roger.
Yeah, Carlos Tavares in the cap. He's the CEO of Stellantis, which is the body that runs Peugeot and many other things. But he's also a keen racer himself. He's raced at Le Mans. He's raced at Nürburgring 24 hours. He's no mean peddler.
I suspect what's being talked about there is why we've got 36 and not 37 cars out on the grid, because the 93 Peugeot is in the garage at the moment. I believe may make the start of this race the lap down, but that appears to be with either a power steering or steering rack problem and did not make pit out. So the 93 Peugeot not on the grid, but we think will start this race.
We'll catch up with that in a moment or two. Everybody else, this is the real calm before the storm. Everybody's relatively relaxed and relatively smiley, but as soon as the starting drivers slip into their seats and start to buckle themselves in, then it all gets very real. Well, hot off Penske Porsche's first win in nearly 2 decades, let's catch up with the captain.
Well, we are always honoured to have Roger Penske joining us here in WEC, and what has started to be a fantastic weekend for Porsche Penske.
Well, I'll tell you, I couldn't believe it last night as I watched on my iPad lap after lap, and to see Porsche Penske get the 963 in the winner's circle at Long Beach is a dream come true. So early in the season, all the hard work with Porsche and our teams together, it's been really a team effort, but winning that first race, it kind of gets monkey off our back, but this is another day here, obviously, you know, with the hypercars, and we'll see. But very good way to start the season and a great way to start certainly this weekend.
Yeah, so we've ticked off the American part. Now we've got to go for the WEC part.
Well, I think that the competition is terrific, and I've said to many people here that this sport and what Pierre and the whole Friedrich has done with WEC is amazing, because we're getting all these manufacturers, and we're in the car business, and people love to see their marks racing on the highways or on the tracks, and I think this is really an evolution of what we're going to see in major sports car racing around the world. So we just are so happy to be part of it.
And we're happy to have you. It's a fantastic combination. Thank you.
Well, thanks. Appreciate it.
Amazing man, Roger Penske, and we're trying to work out, was it 2008 at Miller Motorsport Park was the last time a Porsche under the Penske organisation took an overall race win in the American Le Mans Series back then, the same year where the same car took the win at the 12 Hours of Sebring against LMP1 opposition, a P2 car.
Beat Audi with a P2 car. I mean, that's a heck of an achievement. And Penske Porsche, it's not just the name that is the link, because the basic architecture of the engine in that LMP2 Spider formed the basic architecture of the engine that is now in the 963. And 963, of course, well, the last Group C Porsche was the 962. I love the fact they've just gone, yeah, okay, it's the next, okay, this is Group C2, 2.0, here we go, 963.
3.4 litre normally aspirated engine to 4.5 litre turbocharged engine, but the same basic architecture, you're right. Guido van der Garde there, by the way, we just saw, he's just standing to our left of the United car as we work our way up through the LMP2 grid. I think we're just getting to the stage where...
Well, you're going to mention that he's an addition to this team. Starting the other car, 22, is Ben Hanley, who's the addition to that team. And Guido's here because Philippe Albuquerque was in Long Beach and put his Acura on pole yesterday, and they damn near won the race as well in a last gasp, last lap pass for the glory. But Porsche hung on to claim that first victory. Of course, the difference in the US is there are no extant hypercars in IMSA. They are all brand new machinery, so there is no Toyota there that's already got a 2-year head start in terms of knowledge and ability.
Watch for the Racing Bakers. They had a fabulous time out in Sebring, 4th place there, and they seem to be in a rich vein of form. It's a topsy-turvy form book in LMP2. So just a quick look at the 48 car that took the win last time. We should see this car here 2 one-off races before the 963 Porsche arrives.
Now, they did win in Sebring, but they are not the points leaders. The points leaders are the 22 United Autosports car, because this car is not a full season entry, so it's invisible for points. So the 48 car will be here for the final time as an LMP2 entry. They start in 3rd place, 2nd, Vector Sport, and missed pole position by the yawning margin of
1,000th of a second. It'd be Ryan Cullen starting. Fabulous stuff all weekend from Gabby Aubrey. Was a big part of the development team for the Goodyear rubber here, and boy, has he converted that. Controversially second after a penalty came the way of the number 63 Prema team car, Mirko Bortolotti, and that was because of some shenanigans at the end of pit lane.
And on the right of the lineup there, as who looked at them, Dorian Pan. She becomes the first female driver to start from pole position in LMP2. So she gets the nod to start the car that is on pole. As you can see, 134.303 plays 134.304. Is it tight in LMP2? Yes, sir, it is as tight as ever it was. Well, there are the cars and the teams ranged up on our grid. We will take a look at our hypercar front runners in a moment or two, but the crowd are on their feet as we are waiting for the Portuguese national anthem, which will set proceedings underway.
de Portugal, entre as brumas da memória, ó pátria, sente-se a voz dos teus egrégios avós, que há de guiar-te à vitória, às armas, sobre a terra e sobre o mar. Às armas, pela pátria lutar, contra os canhões marchar, marchar.
Beautifully done. I give that one a 10 out of 10.
Absolutely. I think the crowd give that an 11. That's the Portuguese national anthem as we are here in the Algarve, the holiday region on the Atlantic coast of southern Portugal, close to the town of Faro.
As always,
and closer to the town of Portimão, actually, of course.
But has always been made to feel very welcome wherever we've gone, whether it's around this circuit or the surrounding area. Great place to come at this or any other time of year. Actually, see grid being cleared. It will be Natalie Robin who will see the grid off on the green flag lap. And what are we going to see here, Martin? It was quite an odd chemistry in the hypercar class, comfortably on pole for the Toyotas, but that didn't seem to concern the Ferrari guys, and that, I think, has caused a little bit of debate. Are they looking after tyres? Were they just basically biding their time for this race? What are we going to see in terms of race pace from the Formula 9 Ps as drivers either make their way back to the pit garages or to their cars? There's the Peugeot guys, Loic Duval and Gustavo Menezes.
93 in the garage, and confirmation from Peugeot it was a power steering issue, so the power steering has been changed. Now, whether that's pump, supply, hoses, or the entire rack, not entirely sure, but power steering was the issue. The car felt strange on the outlap. Let's hear what they had to say about it.
P1 Paul, we need to change the steering rack and we will not have time to do it before it's closing. We cannot do it on the grid, so we will lose one lap.
Okay, am I getting out of the car?
Yes, Paul.
Yeah, that was what we heard from the Peugeot in-car some little time ago. That repair has been made. The car will be ready at pit exit, but the way the regulations work here, Martin, is it will start a full lap down on the field.
Yeah, I kind of wonder about that. I can see how potentially as a safety issue, you don't want a hypercar coming in behind the last of the GTs, you know, as the field rolls away. I do think it's quite a severe penalty, though. Yeah, you know, you start any lap, any race a lap down. Yeah.
By the way, I think one of the true heroes of the FIWC, Philippe Signot, you see there from Signatech walking down the grid, the effort that he and his cohorts have made in keeping, or bringing Alpine to this grid. They'll be back with a hypercars. We look at the number 5 Porsche 963, 4.6 litre V8 twin turbo. It is, as all the cars here, around 700 horsepower, and you will see no more than 700 horsepower, whether or not it's deploying its petrol power and or its hybrid system.
And of course, when we talk about petrol here, what we mean is not
ethanol,
hydrocarbons
yes,
dug up from the ground,
right,
but Total supplying a fully sustainable fuel here. It is gasoline, if you like. It is hydrocarbon fuel, petrol, quote, rather than diesel, quote, but it is made from byproducts that would otherwise be going into, well, making compost, actually, from the wine industry. So the message there, potentially for the future, is the more wine we drink, the more sustainable fuel can be made. I think that's a great payoff.
This is the one, the other of the 9X8 Peugeots on the grid. If you want one of these cars, you can't buy it at the Peugeot showroom, although it is on the car configurator on the Peugeot website. You can really? Now, though, cool. You can now buy a 1/10 replica of that car in Lego.
Well, that I was just saying, was that the one-to-one scale Lego Technics car that they were rebuilding in the garage?
Stand next to it. That's what you need to do. This is the number 6 Porsche. Frans Vanteur will start the race aboard the number 6 car. Belgian star looking to convert his epic form in GT racing, as many of the drivers are here, into the new hypercar era. That is the steering wheel for the Ferrari. The 51 car here will be started by James Gallardo. His very distinctive gold and white helmet.
Super excited for the guys that have, he and Alessandro Pierguidi, 3 times world champions in GTE Pro over the years, but both of their GTE Pro lineups, in fact all 6 drivers they've used, like at Le Mans, have been part of the group that has developed these cars, which is a fantastic testament to their abilities. Nick Nielsen with Miguel Molina and Antonio Fuoco. Now, they in their GT Pro iteration, they were car number 52. They are car number 50 here because it's 50 years since Ferrari was last in the top class at Le Mans. I'm guessing that's why it's 50 and 51 rather than 51 and 52. But James Collado and Alessandro Pierguidi remain with car number 50. They lock out row 2 of the grid, but in qualifying here, Brendan Hartley admitted, stung by being beaten to pole in Sebring. Toyota actually focused more on qualifying than they might normally have done, and that they did in Sebring, whereas on the other side of it, Ferrari spent less time worrying about qualifying and more focusing on the car, but as a result, it was still tight in qualifying, but Toyota locking out the front row of the grid. Car number 7, who were the winners in Sebring, are second on the grid, and car number 8, who are the winners here in 2021, are on pole position.
Yeah, so Mike Conway aboard the number 7 car. 3-minute board is being shown before we see our pole position car.
Cristiano Mercedes doing a good job there in the breeze. The wind here tends to come from the tail end of the field down the front stretch, and that's pretty much how it is today. Now,
it's going to be Seb Wamey that takes this car away. It's going to be an interesting stint from Seb, still in some discomfort after suffering a hand injury in a Formula E incident. So his stamina is going to be quite an interesting one here. It's a long race in pretty extreme heat out there aboard these cars.
Well, now the other factor there is the number 8 team historically do single stints, whereas the number 7 team historically double stint their drivers. So it may be that that is even more of a sort of saving grace for Seb. He'll get in fresh, and then he'll have another couple of hours before he needs to go again. So if that is the way it works, then that will certainly help him out.
He was in good form this morning, spoke to him briefly this morning, hand still pretty heavily strapped. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Grid getting ready to go. The 1-minute board due in just under 60 seconds before we get this underway. Been joined now in the booth from the grid by 2014 FI World Endurance Champion Anthony Davidson. And what's it been like out there? How's the atmosphere?
It's very hot down there, that's for sure. So yeah.
Not you as well.
Yeah, so I'm on your side for now, at least, Louise. But it's definitely warmer than it's been all week. So I don't know how that's going to play out in today's race. You know, different tyre compounds we hear might have been used. Spoke to Brendan Hartley on the grid. He was saying he didn't give away which tyres they were using, but he's pretty adamant that Ferrari and maybe the rest of the competition were on a different tyre compound to Toyota. So that will be interesting to see how that one plays out. And you don't necessarily have to start the race on the tyre that you qualified on, but you will see it at some point. With 1 minute to go, it's going to be more exciting, I feel now, because of that nugget of information, more exciting than it appeared to be after that over 1 second deficit that Ferrari were behind Toyota.
Here from Corvette Racing, that Ben Keating, who starts on pole in GTE AM, is planning to start on a soft tyre, so it'll be a sort of tyre conservation mode, but he'll be at the front of the queue. He's hoping, at least, he'll be at the front of the queue as they go green, and therefore it is a tough track to pass on. He's hoping that he will bottle up those guys behind him while also giving himself a relatively gentle first stint. He's likely to double stint. There is the FIA CEO, Nathalie Robin, alongside her Cedric Viat, who is our operations director here for Le Mans Endurance Management and for the World Endurance Championship. I'm delighted to have Natalie in the booth with us yesterday, seeing the glamour that is TV, some tables and a bit of cloth and some crisp packets predominantly, being the features of our exciting commentary booth.
I learned something new down in the pit lane, watching the cars go out to grid, and you might have just seen a bit of rear wheel spin there from the Ferrari as it pulled away. The Toyotas and a few other cars as well that run the hybrid system were spinning all 4 wheels in the pit lane.
Nice.
And that got me confused, because I thought you could only deploy the hybrid energy and therefore 4-wheel drive over a certain speed. It's 190 kph for the Toyota.
Is it 190 or 50?
150 for the Toyota.
120 for the
120 for the
Peugeot.
Peugeot. But they were doing it in the pit lane. So I spoke to Pascal Vasselin. He said, no, in the pit lane, you can.
Ooh.
You can deploy the energy. So all four wheels was there. Yeah, so I learned something new there.
Every day's a school day.
Absolutely. Also, I don't know if you touched on this earlier on before I joined you. A new rule, new regulation for this weekend's race. Didn't have it in Sebring. It was less of an issue in Sebring. Track limits. You've got 4 jokers. I don't know if you've already mentioned this or not.
Yeah, it used to be 3 per driver per stint. It's now 5 over your driving period.
Well, the 5th one is you've got a penalty.
Yeah.
So 4 jokers, you can go on track limits 4 times. So yeah, it's for the entirety of the race for that individual driver. It doesn't get wiped out after each pit stop or after each time you've jumped out the car and then get back in. So track limits could be a bit of a deciding factor as well today.
We expected it to be in qualifying, and it was not, but that is when there are very many fewer cars on track and you've got brand new tyres and very little fuel. In the heat of battle, in fact, most of the starting drivers' conversation with Eduardo Freitas, the race director, was regarding if we get forced out, or if we have to go off track, or if we get pushed by a faster car. You know, all of these, if we are unintentionally off track, are we still going to get penalised? And it will be judged on a case-by-case basis.
That is the 93 car, wait to get pit out. It will lose a lap here with this.
6-hour race here at Portimão, the standard World Endurance Championship distance, and a second formation lap. Sebring was not exceptional. The drivers all asked if we could now move from 1 formation lap before we go green to 2. Why, sir? The reason is we no longer use tyre ovens to preheat tyres. We no longer use tyre blankets to keep tyres warm. Tyres go on, not in a nice sunny 25, 26 degrees outside temperature, but they are kept in the shade, and so tyres go on stone cold. And to avoid utter carnage at the start, the drivers requested a second formation lap, and that now would seem to be standard for the rest of the season. And that will allow the man to put some heat into the tyres and brakes, but when they're charging down to turn 1 at the end of this lap, they're still not going to have maximum grip.
Yeah, I mean, I get the fact that now they're not running tyre blankets or ovens, that you have to do more than 1 slow formation lap. It's no different, therefore, to a normal safety car, period. So they're going to be getting brake temperatures up, and they can change the brake bias, of course, from within the car, send it a bit more forward, because you can easily spin up the rear wheels and get some energy through them under traction, but you can't really do that with front wheels apart from wiggling around a little bit.
You can see the virtual energy level. That is hybrid fuel, everything else, monkeys on bicycles, whatever you use to power your car, you have a certain allocation per stint. You can see 93 Peugeot still on 100% energy. That's because they haven't fired the engine up yet. They're sitting at the end of pit lane. Everybody else is gradually using that. So when we see the cars on track, when that graphic comes up, if somebody's on 30% and somebody's on 80%, you can tell how much longer they've been on track. You know, and so it's going to be another little facet of information that the fans can use when you're watching at home or online or on the app. You can use to see exactly what relative length of time the cars have spent on track. Now, the race is underway. The 6 hours has started at the end of the first formation lap.
But the clock's not started.
Oh, no, it hasn't. You're right.
And they haven't registered any laps yet either.
No, which
is interesting.
Because it's formation lap. So unlike Sebring, where the race started at the end of the first formation lap, this is 2 formation laps. Safety car, driven by Pedro Cachero, races out of the way, and now pacing the field on the right-hand side as the drivers look at the straight is our pole sitter. Toyota 1-2 in qualifying. Sebastian Buemi will lead the charge. There is an odd number of hypercars here, so the pole sitter in LMP2 should be on his own, and is. Red lights are on. And we go green in Portimão. Sebastian Buemi immediately has a contact or comfort protesters from behind the Ferraris.
There is contact.
Trouble from the Porsche.
Number 5 Porsche getting all mixed up under the braking, the rear getting all out of the place.
The LMP2 leader is trying to dive in through there as well. The Prema car of Dorian Pan has lost the lead.
There was contact with the 94 Peugeot by the number 5 Porsche.
And the Van Wall got knocked out wide as well. A couple of the LMP2 cars right in there. And down here at the hairpin, Anthony, see the Porsches side by side.
Porsche side by side with the second Toyota. The 6 cars had a great start here.
And overtaken the Ferrari as well in the process. So yeah, brilliant. So that's what we saw in Sebring as well, wasn't it? The Porsches seemed to be able to light up the tyres faster than the others around them.
WRT's Sean Galale takes the lead in LMP2 from Dorian Pan. In GTE, it's Diego Alessi. He's got the jump on Ben Keating in the 21 at the red AF Corsa Ferrari. So Ben Keating again was on his own on the front row because of the uneven number of cars ahead of him. But a good run down the inside from Diego Alessi, who's taken the lead. Sarah Bovey in 3rd place for the Iron Dames.
The Glickenhaus being overtaken by 2 of the LMP2 cars there. That's going to be held up around this final sector.
And the Floyd Van Wall car is a long way back. You can see the bright green nose of it. It's another 4 or 5 cars further back down in 17th place at the moment. And that's because they just got nudged off wide. The 2 United Autosports cars nearly contact. Who was that on the inside on the curbs?
22.
Ooh, Ben Hanley.
He's always been a bit of a feisty racer, as Ben Hanley, and look at that, giving his teammate some grief down towards turn 1. That's the number 5 Porsche and the Cadillac.
That's a battle for 7th place.
But at the end of this racing lap, once the final car's passed, we will see the arrival of the 93 into this race. He lost this first lap.
And Mike Conway now 1.4 seconds in the lead. He's seen the action behind him and thinking, I want to have no part of that, I'm out of here.
Right, 93 now released from the pit lane. The 60 Iron Lynx Ferrari of Claudio Schiavone was a long way behind the pack, so that adds to the deficit of the 93 Peugeot. Let's hope that all is okay with that car. I'm sure Paul Di Resta will be. Yeah, he's on stone cold tyres. Everybody else is now 2 laps in and 2 formation laps in. They're on hot tyres. He's going to be really tippy-toeing his way round like he's in a road car.
This pair pulling away from Lawrence Vantour is holding up. No doubt about it. Nicholas Nielsen behind. But, let's have a listen to what's going on with the number 8 Toyota with Sebastian Buemi.
Could not run to the left. Mike was there on the left. I would have touched him otherwise.
Copy.
Okay, so is he saying that he went off track on the left, or he would have touched somebody else? The teams are all, I think, and the drivers especially, all being very careful to make publicly aware everybody that they went off as a result of accident avoidance or something else.
Very evenly matched down the main straight there. James Collado in the Ferrari number 51 and Sebastian Buemi that we ride on board with now. So Buemi's going to have to find some magic here to find his way past the Ferrari, because he's not going to do it in a straight line.
Well, you raced here the last time we were here. You won the race, but you know, unless you are a second a lap quicker than your rival, you really have to wait for them to make a mistake. It is going to be tough to overtake here for Sebastian.
It really is, and the longer that the race goes on as well, don't forget that you'll see a lot of marbles. This is the highest corner energy circuit on the calendar. We've come from the least cornering energy circuit on the calendar, Sebring. And Buemi was close here last time around. He had a bit of a look last time as well in turn 10. Does he send it? No. Thinks better of it by the time they get to 11. It's blind going into that corner. He knows this is a long race there. You don't want to be making any silly mistakes now. It looks again down into turn 13. And there was some contact.
Yeah.
I definitely saw a bit of carbon flick up there from the right front of that Toyota.
And to underline how hard it is to overtake here, the Glickenhaus is still stuck behind Dorian Pan's Prema LMP2 car, and the Floyd Van Wall car in 2 laps has made up 1 place.
Not quite right. Dorian Pan was passed by Olivier Plan, has repassed the Glickenhaus, so that is a real feisty little battle.
Here we go.
Right in the slipstream.
Flashing the headlights.
Turn 1 can be an overtaking part of the track, but it's not easy. I just wonder if Collado went wide there. He did on the exit. Buemi's through. pressured him into a bit of a mistake there.
Yeah.
And a round of applause from the team.
Collado just braking a little too late and a little too tight, ran out wide, and is now back to Toyota 1-2. But the number 7 car has got away already.
Yeah, 4.9 seconds to the good, with the fastest lap of the race last time round at 1:32.135 for Mike Conway. Lawrence Vanteur still in contact here, still ahead of the second Ferrari, and is now beginning to drop the Peugeot, which is the 94 Peugeot, the undelayed 9X8, which had stuck right in there for those first couple of laps, but is now beginning to drop back.
Nico Müller in the 94 Peugeot just losing a bit of ground there. And Porsche, we spoke to him on the grid, they were saying, yeah, the car's definitely performing better here than it was in Sebring, but he's under attack from Nick Nielsen in the number 50 Ferrari, who it looks like has a bit more pace, actually, than the 51 of Collado.
Yeah, if you take the 2 Toyotas out of the equation, the new cars, Ferrari, Porsche, Cadillac, arguably Peugeot as well, because they really haven't had a full season yet with the car, they are a very similar performance level, aren't they? But Toyota, you know, everybody said, oh, it's easy for them to win, you know, there's nobody else to race for the last 3 or 4 seasons. But it does show that, you know, 3 years in now, in the 3rd year of their hypercar program, they are really on top of their car, whereas everybody else is sort of still learning with a setup sheet for the track that's basically a clear piece of paper with not much written on it.
I could look at that Ferrari all day long.
Cracking, isn't it?
Absolutely beautiful car. I wonder what it's like to drive. I bet both drivers wishing they had a little bit more horsepower under them, though, right now, especially Nick Nielsen, so he can get past the number 6 Porsche as the captain watches on.
Yeah.
He should be encouraged by this. A good start to the race for Laurence Vanteur. He's the jam in the Ferrari sandwich at the moment in the number 6 Penske Porsche 963. Listen in and see what's going on with the number 50 car of Nick Nielsen.
On the automatic lift and coast, we will overshoot the energy a bit for 1 lap and try to switch on automatic lift and coast.
That's an interesting one. So yeah, you could lift and coast to save the fuel. Of course, when the car's at its VMAX, the highest speed it will go on the straight, you lift off. Can be anywhere from 20 meters to even 100 meters before the corner sometimes, depending on how much fuel you need to save. So it seems like Ferrari can switch between a mechanical, so an analog version of it, or going fully automatic, which is the more common system in the hypercars. So yeah, interestingly, at the start of the race, they've kind of bypassed that by the driver being able to do it themselves.
Sean Gelael, our LMP2 leader, ahead of the almost identical red and white car of Dorian Pau for Prema. So Dorian just had a little chink out there to show herself in the mirrors, and also to try and make sure that the Glickenhaus didn't consider coming up the inside. So Olivier Pla in that bright blue hypercar Glickenhaus, still not able to match WRT's Sean Gelael or Dorian Pau for pace.
Yeah, both these teams as well in LMP2, WRT and the Prema team. Lots of data here for their LMP2 efforts, not just with previous racing here in WEC, but also with the European Le Mans Series, albeit with the cars in a slightly different spec. But great shot there from the rear-facing camera of the Porsche. Nick Nielsen trying to get onto terms here with the Porsche 963.
Well, he was just showing his nose again, and moving around behind the car. Part of that gives you a little bit more cooling airflow, gives you a little bit more aerodynamic grip. The other part of it is just to try and distract the driver in front, to sort of keep flicking in his mirrors and make him not look at what he should be looking at, which is the road ahead.
Well, I mean, it worked beautifully for Buemi, didn't it, in turn 1? Just that distraction. Yes, he was closer, but just that darting out, giving the driver in front the impression that you're going to make a move is sometimes enough to make them just topple, going a bit too quick, just like Collado did, run out a bit wide. Track limits is an issue as well, and the drivers are aware of that. It's a very fine balance. So now Nielsen gets a good run out of the penultimate corner. And this is where it looks like he's suffering a little bit in that turbulent air of the car in front. He's having to back out of it a bit more, focus on getting a good run onto the main straight, but he's not quite close enough.
Well, the last lap, James Collado crept a little bit away in the first of the 2 Ferraris, but actually that allowed clear airflow for the Porsche, and Porsche's just done its best lap of the race so far, and that has helped him to just creep away from Nick Nielsen in the second Ferrari. So you know, you lose ground to the car you're trying to chase, and he has lost quite a lot of ground, but now if that helped him just pace himself a little bit.
Here we go. This is the closest he's been down towards turn 5. Surely he's going to have a little bit of a duck out. It might not go for the move, but yes, he just sends it. Beautifully done there. And it all happened on the exit of turn 1. He carried momentum, got closer on the brakes into turn 2, well, the kink of turn 2, turn 3, hooked the car up nicely on the exit of 3, gave himself a brilliant run round 4. And yeah, I wondered if he was going to not quite have the momentum he wanted. It was just enough.
We've been looking forward to this, haven't we? We've had year after year after year of Porsche versus Ferrari in the fabulous GTE Pro class, and now we get them to do it all over again in hypercar.
And it's funny because we were talking to the Ferrari drivers about that and to the Porsche drivers about that over the last couple of days, and they said, yeah, it's great. We're still battling the same guys, and you know, there was a degree of animosity a couple of times in the GTE Pro class, but I think all of that has just settled down because all of these drivers are so excited to be in hypercar. Well, at the moment,
I take it back from WRT and Prema at least, who are ahead of the Glickenhaus and staying ahead of the Glickenhaus. I said at the beginning, the Glickenhaus get held up around the final sector. They're actually dropping. Who is it at the moment?
It's Olivier Pla.
But also, the 22 United car, Ben Hanley, is now almost tucked up under the gearbox of the Glickenhaus. And the hypercars are slower through turn 5, and particularly out of turn 5, than the LMP2 cars. So Hanley could well make a pass. Here's our second place battle in GTEAM. And that's the pole-sitting Corvette of Ben Keating and the pink Porsche of the Iron Dames driver, Sarah Bovey. And again, you know, Ben was convinced that the Ferrari had the package to take pole here. He was thinking that there would be a Ferrari 1, 2, 3, and he wasn't, you know, fluffing. He genuinely believed that they didn't have the pace. In the end, again, it came down to Ben and Sarah going head-to-head, toe-to-toe.
Worth saying, by the way, the last time the Iron Dames were here, albeit with a slightly different lineup, they won in the European Le Mans Series at the end of last season. The day after that race, they tried this Porsche for the very first time here.
Yeah. And in fact, they would have won the previous year's race in ELMS, except after Sarah Bovey had been knocked off track twice, in the final 30, 40 minutes, the car set light to itself. So, they were absolutely shoo-in for victory, despite the travails in the race. So coming back 12 months later and taking that win was absolutely a fitting reward for all their efforts.
So now we're into the traffic. This is where things get spicy here in Portimão. Mike Conway goes around, braves around the outside of the car guy Ferrari through turn 2 and into turn 3. You've got to have a sixth sense about you and eyes everywhere in the mirrors as well before you commit to turning in.
Yeah, it's tough here, isn't it? You were telling us in the earlier sessions and just where the sighting points are difficult from these cars as well. Not a lot of visibility. More rise and fall than this season has strictly come dancing here at Portimão, and it is tough to spot the apexes. Tougher still when there's cars in your rear-view mirror and in front and to the side, on either side, all at the same time.
Again, look at the slow stuff there. How close Ben Hanley was coming up the hill out of turn 3, right behind the bright blue Glickenhaus. Now, that stretches his legs, it's got more power and it just pulls away down the straight, but again, when they get into the tight and twisty corners, the Glickenhaus will be outmaneuvered by the LMP2 car. Dane Cameron in the number 5 Porsche, with Richard Westbrook behind him in the Cadillac. Sole Cadillac here this weekend, and we will have a second caddy joining us in 2 weeks' time at Spa-Francorchamps. Buy your tickets now, make sure you get there if you're anywhere in close proximity in Northern Europe. And then, of course, there will be a 3 Cadillac entry at Le Mans.
There will, and Cadillac will be back here at Portimão the week after Spa for their first European test. Let's have a listen in to what's going on with the number 5 Porsche of Dane Cameron.
Dane, track limits warning, turn 1, previous lap.
Yeah, I've written down, I'm starting to write down track limit count here on my notepad in front of me, and I did write down car number 5, DC, 1 strike.
Can I just say that there's not even remotely enough room on that piece of paper for 6 hours?
I might start again.
Well, and the deal is that actually that is a reinforcing of the track limits, because in Dane's car, in the safety ID screen, it will also show him track limits T1. So he will be informed in the cockpit automatically by race control that he has been notified as having exceeded track limits. And here comes the Cadillac on the inside of Cameron. He's going to have to be cautious here defending. He doesn't want to brake late and go in too deep and run out wide and get another track limits worry.
Richard Westbrook, who also has a track limits infringement as well, one of his jokers used, putting a lot of pressure there on the number 5 Porsche. Still didn't see any notes on our screen as to the first lap incident between number 5 and the 94 Peugeot, but there was definite contact there.
Yeah, he did. He lost the rear end, didn't he? And then the kind of in recovery, just slapped the rear of the number 94 car.
But we saw this, didn't we, in Sebring as well? The Cadillac not quite having the pace or the restart capabilities of the Porsche, but definitely looking after its rear tyres better throughout the stint.
Now, what we also didn't see very much of is LMP2, and there was a lot of carambolage at the start because the Vector Sport car, changed the position. Okay, so Dorian Pan down to 3rd, is that? Or is that the second Prema car?
No, down to 3rd, and then another swap of position. Westbrook's got it done down into turn 1.
So Richard Westbrook moves up ahead of the Peugeot into 6th position. It is now Sean Gillale leading from Olivier Plat hypercar, and then Ben Hanley up to 2nd in LMP2. The Vector Sport car that started a thousandth away from pole is now down in 6th place in LMP2, and the car that started 4th in LMP2 into Europole is down in 8th.
Oh! 88 car just lost under the braking. Lucky not to catch the 86. Laura Wontrock clouds over there thinking, well, it wasn't us this time.
Well, I wonder, you were looking away at the timing screen at the time when it happened, Martin, but there was a bit of contact, I think, between that car and the number 5 Porsche on the exit of turn 3. Just before they committed to turn 4, I'm sure they had a side-by-side moment as Cameron makes that do-or-die move there on Dallalana, I think.
Let's take a look here.
It's actually the 86. It was the 86, wasn't it?
Yeah, so
it's front to rear.
The GR Racing car, Michael Wainwright, you just saw him clip the as he pulled out.
That's what we were all thinking.
Yeah.
And Laura's just seen her reaction.
Yeah.
Don't.
Yes, luckily,
it's always on you.
Luckily, the words froze on her lips because we can all read in slow motion. Okay, so the Cadillac moves on and up, and of course Laura Wontrock-Clauser is the head of GM Racing, so that means the Cadillac hypercar program. It also means the Corvette racing operation in GTE-AM here. It means the US Cadillac operation. It also means the new GT3 Corvette program that comes on stream towards the end of this season with the first customer cars being delivered. So a multitude, instead of having a uniform for every team, she's just got GM Racing, which covers it all. WRT lead then, 22 United up to 2nd, Dorian Pan down to 3rd, but still ahead of Gerda van der Gaard in the 23 United Autosports car. And the Van Wall makes up a position, I think, there. I think that was Tom Dillman.
This could be a pass here, Martin. Sorry to butt in there. You've got the 23 car now, United, sending it down the inside into turn 5, gets the job done.
It's going to be a black flag, isn't it, for Mike Wainwright?
Yeah, but track limits, that was a lot of track limits on the exit of turn 5.
Yeah.
So that would have been noted.
Olivier Plat being warned about track limits, the 86-88 Porsche contact there. I think it's going to be a black and orange flag for Mike Wainwright because that front, whole right-hand front wing is flapping around in the breeze. It's probably only being held on by the wiring for the headlight, which, as you may appreciate, at 150 miles an hour, isn't enough.
Indeed.
Second place battle in GTE-AM, still behind the 21 Ferrari, but only by a second and a half. So Ben Keating has got eye-line sight of the 21 car. He's got much more of a deal on his plate, though, defending against Sarah Bovey.
Yeah, 88 has made its way back to pit lane, and that means that for the first time of the race, the 93 car moves up a position. It's actually about to get onto terms with the back of the GTE-AM grid after 20 minutes of putting a lap on them.
Now here's a chance for Olivier Plat in the bright blue Glickenhaus. He gets the run in traffic on the 22 United Autosport LMP2 car. Ben Handley, who had a look back down the inside and wasn't really going to happen for him.
it's not really his race to fight, is it, to get to the Glickenhaus? He'd much prefer for Pla just to get the job done and drive away in the distance, but they are crisscrossing each other's performance gains and differences through the laps. There's a split there.
777, yeah, there's D-Station Satoshi Hoshino. Hoshino does not like starting the race, but he has started.
And that is the front wing of the number 86 car.
So yellow flag on the front stretch down to turn 1, turn 1, between 1 and 2 in fact.
That might be a safety car moment, you know, when you've got people on track having to recover a big part of the car.
Louise Beckett is down in the pit lane, what do you know?
It was a new set of tyres for the 88 and the 86. GR Racing team are ready for that car to come in.
Yeah, it'll be a little less of the car when it does arrive, because I'm pretty sure that is the right front fender. Yeah, so totally flat spotted the tyres, Ryan Hardwick in the 88 car. He's had a couple of incidents in free practice, has not been entirely untouched by others.
Yeah, he's not the best of starts for his WCCs, does he, with the car eliminated from competition at Sebring in free practice 2 after a brush from Richard Westbrook. This is a brand new car.
Richard Westbrook was having a chat. Well, at least it wasn't me this time about contact with the car. Talking about brand new cars, by the way, in 4th place in GTE Pro, Luis Perez Companc in the 83 Richard Mille Racing Team. Ferrari, that's another of the red cars. You'll see it coming into the background of the shot in a moment as the caddy goes by Ben Keating's Corvette. Brothers in arms.
Yep, the 83 car, a bit less upside downy this weekend so far. But you're right, a brand new Ferrari 488, that's a rare thing.
Yeah.
And this car originally intended to be their Le Mans car.
And I wonder how many more 488s will be built. Probably none.
I can tell you that a number were built for this year.
Right.
But it will almost certainly be the last.
That is a diminishing supply.
Indeed. Body shells, for starters. 296 GT3, of course, to replace that car. And that will join the new LMGT3 class that replaces GT AM next year in the FI World Endurance Championship. And as we found out the last few days before we travelled out here, a tyre contract has gone the way of Goodyear for that new class in the FI World Endurance Championship and the European Le Mans Series for 3 years from 2024.
The D-Station car that we saw facing the wrong way, stewards are investigating an incident between 777, which is D-Station, and 57. And that is the Kessel Racing car guys Ferrari.
You know what, we saw this at Sebring. It was very feisty between Hoshino-san and Kimura-san throughout their stints, and it seems to have continued.
Well, you know, you're in very equal cars, even if they are completely poles apart, one with the engine at the front, one with the mid-engine, and so on and so on. But your performance levels are exactly the same. And, you know, we saw Takeshi Kimura in the Kessel Racing Ferrari a couple of times in races at Fuji, absolutely refusing to give ground to anybody.
In and out for Mike Wainwright.
Maybe a penalty to serve, but let's hear from Louise Beckett in the pit lane.
Yeah, it was a new front right bodywork to that car, but also because the wing mirror was hanging off, it was a new right door as well. They completely replaced the door.
Excellent stuff, and that will be lifted off the pins, put the new one in, plug in the drive brake connector for the electrics, and away you go. So it's not quite the long laboured job it would be if you were trying to do it on a road car. So the stewards will take no action regarding the race start, so whatever contacts, biffery and tomfoolery went on, they don't decide that any of it was illegal. And let's now hear from our race leader, Mike Conway.
Had a really bad cut into the overlay.
Okay, copy. Avoid curb turn 9. Remember for.
One quick addition. One.
WRT leading in LMP2. Sean Gallel, though, coming under pressure from Ben Hanley. In fact, has that been a pass already?
Yeah, one of the
Hanley went
United
past him at the line, didn't he?
Yeah, so Ben Hanley leading LMP2 from Sean Gallel. Guido van der Garde. It's a 1-3 for United. They'll be looking for better fortune than came their way at Sebring, with the 22 car eliminated by, well, what can we say? It was a bit of camera equipment that killed the kill switch.
So you would expect naturally the United, here's another pass into turn 5.
Yeah, 1-2 for United Autosports.
You would expect that though. So again, a track limit infringement on the exit of turn 5 after a pass into that corner.
Sebastian Buemi being pinged for track limits at turn 1 as well.
But
as is Richard Westbrook.
You would expect the United to be making a bit of ground on the silver-graded driver there of Sean Galale in the WRT, and of course the silver-graded driver of Dorian Pan. So they've got to make this. They've got to make this ground now while they can before the driver on the right-hand side of that shot, Josh Pearson, gets into one of the United's, the car 23, later on in the race.
Yeah.
Nick Nielsen getting onto terms here with James Collado. So the 2499Ps are going to be lapping in formation for a little wee while. 51 in 3rd. The 50 car follows suit in 4th.
Now this battle is 21 seconds off the lead already. How many laps have we done? 16.
Right, well, this is at this point, it is who has the pace in the car. Will they let Nick Nielsen have a crack at this, or are they going to just work together on that gap?
Well, I think if you've got a quicker car behind you, particularly at this stage, you just let him go, and because you never know what fortune's going to bring. It's unlikely that we'll get through 6 hours here in Portimão without a safety car, and of course that juggles everything up. We managed to avoid full course yellow. There were double yellows on the start-finish line a moment or two ago. I think that was for recovering that bit of bodywork. Luckily, it was a long way offline by the pit wall. Again, as the LMP2 car comes through, Ben Keating held offline. Sarah Bovey in the pink Porsche looking at the inside. Keating runs out wide, exceeds track limits. So that'll be one of his warnings racked up. And Sarah Bovey has a good run on him. And you so often in a slower car, even in LMP2, if somebody quicker comes by a rival, it opens up all sorts of opportunities.
Well, vice versa as well. You know, in the LMP2 cars or even the hypercar, you're always using the traffic to your advantage, and it sometimes can be a disadvantage if the car in front don't want to be overtaken, of course, and you get into a bit of traffic and suddenly the car you've been racing well with behind has found a way past. It's just where you catch the car and how you gain or lose that momentum.
You were just watching in the Iron Dames garage, Rahul Frey, the Swiss driver, who's another of the drivers in that pink machine, watching intently. And here comes the fan wall. This is Tom Dillman right behind with the dark green car with a pale green nose, slipping through traffic. "27 minutes into the 6 hours of Portimão. Race 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship here in Portugal. Our second visit to this roller coaster track, coming here behind closed doors in 2021. Big crowd. Probably still trying to get in here. In fact, there was an hour-long queue about an hour before the start trying to get in, and queues to get in the grandstands. Really good to see lots of fans here. And don't forget, if you are in Northern Europe, and particularly if you haven't managed to get tickets for Le Mans for the 24 hours in June, we race again in 2 weeks' time at Spa-Francorchamps.
Squeezed there, the number 9 car on the 85.
Yeah, Dorian Pan going by. One of her stablemates, actually.
That was Juan Manuel. There's the other one. It's Juan Manuel Correa. The identical, but slightly differently coloured mirrors.
Utterly identical, I'm sorry.
Yes. but yes, indeed. This battle in GTM continues. Was enthralling at Sebring, no less so here.
And Diego Alessi was 1.5 seconds in front. He no longer is. That's him, the red Ferrari with the yellow strip. Now it's down to a second. So despite the fact that Ben Keating has been trying to hold off Sarah Bovey for the entire race so far, they are actually closing in and now within a second. So in the DRS activation zone, except we don't have that sort of thing in this racing.
It's I just feel we're going to be talking about these battles at the front of that class throughout this. It's got that feel of a season-long duel, and I hope more than a duel. Diego Alessi making a fight of it here.
Yep, absolutely so. Toyota out front, the number 7 car by 7 seconds now, and holding that advantage over Sebastian Buemi. And Buemi not as quick in the number 8 car and exceeding track limits as well to try and keep Mike Conway in check. Now, as we talked about before the race started, Buemi injured in a Formula E crash last time out in Formula E, so he's damaged his right wrist, it's strapped up, and that is not helping because, and this is not power steering, air-conditioned road car luxury. These things are brutal.
Well, I mean, they do have power steering, but it's nowhere near to the level of that of the assistants in a road car, of course, and it's a very tough track. But I think he's doing okay in terms of the physical aspect. Yes, the wrist is strapped up, but it hasn't really been holding him up at all through this weekend. But I think Mike is he's driving an absolute blinder at the moment. He's edging away. As I say that, the gap's come down from that 7 seconds to 6.7, but it must be traffic.
Yeah,
it's gone.
That's mates for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mike. We'll make him stop talking about it.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Just put your foot down again to make me stand corrected. But yeah, it was when we started, when we got past the Ferrari, it was around 4 seconds. So globally, it's gone up, and that's a surprise. Usually, these two, they often start the race, Buemi and Conway, and they fight it out tooth and nail all the way to the first set of pit stops. And it's not the case this time. It's surprising to see.
There's 94 Peugeot making its way through traffic. The 93, by the way, their progress up to 26th place now.
Yep.
And next target is that leading trio in GTE AM 4 position, as the recovery of that car that started this race late is now just past both Sarah Bovey and Ben Keating.
And we're not hearing anything on the radio from the team, so presumably Paul di Resta is not having a panic that the car feels odd again, and so hopefully that power steering issue. You know, it's all sorts of new car issues, and Peugeot have had a number of them with that car, but it hasn't been a steering so far, so that's another first for them.
I've been watching his times for a car that's been constantly in traffic for about the last, what is it, 31 minutes. His times aren't bad. It's not race-leading pace, but it's not a million miles away from it. So
final warning for Paul Dalla. He's been warned for track infringements in the 98 Northwest AMR Aston. That means the next time he does it, it'll be into the pits for a penalty.
And that's the entire race, remember, not just this stint or his time behind the wheel. Yeah.
And he will have to do 2 stints in this race to get his minimum driver time, or a stint and a half. So yeah, he is fresh out of jokers. So by the time we are informed of track limit infringements, but when there is a track limit warning, that's your last. You've had 4, the 5th one, you do not get a get out of jail free card. James Collado started to creep away a little from Nick Nielsen over the last couple of laps, as you can see, but the gap has never really been much more than a second, and often a little less. And Nielsen again closing back in on the 51 car in front of him.
That really demonstrates the 2 different lines that you can take through turn 10 and 11. James going for the inside line, braking with the car a bit straighter, and Nick Nielsen having to be easier on the brakes, but taking a wider arc through the whole corner to aim for a better exit. So I never really found out which was the best way to go around that corner. Every driver's got a different approach.
I guess whatever feels best is best. Let's hear from Paul di Resta.
Got a massive rear lock, clear out of nowhere. PD forward.
Copy, we check it.
Could not be any worse, P2 than GT.
Massive rear lock, BB forward, he was asking.
Yeah, brake balance, he wants to shift it forwards, and it seemed like it was a question that came from Paul there. Can I go forward on the brake bias, the way that he phrased it? So it's something that maybe the team are having to monitor. Usually it would just be to the driver's discretion whether they feel like they can go forwards or not. What are you eyeing there, Martin?
No,
You're looking at track limits.
You see, yeah, you know, and he was so close, you know, just the width of the tyre, and in fact, just the width of the front tyre, because the rear tyre was just drifting a little, not entirely over the white line. There was chalk dust, but you know, that's as close as you want to get. You want to use as much road as you can, because that allows you to keep the speed up, but with only 5 mistakes allowed in an entire race, and they're on their own, not in traffic, you've got to be clean all the time.
Yeah, Bovey's still looking here for a way alongside and round Ben Keating, but no look so far, and the Tota's just about to close in to go by. Just a quick moment with that Peugeot Paul di Resta. He's some 3 minutes off the lead after that late start to the race.
Bovey, all four wheels over the white line there on the exit of 15. That is a corner that they're monitoring. I think what happened was she was desperate to carry the speed to try and get a run down into turn 1, but just didn't lift out of it enough in a bit of turbulent air for good measure, and sent the car off the track momentarily. But a great fight.
Deborah Meyer there in the gold rim glasses to the right of Rahel Frey-Narshot. She's the head of the FI Winterburg Motorsport Commission, as well as the person that started this fabulous Iron Dames project.
Yeah, the driving force behind it, and they've been rewarded with the contract to run Lamborghini's hypercar program as well. So talk about big ambitions in that crew. They have got an awful lot going on. Of course, they are also doing the engineering for the Prema Racing LMP2 crew. We're on board with Antonio Felix da Costa, the local hero, trying to run down no longer teenage Dorian Pin, but one of the younger drivers in the field. And Dorian heading into the pit lane. So we were just hearing from Louise Beckett, they're expecting LMP2 pit stops. She's the first to break for the pits. Gerda van der Gaard in from second place in the number 23 United Autosport. Dorian Pin in from fourth in the number 9 Prema car. We have our first LMP2 stoppers, also in our Vector and Inter Europol, who were second and fourth on the grid. So they are just making doubly sure. Rui Andrade coming in as well. For Jota is also David Heinemeier Hansen.
Remember, if you're new to this form of racing, it's a sort of pro-am formula in LMP2. So you're going to see a kind of expansion and contraction of these gaps. Someone listening to one of those teams, the 48 Hertz team Jota Orica.
Push now, big push. Blocking for fuel, big push.
That's you're still out there. They're in there.
That's
push,
it.
Push.
This is the in-lap, out-lap push to try and get that leapfrog. So to try and overcut, if you like, the car that he was chasing, which is Prema's Dorian Pin. There is the other Jota car. They're both in gold, but this is the last time this season that we will see 2 LMP2 cars from Jota. They start working on their new Porsche hybrid. Not quite on Monday because they'll be travelling, but yes, next week in the run-up to its debut in Spa.
The first batch of, there you go, with Antonio Felix da Costa was in
taking no prisoners there, was it? Okay, now, so he's got 2 in-laps basically over Dorian Pin, so she will come out, as everybody does from the pit line, on cold tyres and really tippy-toey. Jean Galel stays in the car, Ben Hanley is in, Correa stays in, Antonio Felix da Costa the last to stop then. Juju Canal, no, he's in for Alpine as well. It will be Antonio Felix da Costa going a lap longer than the entire field.
Well, that means he's been doing an awful lot of lift and coast. So that's why he wasn't making headway through the pack there. They're focusing on the long run here to try and save maybe a splash towards the end of the race.
Is he paying for his own fuel, do you think?
Must be. Although he's not as tight as me.
So we're listening to what's going on with the number 50 Ferrari. Nick Nilsson.
We've done 23 laps. What's the situation on your left tires? Would you consider to double the left or not at all?
I have a small vibration there, but nothing critical.
Copy, copy.
And here's a chance for an overtake down towards turn 5. Collado knows it. He was hindered by the Ferrari. He had to lap ahead of him through 4, but he's got it covered just about.
Big defence there from Collado.
Yeah, great stuff. Elbows out, wasn't it? Properly. But Nilsson just looks like he's possibly got a bit more pace. I know you said that the gap was kind of increasing between the two of them, but yeah, I think it's just been ebbing and flowing more than anything. And yeah, Collado definitely had to fight for it there to save the overtake. And it's very hard, actually, to even follow at this kind of distance because of that turbulent air getting kicked up from the car in front.
So in now comes the number 48 car from the lead of LMP2, Antonio Felix da Costa. 1:36.7, his flying lap. And what is this going to give us as the Hertz Team Jota team go to work? Warning flag now for Ben Keating, so he's getting edging towards doom and gloom moments for track limits. Should also say, by the way, I wasn't sure whether or not either of you spotted it, but it's going to be a 5-second longer pit stop for the Kessel racing car. Takeshi Kimura judged at fault for the incident that turned around the 777 Aston Martin.
Ben Keating also having his final warning. And yeah, the Vector Sport car recovering from what looks like it might have been a spin for Ryan Cullen.
Okay, mate, if you can let the sister car go, they are quicker at the moment.
They are not quicker. I have traffic. Sometimes you get up, sometimes you don't.
All right, mate, we have to open up the gap or you're going to hear me again.
That's fair enough. That comment's fair enough. So, yeah, I mean, look, welcome to the world that Toyota have been in for the last, God knows how long. They've been fighting each other. They've got protocols in place now, how they fight each other. And what happens now is that you're going to see Collado driving out of his skin to try and open that gap. And Nielsen will try as well.
Yeah.
And they'll be taking 10/10 risks through traffic. You might risk a bit of reliability there as well, and track limits, of course, is a thing. I love it though, because it is
trouble. It's the Vector car. It's the Vector car is super slow on track.
He's got a light out on the left rear as well, so maybe something to do with is he carrying a puncture? Is it damaged the left rear of the car? Collado looking in the mirrors, thinking, right, I'm looking at this gap. I've got to increase it.
And you can see that it was down to just over 3/10 a couple of laps ago. So he's, you know, and the teams are going to have to instill the same sort of strategy that Toyota have had. If you catch up the guy in front, get on the horn, I want to go by. Toyota's rule is you have 2 laps to break free, and if you don't, back in your box, Sunbeam, and everybody else with the 2-car team is going to have a similar strategy.
So it's something hanging down on that left rear.
I was going to ask, we didn't see the incident, whether or not it was just a spin or whether or not there was something else. He was close on track to the 93 Peugeot. The last time I looked at the timing and scoring, it looked like it was out of turn 5, but we'll see what Vector tell us about that. I wouldn't be surprised if there's been some contact there.
Well, look, I would imagine he's had a spin and just hit the left rear somehow, and it's either bent or damaged the left rear of the car.
Well, let's catch up with Louise Beckett in the pit lane. Ben Hanley out of the 22 United car after leading when he brought it into the pits.
Ben Hanley, that looked like a good run for the 22 United. In fact, both of you were working well together, but obviously hard work.
Yeah, it's always tricky at the start. You know, around here is notoriously difficult to follow. But the 22 United car was, you know, fantastic throughout the stint. We were just managing the fuel and the tyres a little bit, and I was stuck behind the Glickenhaus, but at the same time, he kind of helped me a bit with some of the cars in front when he went past them. So, yeah, you'd like to think it swings and roundabouts. You know, you get stuck behind someone, and then later on in the race, it comes to your advantage. So, it seems to be what happened throughout this stint. So. Yeah, but obviously we went forward, we were leading the stint. It's a long way to go, so it's a great start. The car feels fantastic, so big thanks to United for the opportunity, and yeah, let's see what we've got for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Side by side.
Yeah, Anthony pointing to the screen as the Ferraris do swap position. Now, that didn't look like that was James Collado intentionally letting him through.
It didn't, did it? At
Not
all.
really.
I think it happened because of the car they just lapped before. And so now it's Nielsen's chance to say, look, I was faster, it was genuine, and now I'm the one to increase the gap. And Collado will be on a mission to prove his engineer wrong.
Oh, goodness.
Wow, that was a little bit risky there, if anything, wasn't it? But
yeah, James having to whip out behind the 888 car, but
he did have to whip out, yeah, exactly. But maybe he wasn't sure that Nielsen was going to be right there as close as he was when he came out from the back of the slower car that he was lapping. You're looking at me with a smirk.
I predict a season-long cameo here. I think this is going to be something we hear quite a bit of through this season.
While we're talking Ferrari, by the way, we talked about the new Ferrari chassis here for the AF Corsa team, the car of Luis Perez Compound, the Richard Mille AF Corsa team, and how few of those are going to come out as a 488, because the 296 GT3 car is on its way.
Yes.
It's just today secured its first international victory.
Wow.
At the Nordschleife. Oh, change of position.
Yes, I was just about to tell you that, by the way. That's happened, I think, at the end of the previous lap. I'll double check.
Diego Alessi still leading, but the gap is now out to 4.4 seconds ahead of Sarah Bovy, but she is racing away from Ben Keating there. We'll catch up, I'm sure, with Vector Sport, either with Louise Beckett or from Fiona Miller, their PR.
Little way to go yet before we can expect these cars on pit lane, so this can still bed in. It was at the end of the previous lap. It was more or less over the line. So into turn one, up the inside from Sarah Bovy.
Well, we saw her a number of times, didn't we, trying to get a really good run out of the final corner, and there she did, got properly hooked up to second place.
Yeah, that was a really nice overtake, and I did have the suspicion that she was a bit faster throughout the first part of this race, and let's see if she can keep edging away that gap to Ben Keating behind and start to close the gap to the car in front of Alessi.
A couple of gaps to look at. 21 seconds, by the way, behind Sebastian Buemi, Nick Nielsen. Let's see whether that can come down. Let's go down to pit lane with Louise Beckett.
Just spoken to Vector, the number 10, and it seems like a power train issue, but they don't know at the moment, so they can't give us any more information because the team are still trying to figure it all out.
All right, thanks, Lou.
That is so
updated
rare.
on that. Yeah,
that is
exactly.
so rare in
Yeah.
LMP2.
Yeah.
These things are just ironclad.
Must have just been a coincidence that the left rear light was out and something hanging down.
Yeah, no, carry on. Carry your thought. I have another thought for you.
But, you know, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen something like this happen. You can have a spark plug breakdown. It's happened to me before in LMP2. But, yeah, the back end clearly off of that car. And, yeah, such a shame for Vector Sport. They had real speed here. Absolute pace. Almost got pole position. Just 1,000th off. Pole position was Gabby Aubrey. Did a brilliant job. They've been quick all weekend. And this really doesn't...
He'll be gutted. He'll be gutted not to get the chance to show what he could do in the race.
Well, he might still get a chance to show what he can do in the race. They're unlikely to get a decent podium finish. By the way, Sarah Bovy, Ben Keating.
Yes.
Ben has no track limits left. He's on his final public warning.
That's going to be it.
As a result, he lifted coming out of 15 to avoid getting a drive-through, and Sarah got the run on him exactly as she was hoping. And when you are out of luck or out of, you know, get out of jail free cards, then you have to play by the rules really scrupulously, because the penalty for exceeding track limits is much greater than the penalty for not exceeding track limits. Meanwhile, here come the Toyotas. The leaders battling together. Let's hear what James Calado's got to say.
I'm faster than Nicholas.
I see, man, I see. Let's just hang with him.
No!
Mate, when we're faster, we'll get by. They will let us by. It works both ways.
That's a good message, and it's fair. It's fair. That's the way it has to work, like you said, Martin. Give it a try, see if the other one is faster. If there's no gap increase, swap back again. It's pretty simple.
I'm not sure what Ferrari's equivalent of calm, Seb, is, but I think we're going to need that for James Calado, the angry young man of Ferrari racing at the moment. Mike Conway, though, under real pressure for the lead. Sebastian Buemi right with him now. And this is a sort of second win for Sebastian Buemi in this stint, because he had dropped back 7 seconds and has closed right up to, well, that stage in traffic, not even 7/10. He was just a car away. I mean, could almost touch the leader. So Buemi coming right back at Conway now. Possibly Mike has started to find a little issue with the balance of the car that is sort of wearing his tyres a bit more, or he's saving more fuel.
Well, I think that Mike possibly just could have started too quickly. He's just put too much energy through his tyres in the first part of this race, and Buemi's he's playing the longer game. And I was surprised. I did say it was weird in the beginning how he's losing so much time to Conway, up to 7 seconds from 3 or 4 seconds at the beginning after Seb had cleared the number 51 Ferrari of Collado. But now to be as close, did Conway just get into some mammoth traffic?
It could well have been.
Yeah, I mean, the cameras came to them when they were in that traffic situation in turn 4, but this is Collado now we're riding on board with.
Back. It's lost a second on the last lap, so it's the fastest lap of the race for the 50 Ferrari, for the car.
Yep.
Just want to listen to the 51 car, but it's lost time, but that's because of a really good lap time for...
Well, Nielsen did a personal best on that last, at 33.2, and compared to Collado's 34.3.
And has brought down that gap, by the way, under 20 seconds. So we'll listen in with the number 8 car, and this is Seb Wamey in pursuit.
Okay, Seb, prepare to swap in turn 1. Prepare to swap turn 1.
Cutting the tire behind him.
Yeah, swap turn 1.
Damaging the surface.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Sebastian has been on the radio. I am quicker than you, Felipe.
They're not going to make it turn 1 this time, are they? It's too far away.
Not really, no. Now, there's been a number of races where the crew of number 8 have been outpaced by number 7, but have actually won on fuel economy by a lot of lifting and coasting. You're right, it's not happening this lap, but it is going to happen.
Really hindered there by the into Europol in front, and I think we're going to see a swap here down into 5 because of that.
There it goes.
Very strange though. I mean, Conway just rocketed away, didn't he, at the start, and continued to pull the gap on Buemi. Oh, and that was very close there. You've got to have trust in the car that you're overtaking, or lapping as it was in that position.
And the danger for Conway there is if he gets held up by an LMP2 car, a little GT clump at the wrong place, and Sebastian suddenly gets like a second and a half on him in that incident, then he can't come back after 2 laps and go, look, he hasn't got away, because he has got away. So you're really under pressure there as the driver who's just had to concede the place to stick right with your teammate at all costs. And actually there are a couple of GT cars not too far in front of them as we look at Luis Perez Compact holding off Michael Dynan. So a North versus South America's battle in the squabble for 4th. Look on board with Mike Dynan. Blue flags being shown to him, and why? LMP coming up behind you.
Yeah.
That is partly the onboard safety screen, so he is still in a blue flag zone. Then when it clears, that will go back down to a black screen. It'll show red flags, yellow flags, black and orange flags, white flags, black and white driver flags warning you about track limits at the particular corner that you've been examined in. And there is Dynan in the brilliant blue Aston Martin, looking down the inside of Luis Perez Compact into turn 1. It's going to be close, Anthony.
Yeah, well, bullied him out of it almost, really.
Yeah, nice move. Yeah, I mean, there was no way that he could turn in and commit to the corner because the Aston was there on the inside. And you can really see there how cumbersome, how lazy the GT car is when they have to correct the steering after committing to the corner.
Half a tyre's width inside.
It was fine.
It was fine.
Absolutely fine.
And
no sweat.
The corners are not just monitored by humans. They also have locked-off cameras on a number of those for track limits. So there is video evidence. It's not just, oh, I think it was out. It's not like Wimbledon. It's not just on the human eye. It's a good move by Mike Dynan, and that's what you need to do. You know, you need either to come in right deep down the inside on the straight and force him to brake late and as a result run wide, and then you can undercut him, or you need to get your nose down the inside. Or if you're Lewis Hamilton, around the outside.
Yeah, but it was a lesson in that, wasn't it? You don't need to physically pass the car before the apex. No. Just showing your nose, like you say, being a problem for the driver not being able to turn in and commit to the corner. Yeah. That's all you need in turn 1.
Damaged the rear of the number 88 car. They'll be saying you should have seen the other guy.
Well,
no doubt.
That's because of Mike Wainwright hitting him from behind, wasn't it, a dozen laps ago or so. So they're carrying that little bit of damage, and they will fix it in the pit stop.
This fight continues. Westbrook has the 94 Peugeot in his sights of Nico Müller. This is a great little scrap, isn't it? Hand over fist now at this stage in the race. This is brilliant stuff. The Cadillac, once again, really kind on its tyres. None of the hypercars have pitted yet. So all the LMP2s.
Now we have had a GTE AM pit stop, Miguel Pedro Ramos. I wonder if that was He's had a number of track infringements. I don't think it was a penalty, so he may just have stopped earlier.
And that worked out brilliantly there for Richard Westbrook. He overtook the two back markers on the straight. The Peugeot, meanwhile, got held up big time in the final corner.
Yeah, he'd already taken 1.6 seconds out of the Peugeot.
Yeah.
Look how close we are. This is not Formula E, but look how close we are to the pit window for everybody. The Peugeot 2 laps behind because it was stopped in the pit, so it's got 12% energy. Sebastian Buemi has got more energy than the number 7 car, so he will go a lap longer, it looks like. Now, it may be that that's where they were fueled, because the number 7 car may have been, number 8 may have had the first choice of when they came in, so number 7 is left with having to come in earlier.
Also sipping as if from a small China Cup of Earl Grey, and the two Porsches, because they were well up on their energy against some of the cars around them. Yeah. So this is going to shake things up a bit. And
again, like in Formula E, when you've got 1 or 2% extra energy, you've got another lap.
Yes.
Not at Le Mans, okay. you need more than that. You need more than a sip from a China teacup to get round a lap at Le Mans. But here, definitely, you can see Cadillac are getting ready. All the teams will be ready. All the teams will be ready 3 or 4 laps in advance, just in case there's a full course yellow and you can use your pit stop window earlier or whatever else, or just in case there's another incident with the car. The drivers will already be suited and booted and starting to get adrenaline pump, and because when the car arrives, you've got to get in there, get the other guy out and get in fast.
Well, it's good to see that huddle of men there getting ready for the pit stop down at Cadillac. You could just see it was a moment of, right, this is close between us and Peugeot. Yep. If we come in on the same lap, it's going to be down to us whether we turn that car around faster than them.
And again, like in Formula 1, so much can be gained or lost in a pit stop that you never get on track.
Yeah, Ferrari ready too for their car. Sarah Bovey now with the number 21 car for the lead in GTM. And still some minutes to go before we can expect to see the GT cars on pit lane.
Now, she's left Ben Keating 7 seconds behind her.
Looking set to take the lead here, and there's traffic still to come.
Way faster.
To the inside, not quite there, Sarah.
Now, we know that Ben Keating started on soft tyres. I wonder if they have given up the ghost as well, because he had to keep clean to avoid track limits and allowed Sarah to take the place, but now she's just rocketed away and is all over the back of the Ferrari, and she could well come into the pits as the GTE leader. Well, Anthony, this is close in traffic now. Sarah Bovey in the pink Porsche lost out there as the LMP2 battle came by, but she can pick up a tow here as well. Toyota in. This is the number 7 car.
And both Ferraris in as well.
Okay.
So it was the 7 car in before car 8. That would explain why they've got less total energy compared to the number 8 car that's down to just that 1% now. Both Ferraris in.
I want to see a secondary thing, which is, when your pump clicks over when you're at the gas station, you get one that tells you how many litres you got. There's the other one that tells you how much it's costing. I want the euros going up underneath that as well. I'm loving this live graphic because we can see now while we're watching the pictures how close the team is to full fuel, which is when you can then suddenly start to change the tyres. So Toyota going to get there first.
Now they
didn't change tyres.
I think it was just the left side there for Ferrari. But interestingly, on the energy going up here, the fuel flow is monitored between different cars. You don't get the same amount of fuel necessarily, but you get the same time of that energy going into the car.
Yeah.
So it's the fuel rate is different for the different teams.
Interesting. Okay, Toyota showing 99%. That's close enough to 100% to be maybe a slight glitch.
Good turnaround from the Cadillac. Splits the Ferraris.
And where's the Peugeot? Nowhere.
But was it a case of just one side of tyre like the Ferrari did, or at least one of the Ferraris, compared to all 4 on the Peugeot?
88 Porsche being told to respect blue flags. That's Ryan Hardwick in the Proton competition car that's got the sort of quasi Felbermeyer colours on it. Out comes the number 6 Porsche as the race leader, Sebastian Buemi, is in for service. Now, again, let's take a look at what tyres he does or does not take. You do not have enough tyres in Hypercar or LMP2 to change all 4 at each pit stop. You are tyre limited. In GTE AM, you do have enough for a full set at each pit stop.
Double stinting these tyres is the Cadillac. No tyre change at all. That explains their excellent pit stop. Oh, and a massive lockup though. That's really going to hurt. If they didn't change those tyres. Let's watch from on board.
It's very low speed. Well, it's not very low speed, but oh, that could have hurt.
Close.
Could have hurt a lot more, couldn't it?
But pressurising this second, he's looking to go by the other Ferrari, and does so.
Well, that's because he's still got hot tyres
on. Of course he does.
And that's a whole new strategy deal that we've never had before, because the guy on new tyres, they'd be hot, he'd have a much better chance of holding you off, whereas the guy on old tyres now, you can make up track position from the pit lane and then try and hold on at the end of your stint. The Toyotas are right back together, Buemi right ahead of Conway, who took tyres.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the dynamics here as we get towards the end of the first hour, 1 hour in the books, there's dynamic between the two Toyota drivers, as you can see right now. There certainly is, and audibly so between the two Ferrari guys, and Cadillac now in the mix. Great stuff.
And I tell you what, this is going to fry our brains at Le Mans, trying to keep in track with, well, how's he just got by him? Oh, he didn't change tyres. No, that doesn't make sense. Yes, it does, and
yep.
Especially at night. Oh, it did. Okay. No. Paul Dall'Anna reported to the stewards, so the first driver who will receive a penalty for track limits excursions, Paul Dall'Anna in the Northwest AMR, the 98 car that is down in 12th in the GTM field.
Yeah, GTM's actually going through their pit stop cycle. Sarah Bovey pits from the lead.
And Ben Keating is in as well. Let's hear from the caddy team of Richard Westbrook.
Massive flat spot on front left. This tyre's not going to make it. It's fucked.
Yeah.
Excuse for the language there, if anyone heard that from Richard Westbrook. But yeah, I think it was that moment we saw in the pit lane entry, locked up those tyres, and he's going to need to come in. That is a terrible situation for Cadillac now.
He's saying the tyre's not going to make it. What he means is, when you flat spot a racing tyre, instead of it being now a perfect circle, the track basically shaves a lot of the stationary tyre away at the bottom, and so there's a flat spot. But that also means that the tread is thinner. The actual, it's not tread, but the actual running part of the tyre is thinner. And what he's saying is, it's vibrating so much, he can already feel that this thing is about to blow. So now it's down to the team to either go, keep going and let's just hope, or we're going to have to bring you in immediately or very nearly immediately to change tyres and then give up much hope of holding off the Ferraris. Well, there you go. And the other thing that happens, Anthony, try and explain what we mean by the flat spot keeps finding itself again under braking.
Well, you've effectively turned a circle into more like a 50p piece or a hexagonal tyre. So it keeps picking up that same flat spot and it locks up on that. It keeps finding it, and you make it worse and worse and flatter. But now he's in real trouble here. The Ferrari drivers got their tyres up to temperature and they can just place the car wherever they want, and both passed him. So disaster
So if you're on the pit wall, even now as that first pass is being made, box this lap. Box this lap.
I think you just got to take it as far as you can, but you're just hemorrhaging lap time right now.
So the battle's lost. You've just got to bite the bullet now and leave yourself as much time to recover as you can.
Migration -1, and nurse the tire as much as you can. Critical for strategy, but keep us updated.
Okay.
That's what I mean. That you've just got to nurse it. You've committed. You've kept that tyre on. You've done your pit stop. It's effectively you're giving yourself a stop-and-go penalty by coming in and changing tyres. So you've got to try and manage it the best you can. And yes, it's uncomfortable. It blurs your vision. Your whole body vibrates. It's awful. It's an awful experience. But Westbrook is a very experienced driver, and he's been in this position many times before in his career, I'm sure. Just got to stick with it.
Portimão, Portugal, race 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Beautiful sunshine for locals and visitors alike, with a lot of the major manufacturer team bosses here for this second ever hypercar race in the World Endurance Championship, joined by the FIA's new CEO. Drama before the start with a power steering issue for the 93 Peugeot. They rejoined 2 laps behind. Toyota locking out the front row, but Ferrari again aggressive at the start. The 94 Peugeot getting nudged out from behind, but the Ferrari moving up into second place. Right from the start, Ferrari and Porsche trying to take the battle to the Toyotas. Little contact from behind for the Peugeot from this number 5 Porsche. Peugeot ran out wide, Caddy followed. No penalties incurred for those first lap inclusions, but trouble behind. Vector got hit by United, that's why they dropped by, and Inter Europol also dropped back. Ben Keating leading at the front of GTE as Ferraris battled behind, and contact there as well. Not a great clean start from the GTE field, it has to be said. The onboard view from the GR Porsche, looking to try and avoid any dramas. Number 8 Toyota quickly finding a way by the better of the 2 Ferraris to make it a Toyota 1-2 just a couple of laps in. And then the Ferrari-Porsche sandwich was evened out as the number 50 Ferrari moved up. Nick Nielsen ahead of the Porsche. In LMP2, the United Autosports number 22 car started to work its way up the order. And then Cadillac Porsche battling in the middle of the hypercar pack. Penske Porsche winning their first race in Long Beach overnight. Trouble for the 88 Porsche after getting clipped by Mike Wainwright. Ryan Hardwick knocked into a spin. Diane Pan started on pole in the 63 Prema car. But United moved up to make it 1-2 before the first round of pit stops, with Antonio Felix da Costa coming in last for Hertz Team Jota. But it is Prema's Dorian Pan that leads in the battle for GTE AM. Sorobovi finally getting by Ben Keating as he ran out of track limits jokers and had to play it very clean. And in the battle for supremacy, it was the number 7 Toyota out front, almost all the way to the pit stops before the team eased the number 8 in front. And it is still the number 8 Toyota that leads here in Portimão.
So back to live. And this race still well like 41 laps in the books already for the leading number 8 Toyota. 0.8 of a second ahead of the sister 7. 30 seconds, 29 seconds up on the Porsche, which emerges in third place. Then the 2 Ferraris, 50 leads 51. Leading LMP2, it is the number 23 United Autosports car of Guido van der Garde. In 8th position overall and ahead of a couple of the hypercars. Then the Prema car, number 63, and 48 Hertz Team Jota, the winners from Sebring. The second United rounds out the top 4, but it's the battle in GTE AM, and again that's reversed. It's AF Corsa lead, is back into the lead, back in the second rather, for Ben Keating in the 33 Corvette, and the 85 Iron Dames car Sarah Bovey has dropped in back in behind the Corvette, and I think that Ben Keating's going to be very happy indeed to have a different tyre on that C8R.
Yeah, it looked like it was just using it a bit more than that of the Porsche behind with Bovey at the wheel. But yeah, that's an interesting fight now, isn't it? A different dynamic to what we first thought. So the Corvette's clearly got, well, they had a brilliant pit stop for one, but the car's performing much better on its fresher tyres than it does relatively to the Porsche on its older tyres. So, I mean, Bovey looks like she's got the bit between her teeth again and is putting the pressure on Ben Keating, so she's got to do that work all again. It took so long, pretty much.
It did.
Almost a whole stint to get past.
We were saying about brilliant in the pit lane, brilliant as well from AF Corsa. 1 minute 22 for the 21 car to retake the leaders. Here come the 2 Toyotas in amongst the battling GT cars. It was 1 minute 25 for Corvette, 1 minute 34 for the Iron Dames. So they've dropped 10 seconds in that pit stop.
Yeah, so both Toyotas hindered their performance through the final couple of corners on the track. Is Conway going to get the Corvette before 15? No, so that's going to lose him a lot of ground there in respect to what Buemi was able to do. And yeah, you lose that momentum onto the main straight. Didn't seem to lose out for the Corvette with Keating at the wheel. So yeah, that fight's going to continue on. Now looking at the LMP2 battle here, got one of the Jota cars ahead of the United.
Meanwhile, another drive-through penalty being handed to the car guys Ferrari of Takeshi Kimura. Again, he's run out of luck exceeding track limits.
Well, second penalty, of course, for that car, that driver. Not a penalty yet, but reported to the stewards. Inevitably, it will be, though. Yep. Already had that 5-second penalty added to its first pit stop for the contact with the Tomono Bufuchi-driven 777 car, and those two are back together on track again. Oh dear.
No fireworks at all. Antonio Felix da Costa then came in from the lead, but only in third place in LMP2. United lead, Prema in second. So Gerrit van der Garde in amongst the hypercars. He's up to 9th overall. Dorian Pan in second place, and Antonio Felix da Costa trying to hang on to third spot. Let's hear from caddies Richard Westbrook.
Tyre is critical. Tyre is critical.
Copy.
I didn't actually get what he said.
Tyre is something.
Yeah, useful or beautiful, I don't think
Tyre is
either.
critical.
Tyre is critical. Could well be.
Okay.
Yep.
Which means his eyes are being rolled around in their sockets by the vibration in the car. It's not a pleasant thing. It's like driving over a cattle grid for endless laps. So, 98 team manager being asked to report to the race director. So that's Northwest AMR.
Stage.
Paul Dall'Alana has been handed a penalty, hasn't he? Or been
that's the one reported for.
He had a drive-through.
He's done a drive-through, so he's obviously continuing to exceed track limits.
He did. I saw another warning come up after his drive-through, so the message has to go in at some point. Sarah Bovey putting massive pressure on the back end of that Corvette now.
And don't forget Ben Keating, if he exceeds track limits again in this entire stint, or for the rest of the race, if he goes in for a third stint at any stage for any reason, he will, if he exceeds track limits, he will also incur a drive-through penalty.
And remember, you've had a drive-through penalty. It's not another drive-through penalty. It's then a stop and hold, if I'm right.
Yes, after your first one, and then it gets longer.
Yeah.
Because clearly you're not learning the lesson.
Keating goes in deep there, very deep, and didn't meet the apex of turn 5. That's given Bovey a good run up the hill towards turn 7, but it's not a normal overtaking part of the track, so she's going to have to be patient here. See if she can line that Porsche up on the exit, nice and square, get maximum traction. Get into the slipstream of the Corvette through turn 9 now, up the hill towards turn 10, but we go on board to the Ferrari. Got the Porsche in front of us.
Yeah, so this is the car of Nick Nielsen chasing Lawrence Vantor. Vantor in third place in that red and white Porsche. The other one with a similar livery, but with black stripes rather than white stripes, so it looks more like a solid colour. And down the inside of the Jota car he comes, who tries to stay out of the way but needs to make apexes, because they've got their own battle trying to stay ahead of the United car behind. That's Antonio Felix da Costa. Ooh, at 13. Again, minimum speed of the LMP2 and the GT cars is no worse at all than the hypercars, Anthony.
No, definitely not. And you could see that Felix da Costa all over the back end of that Porsche through 13 and 14, and that's what caught Nielsen out. Now on the exit of the final corner, he's going to have the run. The hypercar much faster in a straight line, should clearly get the move done before that corner. Yeah, tucks back into the racing line, but that was a bit too close for comfort for Nielsen in 13.
I think Felix da Costa was just enjoying a little bit too much the form of the car that he's going to be piloting next time out. Oh, big lock-up, and that's going to be enough, is it, for the Ferrari? No,
because the GR Porsche was in the way. So the car, the Porsche fell over. Here comes Antonio Felix da Costa and James Collado picking up a tow off the LMP2 car. Don't forget, Collado was rankled by the team, having to give the position away to Nick Nielsen. There was probably a little degree of effing and jeffing on the radio that we didn't hear.
Well, the net result,
the
net result, by the way, when we saw that switch take place between the two Ferraris, we watched this again.
So he went in too deep into 3, got back on that. The key point was he cleared the Porsche.
He cleared the Porsche. The Porsche then moved to avoid a potential impact with the 963, but that balked the Ferrari.
Here we go, this will be interesting because now the Porsche's bulked behind the Aston through 12, but he gets the move done into 13. So you can test around this track like Porsche and Ferrari have done multiple times. You can do 1,000,000 laps around this place. It's one of the circuits that you have the luxury. You can do a 36-hour endurance test through the night, but you don't have the traffic. Yeah. And that's what these drivers are now experiencing. Some of them for the first ever time coming out from the GTs into the hypercars. And they're realising where you can and where you can't overtake. Speaking of overtaking, Bobby gets it done.
And also, by the way, right in the mix here is a second female driver. Lily Wadou is right here behind Ben Keating and looking to grab third place. Lily did not get an opportunity to race at Sebring for the early incident that affected Luis Perez comeback, but she's now beginning to show form.
Of course, that was the Ferrari. We see the move here down the inside, a brilliant move there. Just stay on the brakes deep enough. I thought she was going to back out of it there. Yeah, that was a great move in the end, but that was the car, obviously, that flipped over in Sebring, wasn't it?
Black and orange flag for the Toyota.
Yeah, so number 7 Toyota, Mike Conway, has been warned about something that the stewards have spotted on the car. Louise telling us that the 777D station Aston is in the garage. Proton's Ryan Hardwick is also in the pit lane. How long has he been in there?
It just came in last lap, sorry.
So Vector Sport have rejoined the track, we're hearing, or just left the garage at any rate. So that is good news, and they head out of the pit lane. So they're back in the race.
And that is Nico Muller, having found his way by, smiles down at the Peugeot garage, found his way past Richard Westbrook.
Yep. But again, see, the problem is you would want to come in and change the tyres on the Cadillac to stop losing time, but that means that then you're in a tyre hole because you've used too many sets. Louise Beckett, what have you got in the pits for us?
I am at Cadillac, and Earl Bamber is all set to go. There's a set of tyres ready. The team are waiting for the car to come in.
Okay, thanks, Lou. I mean, the other option, Anthony, would be only to change the fronts and to use half a set, which means that you could do left sides only or rears only or something at a later stage, rather than a full 4 tyre set.
Yeah, I mean, you can chop and change them. You can even put different compounds, front to rear, on these cars as well in hypercars. So they have that flexibility, but like we're seeing the Jota, maybe with Felix da Costa saving a lot of fuel to save a splash towards the end of the race, potentially, you might be able to just get to that point in the race for Cadillac where you can tweak the strategy just a little bit, try something different. It was obviously too early to come in now, but if you can just shorten this stint a little bit, then you might still be able to make it work through to the end of the race. But certainly they missed their moment as soon as they committed to going back out there on that flat-spotted set of tyres. So here's the Ferrari now of Nielsen down the inside of the Porsche number 6 into turn 11.
For a podium spot at the moment. Up to third place goes Nick Nielsen.
Good move.
And we still don't know what is attracting the attention of the stewards on the number 7 Toyota.
So all sorts of dramas in all sorts of classes right now, aren't there? We wait to find out what exactly is going on with the 7. The 777 in the garage. 57 is on pit road for, I think, a second penalty.
Drive-through, yeah. And there is Dorian Pan. She brought the car in for Prema.
That's the 41.
Well, Dorian Pan has been in, so she has been. Yeah, so 41 is in as well.
Both Alpines.
Andrade.
Both Alpines on pit lane as well. There's the 41 just ahead of one of the United cars. That is the leading car. Guido van der Garde has completed his stint.
Phil Hansen gets into car 23. He's the driver that qualified that car and had the penalty as well, didn't he, in qualifying for impeding another car.
I have the mechanical warning on my dash, the WEC one.
Stand by, Mike.
Had a weird power through turn 11. The engine's really low power, guys. Something wrong.
That doesn't sound like a hybrid problem. That sounds more ICE problem. The engine's got no power. Through turn 11. Turn 11's quite quick, but even so, it doesn't sound like he was referring to hybrid there. They've had hybrid issues with the cars before now, but...
I couldn't hear that. Was he referring to a problem, or was he referring to what he's seeing in the car from WEC?
Two things. So it's strange that he's the one informing the team that he's got the black and orange flag, so i.e. a mechanical failure flag. which means you have to pit and sort the problem out. So he's seen that before the team. We saw it on our screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's reporting it to the team, which is very bizarre. I've never heard it that way around before. But then he's gone on to say, and also, the power feels strange. I'm definitely down on power.
Is he leaking something? Well, I mean, the only thing that you'd see with the naked eye is something loose or something leaking.
Well, the only other explanation you see... Oh, that was...
21 Ferrari there, the GTE AM leader, Diego Alessi, with mirrors full of hypercars. Let's hear a little bit more from the Toyota team, see if we can get to the bottom of this.
Okay, Mike, we have to stop. We have to change the drive shaft. So box this lap, box.
Okay.
Drive shaft.
Now, possibly a front axle drive shaft.
I wonder if what's happened here, remember, these cars have got all sorts of monitoring systems, including torque sensors on each of the axles. Have the...
Is that the FIA bus have seen a problem?
I wonder if they've seen that something's gone on with one of those sensors.
I think that's entirely possible. And now
it could be a failed torque sensor.
Toyota have done a deep dive, and they're saying, I think we need to check. Well, no, because they'll have doubled up on they'll have a redundant set. But it sounds like Toyota have done a deep dive in the data and gone, okay, we need to change the drive shaft. Now, if it was a rear drive shaft driven by 700 horsepower of internal combustion engine, you'd know about it without any doubt. Let's hear what else they've got to say.
Sorry, mate, it's from FIA. It's mandatory. We have to stop and change drive shaft. So box this lap.
There you go, Graham Goodwin on the money. Absolutely right. Why do we have to stop? Well, apart from the fact you're not going very fast or as fast as you want to, and the car feels flat, you actually have to. So
they've either seen that something's in excess of what it should be, or they can't read the car. It's one of those two things that's caused it.
Yeah. Whatever, that is victory or any hope of it gone for the number 7 Toyota as the car is wheeled back in. And as always, Anthony, and you've been in this team and you've been in the Peugeot factory team, when you have got identical cars and there's a chance you're going to win, almost inevitably it is one small either driver error or mechanical frailty in the car that makes the difference, because the driver lineups are so close and the cars are so identical, it's something that takes it away from you.
Yeah, I mean, I often said that something always happens in an endurance race, which means that it takes it away from your hands. The drivers give or take a couple of tenths a lap here and there. That's all you're going to find over another driver at this level. Sometimes the car might have a bad setup compared to your teammates and you lose the race because of that, but more often than not I found that something like this would always come your way or your teammates' way, and that decided the race between the two teammates. But yeah, bitter blow for car 7.
Really tough, because they're the championship leaders at the moment. So the number 8 car, Toyota, now have 1 bullet in the gun, and there are 3 podium positions. Now, in terms of outright pace and potentially longevity of tyres and so on, Toyota don't have an issue. However, Toyota do have an issue, because if one car goes wrong and the cars are identical, it is entirely possible that the other car could suffer the same problem. It doesn't usually happen when it's something, you know, way out of the normality range, but it's a possibility.
We heard that message from Conway's engineer earlier on in the race, didn't we, saying avoid curb in turn 9, as we've seen the pass there for car 51 getting ahead of the Porsche.
So Ferrari now, 2nd and 3rd.
But yeah, we heard turn 9, didn't we? Avoid curbs in turn 9, the high-speed left-hander before the track rises up the hill. And there is a curb on the inside there. Could that have been putting excess force? Because the message came to the driver.
Yeah. So maybe the FIA was saying we're seeing extreme things here. Cadillac in. Now, will it be a driver change? Will Richard Westbrook stay in? Earl Bamber was ready, wasn't he? Well, Louise Beckett, as ever, right in the thick of the action. She's at Toyota Gazoo Racing. We'll hear from their team manager, Rob Leupen.
Rob Leupen, we can see the cars in, the team are working on it. Can you explain this situation to us?
Well, we're requested by the FIA to bring our drive shafts data together. So there's an issue apparently And yeah, we have to repair it. That's why the car came in. There is no issue with performance or technically. So this is, yeah, comply with the regulations. That's it. We'll fight. If we look at the positive side, it's a good training for upcoming races. But on the other side, yeah, you would like to continue.
So explain exactly what you do have to change then.
We are changing our rear left corner in order to get the data management and the telemetry which is required for the FIA back in place again.
Okay, thank you.
There's some days you hate being right. Genuinely, I mean, that's awful luck for them.
And look what's involved. It's not just the suspension, it's not just the drive shaft, it's not just the brakes, it's all of the electronics.
I was just going to say, if we'd have kept that shot, you'd have seen the tiny little unit, which is the torque centre on the rear axle there. I think that's exactly it. They can't read the car. And if you can't read the car, you can't be sure that it's compliant, and that is part of the regulation.
Yeah, it's
so there are 4 windows of performance that these hypercars have to meet. It's the power. That's the critical one we're talking about now. Yep. It's the weight of the car, it's the downforce that the car can produce, and it's the drag of the car.
Correct.
If you stay consistently within those, I mean, you can't change the bodywork. That's homologated, so that's easy to see.
Yep.
And they get scrutinized before and after every race and qualifying session. So this is the power. Now you can't see the power unless it's got telemetry coming your way. If a sensor were to fail, you can't see it anymore. The team can't see it. That's no big drama for them. But the FIA not being able to see it, well, you could be running the car overpowered at that point.
And by the way, we've just found the one area that we can tell you that there is a disadvantage to the LMH part of the hypercar formula, which is they've got 4 corners that could affect, not 2.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you're not boosting on top of your power.
No, you're not.
In hypercar as well. So you are carrying around.
It's that cumulative, power output that needs to be measured at all points. That's the rule set. Now, much as you could see and hear from Rob, the frustration there, he understands why. He gets it.
It's like not seeing the weight of the car at the end of a race.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's only your car that can't be weighed at the end of a race for some reason, bizarre reason.
Every day's a school day here, isn't it? Yeah. This is yet another aspect of this astonishing sport that we've got to get our heads around. Is that it's an important part of the formula. This is why we've got just so many different organisations coming forward and putting their hands up and saying, yes, we'd like to be part of that. The way in which was, I think, most brilliantly described to us last season is the difference between the formula that came before, the LMP1 formula, and we're keeping an eye on what's going on here. That was effectively quite an open technical book, but a very closed geometric book. You had to build a car within a box. And what you just brilliantly said there is so it's 4 values. You meet the defined values: the power, the drag, the downforce, and completely forgot the 4th one. And the weight.
It's hard to remember those 4.
Yeah, and if you've met those, build what you like.
Yeah,
and that's why we see such different-looking solutions in the hypercar formula. Growing pains here. Let's hope. But that's tragic stuff from Tony Gazoo Racing. They are still, by the way, in the garage, dropped down now below all of the LMP2 cars. So the top 10 cars are all hypercars now, with the number 93 Peugeot having made its way back up through the P2 cars. The P11 in hypercar is the number 7 Toyota, which was running untroubled in 2nd place, but because of a failure, it seems, in the monitoring system required by the regulations, have got to change that axle.
Really strange that the driver detected a power difference as well. And I wonder if the 2 things were combined.
Possible.
Maybe the team couldn't actually see that power difference because they too had lost the torque sensor that goes on the rear drive shafts.
Yeah, and by the way, it's an opportune moment. Of the ladies.
Hot stuff down there at Prema.
Sorry. To remind people that there is drama in the pit garage we're not seeing at the moment, but you can see that, I'm sure, in about 10 days. April the 25th, the next edition of the WC Full Access programme will be online on YouTube, and that's that long form, near hour-long programme now, got some really good responses. It's what the fans asked for. It's what they're now going to get, and I'm sure you'll see the dramas at Toto in that one.
Change of position there on track. Richard Westbrook with a full set of tyres on now, stays in the car, so they sort of had a half stint because of that flat spot coming at the end of his first stint, which destroyed his right front corner. He had been passed by Tom Dillman in that duotone green Floyd Van Oort machine, but he is now just retaken the place, so moves back up to 8th position. So their problems are less severe than that of the number 7 Toyota team, but for Cadillac, you know, they were in there swinging with Ferrari, and well, certainly with the Porsche team, and that has just been a setback. And in fact, it could have been a much worse setback because Richard Westbrook just avoided running hard into the back of the 94 Peugeot, and that would have been a much more severe penalty.
Just a quick note as well, that at this period of the race, the two Ferraris are hauling. They're both in the mid and low 34s, just seeing Seb Buemi respond to that and dip under 135. But what was a near 40-second gap is now down under 35 seconds. So they're seeing the opportunity with the chink in the armour at Toto to put them under pressure and are responding to that. So 35 seconds is the gap now between Seb Buemi in the lead car, the number 8 Toyota, and the number 50 Ferrari in the hands of Nick Nielsen, with James Glado 5.5 seconds back from his teammate in the 50 car.
Yeah, no matter how much you might shout about not being slower than the 50 car, I'm afraid that has been how it's turned out. Nico Müller, we're just watching him from onboard in traffic. By the way, if you are watching at home and enjoying the view of the entire race, Ferrari have a YouTube channel set up with live onboard of each of their cars. So if you want to have a second screen going, see, if it's not held together by tape, is it actually held together properly at all?
It's race tape, isn't it? It does everything. All you need now is
that's proper athlete tape. That's not just a random bit of gaffer. That'll hurt even more when they peel it off.
For the purpose of the joke, stick with it.
Okay. Now then,
for a quick
here
change.
it comes.
6 laps lost for the number 7 Toyota Gazoo racing car, and no longer because of the paucity of entries over the last couple of seasons in hypercar do they have a chance of a podium finish, because there's far too many cars still going. It's going to take some sort of nuclear holocaust to get this car back up into the podium. And in fact, right now, it's not even going to be in the points.
Yeah.
Now, apart from a car that stopped dead and didn't finish a race, tell me another time that's happened in the hypercar era for Toyota. I don't think it has. Well, it hasn't, because there's never been more than 10 cars.
Well, it's real drama, and it's going to be interesting to see now what exactly happens. It's Pechito Lopez brings the car out. The car has been on pit lane for 11 minutes and 18 seconds.
You'd love to change your drive shaft as quick as that, wouldn't you, on your road car?
I'd love to not have to.
It's the entire corner of the car. Most people will struggle to get their wheel off in 11 minutes and put it back on again, never mind anything else.
Also, by the way, on an outlap after 16 minutes on the pit lane.
This Europol versus Prema. That's a change for 6th position in LMP2. Both run out into a different county.
And you were saying, Anne, to us trackside, how tough it is to spot that apex there. That's an edgy place to make that pass.
Well, they're left-hand drive, you know, the LMP2 cars, and it means that the A pillar on the left side is very, very close, and it obscures the vision, gets in the way of the corner apex, so you never actually see that yellow curb of turn 5 the entire race.
Car number 8 leading in Portimão for Toyota Gazoo Racing. We're 93 minutes into the race. Ferrari in 2nd and 3rd. Porsche battling with Peugeot for 4th place ahead of the Glickenhaus, the delayed Cadillac, the Floyd Van Oort machine, and the 93 Peugeot that started 2 laps down from the pit lane. The number 7 Toyota 6 laps down and now back out on track as D-Station returned to the garage for a 2nd time.
After only a lap back out there, 16 minutes in the pits, then back out and then straight back in with Tomono Bufuji.
Haven't heard much, but the bonnet was up, which suggests to me overheating problems or some other major engine problem.
Remember, that car was turned around in turn 1 after the tussle with the number 57 car. Back out, we said, Vector Sport, that the team believed that might well have been the fly-by-wire throttle on that car. The 86 car, the other car that's had the delay after the bodywork damage, after the clash between the 86 and the 88. So 36 of the 37 cars are currently running.
Well, that is my rule of thumb. If it's not upside down, on fire, or missing bits, it's electronics.
And that's, ladies and gentlemen, from the owner of a Morris Minor.
Which doesn't have any electronics.
Barely has any electrics, I shall think.
No, 2 fuses, both of which are redundant.
Oh dear.
Bit of the LMP2 battle going on here. The drivers, always a mix between the silvers, the bronze drivers, and the platinum and golds. But Fabio Scherer he's a gold driver. He's the one we saw make that impressive pass down at turn 5 against the Prema racing car. And yeah, he's just done his personal best middle sector. So he's been fast all weekend. Here he is actually, number 34. He's been fast all weekend.
And in fact,
Scherer.
Closing in from behind, you can see Charles Milesi in the blue Seniortech car. So again, Seniortech running with their hypercar last year. They will be back with an Alpine hypercar next season as well. So they're treading water while developing that. And he is closing in on Philippe Urgan, again a gold-rated driver.
Romanian, isn't he, Philippe?
Yeah.
It's another.
Another flag they've had to find to get out in the Parade of Nations, yeah?
Yeah, it's good stuff. And LMP2 beginning to shape up. And remember, with that Pro-Am formula that sits here, the variety of mixes of driving ratings that you require from an LMP2 team, you're going to see ebb and flow in that class, and the same as you are with GTM.
And yet, United, who we barely even mentioned in most of free practice and certainly not at all in qualifying, have shuffled their way back to the front again, with Prema in 3rd and Jota in 4th ahead of WRT.
But that's because they've only now put in their 2 silver drivers, Josh Pearson and Frederick Lubin, aboard. Danny Kvyat named this week as one of the drivers that will be joining the Lamborghini hypercar and GTP program from 2024. Is the man tasked with trying to close down the advantage of the 2 United cars.
Well, from 2024, we could have Lamborghinis at both ends of the field, because we're going to have the hypercar program, and of course Lamborghini have a very strong, thriving GT3 program.
They most certainly do.
You know, it's going to be really interesting to see the horse trading that goes on towards the end of the season, because for every current brand that has a GT3 product, there are maybe half a dozen to a dozen teams that are running them, none of whom obviously would love to win them on. No.
It's going to be said increasingly that is now the conversation down in the paddock, in the shadowy areas next to trucks, about who's doing what. It's about what's going to happen in GT. Great battle here in GTM, and
yeah, great battle going on. You can see from the onboard shot, the Aston, though, the marbles picking up more and more. It's really common here. Oh, warning flag just popped up for car 2, Westbrook, for abusing track limits. So he's on his final joker.
Abusing the limits and the tyres. Mind you, he's although he is half a stint down, he's actually got a full stint to do, so he's going to have to be careful. Ricardo Pera at the back of this little queue in the GR Porsche, the black and orange car. Still, have we seen a penalty for Mike Wainwright? Did they serve a penalty for that contact with...
they have had...
With 88?
They've had 2 pit stops. So
I think they have then had a penalty.
I suspect that Mike has served his driver time.
Yeah. ORT by TF, Oman Racing Team, run by TF Sport, Tom Ferrier's team, and the 54 car behind.
Well, the 54 and the 25, that is a battle for position between Michael Dynan in the Aston Martin, Francesco Castellacci, famously the most Italian name in the world. They are battling away for 5th position. The 86 car is looking to try to get by, and it's Castellacci looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, through the traffic as the LMP2 is working their way through in the hypercar of the Peugeot. Oh, and he's gone off there, too wide in turn 13, and allows, well, lost 2 positions there, has the Aston.
Well, lost 2 track positions, 1 in the race, because Pera has just unlapped himself from Michael Dynan. Remember, this is the car that suffered bodywork damage in the brush with the 88 car earlier in the race, and is a lap down.
Dynan also now being warned about track limits, so he's on his final warning, but he is getting towards the end of his stint. It's a double stint for Michael Dynan in this car. Or is it? Did Amador Harty start it? I'm going to have to check the starting drivers list. I had a feeling we talked about Michael early on.
Michael did start
I think he did start it. So most of the bronze drivers in the class have gone for a double stint, and ORT was started by Michael Dynan. So yeah, he's coming towards, well, maybe another 20 minutes of the stint left, actually, because they'll be close on the second hour of the race by the time they change.
So as we're watching the number 4 car up the inside of the 86 and look to try, but might even be overtaken with the, again, it almost was by the 911 with that great traction up the hill from turn 5. Turn 5, we got the 4.5 litres of Gibson ponies under control.
Here was that moment into turn 11. Number 54, Ferrari, thought it could have an opportunity because the Peugeot had just gone by United then in LMP2, slipping around the outside, then on the inside, and I think that's what put the Aston off in 13.
And he was well off early there.
Yeah.
That was nowhere near getting to the apex. I think Mike Dynan just drifted out wide, and that was his final track limits excursion as well.
And you're asking a lot from amateur drivers in that situation to not make contact with the cars. You know,
it's a tough call, isn't it?
Racing their way through.
It's a tough call. Do you risk the contact or do you risk the drive-through?
Josh Pearson leading in LMP2 as United Autosport 1-2. Josh Pearson, Frederick Lubin 1-2. Danny Kvyat third for Prema in the 63 car. And David Beckman for Jota in 48 now, ahead of Robin Freins and Fabio Scherer ahead of Philip Urgan. Charles Malaysi closing in on Urgan in the number 9 Prema car. Malaysi behind in the Alpine.
Yeah, David Beckman subbing in, if you like, for Team Jota for these first 2 races because they require a silver driver in LMP2, so a ranked driver in LMP2, as they cycled Will Stevens in for Sebring and out for this race. Will is here and supporting the team this weekend and is replaced in the car, of course, by Antonio Felix da Costa. But Beckman was very impressive at Sebring. Yeah. And quick again here now. He's battling away with Danny Kvyat and Robin Freins.
Well, like we were saying before, though, you know, the pro drivers give or take a 10th or 2 here, you know, around different tracks, different situations with car balance, blah, blah, blah. But the biggest differentiator is the lowest denominator of your team, the silver driver in LMP2. You're only as good as the weakest link in LMP2, and I think David Beckman did a brilliant job for Jota in Sebring, as did Josh Pearson until unfortunately the car broke down. We all know the reason why behind that one, but yeah, you're only ever as good as your silver driver.
I've not noticed, and apologies if, gentlemen, you've mentioned it and I've not noted that you've mentioned it. Lilo Wadu not only threw into second in GTM, but has pulled away very substantially from Sarah Bovey and Ben Keating. The gap to the lead with Diego Alessi is 2.5 seconds, so it's the 2 AF Corsa run cars, the 21 and the 83. The 83 runs as Richard Millet of Corsa. Lila Wadu, in her first stint in the WC in the GTM class, has taken out 13.5 seconds over Bovey and a further 6.5 over Ben Keating.
And there is Ben Keating ahead of David Beckman, but actually Ben Keating's not too much further ahead. Only 8 seconds ahead of Francesco Castellacci in the 54 AF Corsa car, the one that we just saw in that sort of big battle with Michael Dynan. So now Castellacci's free of Dynan, he's going to start to close. Ben Keating suggested that in qualifying he thought Ferrari definitely should have the pace to go 1, 2, 3, and it was those 3 cars that he nominated, the 54, the 21 and the 83. But actually it looks like in race pace as well here, the Ferrari is just working better for some reason than the Porsche or the Aston Martin, that was last year, you idiot, or the Corvette.
That was great riding on board there with David Beckman. You know, you see how the driver has to work their way through the GT cars and compromise the line into turn 5 because you're on the inside, suddenly you're on the marbles, and again, yeah, you can see them building up through that final corner. Now, so the hypercars and the LMP2 cars could overtake around the outside of that corner before quite comfortably. Now it's a no-no. You absolutely can't go there. If you dare venture out that far, you pick up those marbles and you're off the track before you know it.
Lila Wadu is absolutely herring up to the rear end of the lead car here. Diego Alessi doesn't appear to have an answer to the pace of the 83 car at the moment.
Well, there is the long-time race leader with the yellow highlights, Lilou Wadou, coming in with the white noseband and the blinkers on. Here comes the Porsche Peugeot down the inside. And again, as talked about earlier at the start of the race, you can't buy one of those 9X8s, but you can buy a 9X8 because Lego Technic have just introduced a brand new 1/10 version. And yes, it's got this year's rear strakes and extra winglets on as well. So you'll be bang up to date.
You know what? There's a good moment to mention this. There are 37 world-class sports cars here. Which sports car was your son most interested in seeing here at Portimão? It was the 1/10 version of the Peugeot 9X8. That's really powerful, actually, genuinely. And by the way, there's been no shortage of the media in the media room where the model is sitting at the moment in its glass case, interested as well.
Thank you once again, live on air, Graham, for smuggling him into the media centre so we can have a look at it.
It's absolutely fine. It's only affected with the rest of my career.
I've got to say,
such as it is.
I've got to say that was a definite Hello Santa moment, wasn't it? Dear Santa.
Dad, have you seen this?
Yeah, oh, thanks, Graham.
Right, so here we go for the lead, Lilou Wadou. Don't forget, Diego Alessi's been in all the way from the start. Lilou took over after the first round of pit stops. Here she comes.
Gonna be turn one. The corner of choice. Easy on the brakes.
Done and dusted.
Excellent
Absolutely
stuff.
No messing about.
Truly the era of the finding of female talent in motorsport, and it's great to see. Lilou Wadou leads the race. Sarah Bovy has led the race. Dorian Pan, I think, led. Well, she started from pole, therefore de facto led the race. Great stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's fantastic that it is not just mechanically a level playing field, but in just about every other aspect as well in all of our categories. And there is no honestly good reason why a top female racing driver can't race a hypercar. Oh, hang on a minute, we're going to have some in a hypercar next year. Exactly so.
Let's hope so.
Yeah. No, I can't imagine that Iron Lynx will be running that program and will not have a car. Hopefully bright pink still, because that is starting to become, you know, a real crowd favourite, not just with younger and older female fans, but with everybody else. But imagine a Lamborghini bright pink hypercar.
My daughter at the track as well yesterday, her favourite car, instant hit. Guess which one it was?
Yeah. Well, I did also
female car crew of Sarah Bovy's car.
Well, of course it is. Look, of course it is. And the other thing it's important to say here, you know, this young lady is leading a race we've been bigging up in GTM and doing it on pace. There's no tokenism here. This is about performance. And what's been one of the great parts of that rivalry between Ben Keating and Sarah Bovy is the absolute respect.
I'd just point out in the top three, there's one bloke. There's only one male driver in the top three right now.
I think we should complain.
No, we've definitely had plenty of very successful male drivers over the years in all sorts of motorsport. More, you know, historically successful women drivers have been fewer and further between, and sort of regarded with a degree of suspicion perhaps by the establishment, but no longer, and rightly so. Now, Richard Westbrook ahead of Olivier Pla, so he is picking up spots. There's definitely not much wrong with the pace of the Cadillac. What was his last lap? Squint. It was a 134.6. The leader did a 134.59. So he's not potentially hanging around very much, Richard Westbrook, although he did have a full set of fresh tyres.
That's going to help.
Yeah, he's gone by the Glickenhaus as well, hasn't he? So he's picked up 2 positions since that out of sequence stop for tyres.
Well, now, the other thing about Westy is that he's out of sequence on tyres and on fuel, because they've done a partial stint. Now, how they shuffle that towards, we can maybe save a stop at the end and somehow, you know, get us, you know, make a big jump while everybody else pits, I don't know. But whoever takes the car over is going to have to use those tyres that Westbrook is currently using. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, but right now they are certainly lapping as quick as anybody else out there.
Speaking of lapping quickly, sorry Graham, it's down to 30.6 seconds now. You just spotted it, didn't you? Yeah. Between Nick Nielsen and Sebastian Buemi. So it was around 35,
so it's coming down again here.
But the gap between the leader and the third place Ferrari, James Collado, continues to grow. So
seconds.
Nielsen is pulling away from Collado while he closes on the Toyota. And we, again, look at you see, the caddy is barely halfway into a stint, so he's not going to stop this time. Toyota at the moment, their only hope is Floyd Van Wall, Glickenhaus or Peugeot Frailty of even a point.
That's where this graphic really helps, isn't it? I'm loving this virtual energy tank in the hypercar category. Yeah, so Ferrari using more energy than Toyota once again.
One quick update from Corvette, that Ben Keating reporting he believes he might have had contact with one of the Jota cars out there.
In turn 5 down at the hairpin. Well, you know, if you haven't had contact at turn 5, did you even race at Portimão?
Yeah, I confirmed, by the way, drive shaft sensor.
Do you want to borrow my teeth?
No, thank you.
They're no better than yours. Yeah, drive shaft sensor for the Toyota Gazoo racing car, which is now up to 31st overall. Jose Maria Lopez, and his next target will be to go past. You see, I told you they're no better than yours. To go by Christian Reed. Sebastian Buemi leads for Toyota. Ferrari in second place and in third place in LMP2 United Autosports 1-2. Josh Pearson leading Frederick Lubin, and it's a Ferrari 1-2 at the moment with Lila Wadu ahead of Diego Alessi. Sarah Bovi's Porsche in third in GTE, and there is the Glickenhaus. Again, made their debut here in 2021. They had contact, they had gearbox issues, gearbox sensors and shifters, but they got on top of those very quickly.
Yep, it was a very different looking colour to the car at least. It's bright red, of course, at its debut here, and the, I think, fan favourite eggshell blue.
Let's hear from Louise Beckett in the pit lane.
Yeah, I've just caught up with the 777D station team, and the car's parked in the garage. It's not going back out. It's an engine issue. They've tried to change some bits to it. They don't know. So that's probably looks like it's done for the 777, unfortunately.
Thank you, Lou. That is unfortunate for the TF Sport team. Don't often have Aston Martin engine issues. In fact, these cars are even more resilient than modern road cars. Very rarely do you see a mechanical issue on these cars. Normally, it is involving a stationary object and some speed that takes cars out of these races. But unfortunately, D-Station are out.
Charles Malaysia
still running.
Is trying to fend off here the close attentions of Louis Delatraz. We've been talking about Lila Wadu, who's striding away 5.7 seconds to the good now in the lead. Charles Malaysia, of course, shared a P2 car with her last year for the Signatec team.
Well, the last time we talked about Charles, I said he was closing in on Philip Urgan in the Prema car in front, which you can't see in this shot. So he's actually lost ground to Urgan and Delatraz, and Louis Delatraz coming up from behind for Team WRT.
And indeed, Malaysia's lap time is a little off in the 37s here, as Delatraz in the low 36s.
One of two drivers who has a Formula One driving father.
Delatraz.
Jean-Denis Delatraz.
Yes.
Raced in Formula One for first, possibly. I'm a little sketchy. Sorry, Stuart Dent. Villeneuve.
Of course.
Who else? Are there others that I'm... There must... Somebody... There's people now throwing bricks at their screen going, what about him, you moron? I can't think. But anyway, there you go. Jean-Denis Delatraz, possibly less well-known in the annals of Formula One than Gilles Villeneuve.
I know him more. Of course, his Formula One career. I know more from his sports car racing career, which ended only fairly recently, in fact, for Jean-Denis. If you're listening, Jean-Denis, I can see in the paddock at Sebring.
Is he not still racing historic cars as well? I think the two of them race historic. Meanwhile, back with Corvette Racing's Ben Keating, under pressure now, really under pressure from Francesco Castellacci. And Castellacci might get a Ferrari helping hand here as well. Little top-up of fluids.
Nico Veroni.
So it looks as though, it looked a little bit as though Nicky Katzberg was more ready to get into the car, but it might be Nicholas Varoni that gets in, the Argentine driver, when Ben Keating comes in this Corvette.
Castellacci looking for a potential overtake into turn 10, late on the brakes, but Keating's got it covered.
I was wondering whether the hypercar Ferrari going by Keating might leave him offline and open to attack, but clearly the hypercar got by without delaying Ben too much. This is for 4th place in GTE AM.
Yeah, this is the silver-ranked Francesco Castellacci trying to get by a man who's acknowledged as being one of the best bronze-ranked drivers in the world. Ben Keating doing a fine job of fending off the silver Ferrari.
Oh, he's gone quite wide there, has Castellacci. You see the car bounced. He didn't quite know where to place the car at the mid-corner point through 15. Bounced a bit wide and had to back out of it big time.
Trouble at turn 10 for Vector. I just saw the yellow flags are out and the Vector car facing the wrong way. It's the Prema. Contact from 63.
Oh, that could be an interesting one, couldn't it?
I'd like to see that from a different angle. If we've got the onboard from 63 or a car that was behind, it's always hard to see from the off-board shot at that angle, but at first glance, I'd say it looks like Prema could be in a little bit of hot water there.
And that's a big battle at the moment.
But then again, the Vector would have been getting lapped there, so then you have to take that into account as well.
But
we have seen penalties come in for the car that looked like they were the innocent victim, as the Vector looked like there. If you've got a blue flag being waved at you,
you need to be out of the way.
We've seen penalties come their way.
It's not Formula One, it's a warning, it's not a get out of the way flag. It's to alert you to the fact there is a quicker car. Also, the Vector Sport car didn't reverse into the Prema car.
Alex Brundle got a drive-through, I think it was, in Bahrain at the end of last year for that exact moment, and he was the car that got spun around.
Somewhere in the world, Alex Brundle is going shouting his telly, going, yes, yes, I did.
Alex Brundle is in his Mustang at the members' meeting at Goodwood, so he won't be listening to us.
He will.
No,
He'll be watching
he'll be swilling fine champagne in the Drivers' Club. Toyota Gazoo Racing, the race leaders. Ferrari 2-3, but Nick Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari breaks for the border and heads into the pit lane. Now, he's been in the car since the start, and in will come the 51 car as well, so both in at the same time. And they are down to 1% and 0% energy. James Collado, who's been playing the, I'm not going to the fuel station until it gives me 0 miles on my readout.
Well, they've got to be careful, haven't they? Because if they go beyond that, there are penalties that come for that, I think I'm right in saying. I think they're pretty big penalties.
Because remember, it's not fuel we're talking about here. It's
a
total
virtual
energy.
It's a virtual value.
So if you use too much of too many megajoules, basically, from the battery, then you can get into trouble.
As long as it's 0.01, he's okay.
Yeah. Well, this is the game at Formula E play all the time, isn't it?
Oh, damn.
What's this?
Jamie O'Leary, Daniel Serra.
Oh, Jamie, I love you dearly. Thank you. I love you because I'd just like to see the disappointed look in his little face.
Daniel Serra, whose father, Chico Serra, was a Grand Prix driver in the 80s.
As soon as you said it, I thought,
Brilliant, thank you very much. And that's why we love social media as well. And by the way, while we're on air, if you find Graham Goodwin on Twitter, because my Twitter doesn't work, you can ask him questions and we will try and get the answers.
Hashtag AskWEC, and you can send them on to me at DSC Editor, hashtag AskWEC, and if we ever get to a point where there's any kind of interruption in the action, we'll come and have a look at those.
Well, no, we'll try and answer them anyway. Rapid pit stops going on here everywhere. For pretty much everybody. A pit stop infringement for Floyd Van Wall. They'll have a 5 seconds stop and go penalty, not a 5-second holdout or added to their next pit stop. And that will have been too many people working on the car, no earth strap connected, no visor down on the fireman, no fire extinguisher or one of those, yes.
But they've gone straight for that, so whatever that is, it's a significant issue.
It's a slam dunk, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, we're not arguing about that. So as the hypercars all stop for fuel, still LMP2 continues, and in the GTE Pro class, Lila Wadu running away, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Diego Alessi now 7 seconds back. Corvette Racing, Ben Keating in 4th place in that bright yellow C8R, and right behind the 54 AF Corsa Ferrari of Francesco Castellacci. So Castellacci still stuck there in the Peugeot garage. Carlos Tavares in the cap, the boss of the Stellantis group, who run Peugeot, among their many other projects. And the leader is on pit lane as well. Sebastian Buemi is in, which means, no, Lawrence Van Tor, not shown as in the pits, but my eyes show that he is. Is that not number 6?
That is...
No, that's number 5. That's Dane Cameron. So number 6, is this Porsche leading the race for the first time then?
It will be, except Buemi doesn't get off the pit lane very shortly. So whereas the 6 is coming down through turn 15 now,
it
and
was
if it doesn't
50
pit,
seconds behind. I can't see the 8 coming in and going out just enough
it's
time.
got to pit. It's on 0%.
Okay.
It's got to pit.
All right. So they do not get that opportunity.
I think it was quite a good strategy from Ferrari, wasn't it, to just put on one side of new tyres during that stint. It really did work. The gap came down from where it was before the first round of pit stops.
Yeah. So this isn't done. You know, at the moment, strong position for the one Toyota that's still untroubled.
Well, it's reset. I know that we were getting excited at the car 50 clawing away and eroding that gap that it had, but it's obviously because it had a fresh set of left-hand tyres on the car.
Absolutely.
Now it's even playing field again. All 4 tyres, brand new, driver changes all round.
Ferrari have gone for 4 tyre change on both cars, driver changes as well. Nielsen to Molina, Collado to Giovinazzi.
We're just about to take over to the end.
The number 5 Porsche really meandering out of the pit lane there. You could literally see the moment he dared go for the brake pedal because the nose just washed down the hill.
It's really skillful stuff going out. I mean, if they're used to driving around these nice, sticky, hot tyres, lower fuel, you slap on a set of ambient cold tyres, brand new, and fill the car up with fuel again. You go out, you venture out there, your eyes are on stalks. Toyota actually put Jose Lopez out there during the warm-up laps to figure out what it feels like for this very moment.
Yeah.
He hadn't been on new tyres, on cold new tyres throughout the whole, which I find amazing.
Wow.
Throughout the whole event so far, so he used that warm-up as to explore what it feels like.
As we watch the number 9 car,
it's sort of almost like, it's sort of almost like what traditionally you do is new driver, new tyres. Actually, it's sort of almost like you want to give the new driver hot tyres from the previous guy in his first exit from the pit lane, and then when he's really feeling the car a lot more, then put the new set of tyres on. So, like, have a single first stint and then a double tyre stint. I'm not sure if it was, but the Alpine just in front of the WRT machine. No, just in front of the Premator. Is that?
It was WRT, yeah.
It was WRT,
still that same battle between Delatraz, isn't it, as one of the United cars goes to the pit lane.
Yeah.
So we've got all sorts of pit stops underway at the moment. LMP2 stops, some of the leading cars in GTM, including the Corvette on pit lane now for Nico Veroni, I think, will be climbing aboard the car.
Off in turn one of the Porsches.
Wildly off as well. So that is they've done an outlap, so that's their first full fat lap, and it's not, there is contact. There was contact from the rear wheel of one of the Jota cars.
He thought he hit the Jota car, on contact with the Jota car rather. So GTM leading group, with the exception of Lila Wadu, who stays out for another lap, come to pit lane. Also staying out Francesco Castellacci. So it's 83 from 54.
And Matteo Cressoni for Iron Lynx, he stays out, so he rises right up the order to 3rd place, but he will disappear down below that afterwards. So Ben Keating has completed a double stint in the pole-sitting Corvette, and I'm sure Louise Beckett will catch up with him shortly. You can see the Aston Martin going out as well. Double stint there for Michael Dynan. I would think that might well be Ahmed Al-Hati who goes out next. We'll wait and see, though.
Number 4 and the number 93 both on pit lane at the moment, 9th and 10th position right now, but the number 4 will have to come in again for that stop and go.
Yeah, 93 driver change as well. They have completed their double stint, but of course joined the race 2 laps behind everybody else. That doesn't stop them being in the top 10 though. So Tom Dillman back in the pits, and so that will be for that drive-through stop-and-go penalty.
Again in LMP2, by the way, as they cycle through this pit stop cycle, the number 48 Hertz Team Jody car, now with David Beckman at the wheel, profiting from the efforts earlier on of Antonio Felix da Costa and going longer than the rest of the field and coming to the top of the order as a result. Ben Keating there gets the plaudits of the hugely experienced Corvette crew.
Well, he's really loving working with this team. It's first time since he was running SRT, the Vipers, that he has driven an American car for an American team. And 54 driver change as well for the AF Corsa Ferrari. And Lila Wadu still leading in GTM from Matteo Cressoni, and Francesco Castellacci is in the pits.
He comes in from second. Yeah, that's the number 60 R-Links car up into second place for the time being at least. Simon Mann now aboard the 21 Ferrari that's been in this mix. Here comes Lilu.
Yeah.
That was a very good stint indeed. I know those that like to pore over the statistics and the data, that's one to look for.
Definitely.
Out comes the 48. That was close.
Very close, but close doesn't count.
So 54, there was a driver change to Davide Rigon, so that car is not going to be hanging around. Davide Rigon, of course, was a factory GTE Pro driver with Sam Bird for a number of years in the Ferrari team. And Lilu Wadu, single stint for her, and a well-judged one as well. She is in and out.
She should be...
Yeah, really good stint.
She should be rightly delighted with that. And after the emotions that we saw at Sebring, I mean, not been able to go out with the car being eliminated with the accident for co-driver Perez Compact, my guess is once she's got her breath back, you're going to see a big, wide smile on that young lady's face.
Well, hopefully Louise can get down there and have a chat with her, because that was a proper stint, wasn't it? She took in a car in a decent position and she just blew by the field to take the lead and brought it in P1, you know.
And with distance.
Is there a better job that you can do, Ant? If you take the car and bring it in as the leader, you've done a proper job. Well, Louise is down with Ben Keating, so we'll hear from the Corvette driver right now.
Ben Keating, you had a big applause for your team there when you got out of the car.
Yeah, I feel like I did my job there. I took care of the car. In my first stint, my first hour, I got 4 track limit warnings. So if I get one more, then I end up having a penalty. And so I was worried the whole time. I really worried that I was going to have some accidental track limits. I had to really change the way I was driving and be a little bit more conservative, go down a gear. But thankfully, I feel like I did what I needed to do. Unbelievable stops. This team was just so incredible. I don't know how far ahead Sarah was for me after the first stint, but we came out in front after the stop. Unbelievably great stop. And I don't know how quick that second stop was, but they had to wait for me to cross the line after doing the driver change to go. So it's pretty bad when you're waiting on me. But unbelievable job by the team. I didn't like the first tire set I had. I think we made the wrong choice on what to do, but you didn't really know. But the second set was much better. I think we have a good race car. I felt bad from starting up front and then running in 5th when I got out of the car. But now I look and I see that everybody is either silver or gold in front of us. So that makes me feel a little better. So hopefully we'll be there by the time we get to the end.
Well done, thank you.
Yeah, Louise Beckett doesn't have to work hard for that interview. Ben is rightly loved by sports car fans. 5 seconds going to be added to the next pit stop for car 63 for causing a collision at turn 5. That would have been the one with the Vector. And finally, that move made, and that's the 41 on the 35. Was it kept? 36 rather. My apologies.
So that's probably enraged Alex Brundle even more, hasn't it?
Yes.
That decision there from what happened in Bahrain last year. He was the one that got spun around, and he was the one that got the penalty. This time, I'd say that's the right decision. Car 63, yeah, you've just spun around another competitor. So it doesn't matter whether they had a blue flag or not. I think that the move was just a bit too late. And that one makes sense this time around.
Should I, by the way, number 4, the Floyd Van Wall car has come in to take that penalty, the penalty stop after its stop for regular service, so now drops to 14th place.
So actually, I think the first stop was the penalty, and the second stop was to put in, or was the driver change
42
before?
seconds.
It's Esteban Guerrieri now, so you're right, they'd done that change. Then he had to serve the penalty that his teammate earned. LMP2 battles all the way down the field. At the moment is United Autosports leading with Josh Pearson. Prema, car number 63 in second. And then in third place, the 48 Jota Sport car. So Danny Kvyat for Prema, and then David Beckman for Jota. 34 into Europol. That's where they qualified. Now, they were down in 11th place in the opening sequence of the race, having got biffed about in the first couple of corners, and now they're back up to 4th place. So into Europol having a really good run of it. Ryo Hirakawa is the driver of the lead Toyota, car number 8. Ahead of Miguel Molina and Antonio Giovinazzi. Kevin Est in the 6 Porsche, ahead of Richard Westbrook, who's now up to 5th position in the Cadillac. And again, because of that enforced half-stint stop, because Westy had flat-spotted the tyres, he's going to do basically 2.5 stints. They're going to be out of fuel sequence, out of tyre sequence with everybody else. So they're going to look like heroes, then look like they don't know what they're doing, then look like heroes again. And where in the 0 to 0 balance the race end comes for them, I don't know. But somebody on the pit wall is definitely working on plan C, D and E to try and align themselves with the end of the race rather than being caught out.
Yeah, in the GTE AM field, it's back up to the lead of the race. Luis Perez Companc picks up the car that Leader Wadu brought in effectively from the lead. Then the 21 AF Corsa car, then the Iron Dames down the hands of Rahel Fry. So it's Luis Perez Companc from Simon Mann from Rahel Fry. Kind of odd sequence there for the number 60 car. Came in from the lead with Matteo Cressoni. It's on pit lane at the moment. So it's gone long on fuel, very long on fuel, a good 5 minutes longer than many of its competitors. But on a GTM fuel load, that's not really going to do it much good.
No,
they stop at the top of the hour.
They've gone from basically being last in the field to first in the field, and are going to drop back to down towards last in the field. Look at the muck on the side of the number 8 Toyota. We're only 2 hours into the race, 2 hours and 10 minutes in, and it's already covered in rubber filth. You talked about cornering energy here, and the way a tyre, particularly a racing slick, grips the road is actually the road is pulling bits off the tyre all the time, particularly in the corners when it's really scrubbing, and those bits get rolled off like when you're rubbing blue tack off a poster or whatever, and that ends up at the side of the track, and it makes the exterior limits of the track really tricky to use because they become very slippery and loose like gravel. Let's hear from Loïc Duval and Louise Beckett.
Well, Loïc Duval, this is definitely better than the bumps of Sebring here in Portimão, but how is it treating you guys in Peugeot?
Yeah, definitely better. We were expecting it in a way. It's still not easy compared to the main competitor, which is Toyota. They perform really well, but it's a good race so far for us on the 94. Nico did a really good double stint. You know, I'm pretty happy with the tires, with the behavior of the car. The pace is matching more or less the Cadillac and the Porsche, so that's good. We are in the game. We are doing a clean race so far, which is the target. So there's a few hours to go. But at least we are in the game, and definitely it's a step forward compared to Sebring.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we all hoped for a better race here for Peugeot, but mostly we hoped for more reliability. And touch wood, I might have cursed it now, it seems, well, I mean, it's already better than it was in Sebring, isn't it? So, yeah, reliability issues plagued them in Sebring, but along with that, just a terrible ride quality from the car, and just a severe lack of performance. So, you know, the performance looks better here, like Loïc was saying. And generally speaking, I'd say the car looks better. It looks easier to drive for the drivers. They have done some testing in Paul Ricard, I believe, after Sebring, tried to iron out some of the reliability issues that they were experiencing. So, yeah, you know, onwards and upwards for Peugeot.
I'd like to hear from an aerodynamicist, because we think that part of their problem in Sebring was that ground effect does not work on rally stages, because the ground and car gap is never constant, and Sebring is like a rally stage. It's so bumpy, so many breaks in the surface and up and down and all over the place. When they get to Le Mans, in the Group C era, the rule always, and those were ground effect cars, the rule always was never cross the white line in the middle of the straight, because it is a 2-lane public highway with quite a crown in it, and when you go over the crown, suddenly there is no gap between the middle of the floor, and then you end up with chronic porpoising and you start to break your grip. So that's something that's not been a factor in the last 25 or 30 years at Le Mans, unless you were driving a Mercedes, but it is definitely going to be a factor for Peugeot there, I would think, because almost all of their grip comes from ground effect, which means you have to stay on one side or the other of the Mulsanne. But in traffic, you can't do that, can you?
No, I think the crown on the road is less severe than it was possibly in the past, but it is still there. And it kind of dictates the ride height of the cars. Yeah. So like you say, you know, the ground effects work best when you get the car lower to the ground. And I don't know if you noticed, but when we saw a shot of the Peugeot coming towards us earlier on into turn 1, making an overtaking move, can't remember on which car it was, but I did see the sparks flying out the back of it. And it's the only car that does that in the hypercar category. So there's something to do with it. I don't know if it's just too simplistic to say. It makes sense to me that it's more of a ground effects car, doesn't have a rear wing, therefore you have to put it lower on the ground and maybe a stiffer setup. But I put that question to one of the top engineers at Peugeot in Sebring, and he didn't poo-poo the idea, but he didn't say, you know, yes, that's absolutely correct, that's our problem. But I feel like it is certainly part of the problem, maybe not the entire problem that plagued them in Sebring for a lack of performance.
Yeah, there was definitely an uptick in their performance here. Number 48 is going to be investigated for something that happened in the pit stops, which is bad news for the Jota team. David Beckman is currently lying in 3rd place as we look inside the Brains Trust at WRT. Are all watching the race and not paying attention to their phones. Alpine versus WRT, the battle for 8th place. And there's something in the air at Ferrari. Let's hear what.
The bottom button in the pink row, press it. Press the bottom button in the pink row on the console. BBW reset. Copy that, man. The brakes are also very hot. The brakes are also very hot, so I need more lift and coast, man. Sorry. Try the brake-by-wire reset again.
Now we heard James Collado talking about BB, and I thought that was brake balance, but it's BBW, brake-by-wire.
Well, they're two very different things, that's why. You got the BB as brake balance.
I wonder if we just misheard that he was talking about brake balance, or if he was actually talking about BBW and we just didn't hear it entirely.
I'm pretty sure that, yeah, he mentioned at the time that he had lots of rear locking and therefore the brake, but no, the BB, that was Paul Di Resta, that was Peugeot.
Okay.
He wanted to go forward on the BB. Brake bias, so there's a change of position there.
Yeah.
Or was it? He's still got the car on his...
Oh, the Ferrari's going to play a part in this, isn't it? Yes, it does. United car didn't quite have the run. So this is a nice little battle for 5th place. 22 in the hands of Phil Hansen, and 9 in the hands of Philip Urgan. So Philip versus Philip, and Hansen goes high, wide, and Hansen. See what I did there? I'll stop. I'll fetch my coat.
Please. So this is Hansen. Obviously, he's got the speed on Urgan here, but couldn't quite get by and make it stick going into turn 7. But he'll surely have another run at it
And he has caught him up. He's caught about 4 or 5 seconds in the last few laps, so he does have a fraction more speed, but he needs to have quite a lot more speed to make the pass, Graham.
And he's got to get a wriggle on as well, because they're being caught by Louis Delatraz from behind here as well. So just out of shot here is Louis Delatraz with one of the Ferraris coming through. There you go. There is the WRT car. Well clear, as we said now, from Charles Malaysia. In fact, Malaysia was overtaken at the end of that last lap by Robin Freins in the number 31 Team WRT car. And we'll say again, because I'm sure she's listening, happy birthday to Robin Freins' grandmother, who is 100 years old yesterday.
Milesi is in a second stint, isn't he? And Delatraz and Freins were fresh in last time, or am I wrong in thinking that? I thought Charles Milesi is in a second stint. However, again, the United car, Phil Hansen having a good, hard look.
A brilliant switch around there for Phil Hansen. He timed it perfectly as the Ferrari just blast past before 7. He's not going to get it done into turn 7, it's Hansen, but he's switched back on the inside of 8 as well. It's a brilliant little tussle, this, between the two Phils.
And look at the second WRT car is right there. So that is it's Louis Delatraz, rather. Right behind the blue and red car. Phil Hansen, who uses all the curb to send it on the inside. That might have been a track limits there.
It might have been, and would have been frowned upon even more so if he had made the move on the inside into 11, but couldn't quite get through. I think luckily, actually, for him, that didn't work out, because all eyes were on him as he did that.
Yep. Again, classic LMP2 battling here with identical cars, the same engine, the same tyres. Drivers make the difference. He has been done.
WRT's found his way by.
Properly tucked up. We didn't see why, because we were looking at the garage, but Robin Freins just went right by him, and now Phil Hansen trying to come back. He's got a great run here, hasn't he? He's going to be brave around the outside. He's going to have to be brave around the outside. Oh, well done both.
Tell you what, Freins did well there to back out of it, because I thought, you know, the inside line, surely you can muscle the car on the outside out of the way, but Hansen is a very aggressive racer, and he wasn't having any of it. It was Freins actually.
Delatraz, not Freins. It's Freins is catching him, but
yeah. So Delatraz did the right thing there, just backed out of it. And it's knowing your competition as well. Like I said, I know that Hansen's a very aggressive racer. So did Delatraz in that moment, and thought, he's starting to turn in. I'm bailing. Well, I can't keep the nose in here. We're going to make contact.
Yeah, and if we make contact, I'm on the inside, and I'm the guy who's going to get pinged for it. By the way, they've just passed the pink Porsche of Sarah Bovy, beg your pardon, of Rahel Fry, who's taken over from Sarah Bovy. That is the GTE AM leader again.
That's because of the pace of Rahel Fry through this stint so far has caught and passed both Simon Mann and Luis Perez-Companc. The ebb and flow continues in GTM. It's a cracking race.
She is the fastest GTM car out there, with the exception of Davide Rigon in the 54 car in 5th place, who was a couple of tenths quicker than her on the last lap. But it's all about that track position. The Iron Dames are 2.6 seconds ahead of the 83 car of Luis Perez-Companc in for his second stint, and Simon Mann in for his first is 8.5 behind the leader. United, Prema and Jota the top 3, then into Europol, Billy Nomates in 4th place, closing a little on the 48 car, and then the Prema United WRT battle. Number 22 back in front, Phil Hansen getting back ahead of Louis Delatraz, as we saw there with that brave move. Then the WRT and Alpine train coming up behind. There are no real gaps in this midfield battle.
This is the battle I expected to see in LMP2, and it only really happens when you've got drivers of pretty similar status, the golds and the platinums. There's really nothing between them. It's more just it seems like a higher rank, but it's really not. The gold drivers, as all platinum drivers know, are pretty much exactly the same speed as them. It's just what you've achieved in your career.
Cadillac in. Again, they had a half stint because of a flat-spotted tyre for Richard Westbrook at the end of his first stint. So they now come in. Westy will hand over the car, having done 2.5 stints, and try and settle down to stop his eyeballs rattling from that damaged tyre. Let's hear from the 51 Ferrari.
Okay, man, we're gonna not deploy from the front axle, so multi-10 and press OK. Multi-10 and press OK. We're gonna charge the SOC and try and see if we can survive.
Okay, and translate that into English for us.
So they've clearly been having problems with the brake-by-wire system. That's all about the harvesting of energy. They do that through the front axles. It's a front motor, electric motor on the Ferrari. When we're riding on board, you'll hear the high-pitched whiny noise. That's the energy being deployed or harvested. So talking about the harvesting of energy on the Ferrari, they're saying, right, we're seeing the brake pedals going long, the brake-by-wire system isn't behaving, we're going to turn it off and for a moment so we can try to regain some SOC state of charge, which any hybrid road car user or EV road cars user will be more than familiar with. They're trying to recharge the state of charge to get it higher up to near 100%. So then they'll try and switch it back on, reactivate it to see if it starts behaving itself. I don't think it will.
No.
From my experience of driving hybrid racing cars. But I think that's the beauty of today's hypercars. They have the option to kind of run it or not. Yes, you'll start burning more fuel if you're not running the electric energy, so that's going to go against them. And you're now carrying around a bit of a dead weight, aren't you? It's not doing anything for you in terms of power deployment. So that interesting one up front. It doesn't sound good, basically.
No.
That's the short translation of all of that.
Electronic issues tend not to fix themselves automatically, do they? No. So, but if you can bypass it, and the deal is, as we've explained a couple of times, the hybrid does not add more power. So you don't go, it's not like a turbo overboost. You don't go from 700, deploy the hybrid and go to 800 horsepower. You stay at 700 horsepower, and it's just transformed from being pure internal combustion to internal combustion and hybrid power mixed. And the LMDH cars produce about 50 horsepower equivalent in hybrid power. The Ferrari produces about
270. It's 270.
270 horsepower.
Yeah.
Okay. We were looking at something else that was producing about 150. But it's just the total amount of energy can't be any different. How you generate it can be. You don't have to be a hybrid. Glickenhaus isn't a hybrid, for instance, so you can be, but you don't have to be. But yes, if it's going wrong, then that's probably going to be a race-long issue for them. At the moment, though, Ferrari still in second and third. The number 6 Penske Porsche, though, closing down at 51 cars. Antonio Giovinazzi struggles to... when things aren't in whack, you've got to find a different way of driving and set the brake balance and so on. So he'll be working on that as Rio Hirakawa leads. And this car, Miguel Molina, is in second place.
Meantime, by the way, a couple of the delayed cars, the Van Walt down in 14th, but down in 22nd, and still, I think, 2 laps off the back of the LMB2 field is the delayed number 7 Toyota, but going very quickly indeed, going at race-leading pace.
More importantly for the Toyota, it's 3 full laps behind the Van Wall, which is the last point-scoring car on that hypercar graphic. Toyota number 7 right now will not score for the race.
Toyota number 7 at the moment on track is catching the sister car to unlap itself at least once.
Yeah, well, it's only got another 5 laps to find, I'm afraid.
But there you go. The other quick message we saw pop up on the screen, we did see investigation into the Hertz Team Jota pit stop. That is no further action, so no penalty looms for the Sebring winning car.
Sorry, Martin, and I was just going to say another added complication. We're hearing that car 51 with Giovinazzi at the wheel, he's being told to lift and coast as well, isn't he? And the reason for that is as soon as you turn off the hybrid system, you lose a bit of that retardation that helps you under braking through the front motor. You're now asking your front brakes to be doing it for you instead. And they're not designed on that car to be doing it 100% all the time. So they're not... I would see
Hansen under pressure again. Look, this is the battle for 5th.
No,
the Prema car with the green highlights, then the blue and red of Phil Hansen, United Autosports, and Louis Delatraz going a long way around the outside at 13. And gets invited into the gravel, and as a result does not lose a place to his teammate Robin Freins. Freins could have stuck his nose down the inside there. Now he's going to stick his nose down the inside into 15, is he? No, he's not. So 41, Louis Delatraz just hangs on in front of 31.
Hansen gets the run and goes by the Prema car as well.
And that's why we love LMP2, because it's so close. Because Hansen there was very nearly shuffled back
the
one
inside.
and instead went up one.
41 goes through on the 9 as well, so it's been a poor end to that into the last lap at the beginning of this one to 9.
Philippe Ergan has been holding his position quite happily, but has been holding his position under pressure for the last dozen laps, and suddenly, boom, boom, lost 2 places basically in the straight.
As exciting as it is, and I love watching close racing, I think that was a little bit over the mark for Phil Hansen there. It was a bit too aggressive, and there was contact, and I think he might get in trouble there for forcing another car off track. I think the WRT, who was it? Was it Delatraz?
Delatraz.
I think he had a right to be there, and contact was made. It was a little bit too over-aggressive. It overstepped the mark there, I think, and damage was done to, I think, the back right of the United. So look, he's gone. That was a good move around the outside. He's, you have to give a car room, and
But the question is, you're in a left-hand drive car, and he's coming around your right rear quarter. Hansen doesn't even exceed track limits. The problem for Delatraz there is there's a tiny bit of concrete and then gravel.
Yeah.
I think Phil knew. I think Phil knew what he was doing there. You have to try and run the other car out of road, but now there's contact made and both cars damaged as a result.
Leader in the pit. Oh, it's not. It's 7 in the pits.
7 in the pits.
Interesting. Now, this car is the quickest in the race, or was the quickest in the race early on, set the fastest race lap on lap 3 in the hands of Mike Conway, but...
his penultimate lap there in that stint set a purple sector in the 3rd sector. They are hauling, they are clearly pushing the performance here.
Yeah.
They'll be trying to learn what they can about the car. It's an effective test and hope, isn't it, really?
Well, it is, and the hope here for the team is that everything they learn here might prevent them losing. See, that's out of 5. I know it's not out of 5. That's down the hill into 5. But you see the hypercar being passed by LMP2s. Now, is that a problem with his braking, or is that something else going on?
This is Estra right on that troubled Tony Giovinazzi number 51 car. This is for 3rd position.
Giovinazzi is struggling to deal with this car without full braking.
Of course, and he's having to lift and coast massively as well to save the temperatures on the front brake. So he's just a sitting duck at this point and will get overtaken by the Porsche. Trouble is, he's still got slower LMP2s in front of him, so he's having to work his way through them as well. But Estra's just losing time here at the moment, just stuck behind Giovinazzi. There we go.
Not for long. He's got a slower LMP2 that actually isn't slower because the LMP2 car passed the Ferrari when we're on board with the Ferrari. So the Ferrari is really feeling the pressure here. There is Roger Penske. His car moves up to 3rd place. Penske Porsche claimed their first win with a 963 in the streets of Long Beach yesterday.
Well, look at it. It could be quite a weekend, couldn't it, for the Porsche Penske Motorsport organisation? A win and the prospects here of a strong run towards a potential podium finish.
Now, I think 51 is going to come into the pits. I don't think they're going to go for another 3.5 hours with this hobbled car. I think they're going to try and fix it. And they need to learn how to try and fix these things. Because if you're 2.5 hours into Le Mans and it starts going on the squonk, then you really need to know what you're doing.
Well, to give you an idea of how much it's affecting it, albeit there was traffic involved there, there was an overtake involved there. That was a 1:38 from the Ferrari, a 1:33.9 for the race leader. Let's have a listen to what's going on with the 51.
Okay, mate, big lift and coast, big lift and coast. We're working on a way to run without the BBW. I'll have to remove some brake blanking at the next stop.
All right, so it's going to be a slightly longer stop. The problem with not having the friction of the motor generator, the MGU on the front axle, which harvests, when it's harvesting, it helps to slow the car down. So the brakes are smaller as a result than they might normally be if it didn't have a drive on the front. So they're also heating up quicker. So by removing some of the brake blanking, they're going to expose the brake to more cooling air to try and give him that braking bite back. But right now, it's get to the end of the stint and we have to deal with it then. But they're not long past halfway through. Glickenhaus in the pits now. This is out of sequence. Cadillac was out of sequence and we knew why. They're half a stint away from everybody else. seemed like a lot of heat coming off the front of the brakes of the Glickenhaus. That's not unusual, but I wonder what else. The driver's door was open, they were looking in there. Here comes the Cadillac, and that picks up a spot now from the Glickenhaus, and the Toyota, the Peugeot also goes by the Glickenhaus, so that's the 93 Peugeot that started from the pit lane. So these cars are not battling for position on track. You can see they are a lap apart.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it, for the Cadillac, just from that moment, from Westbrook coming into the pit lane, behind the Peugeot, getting all crossed up, carrying that flat spot, and then committing to going back out there on the same set. It's really ruined their race. He's clearly faster than the 93 Peugeot there, makes his way by before turn 7. And they had a quick racing car today, but unless there's some kind of safety car, you can't see it turning around.
Or how far into the race, how much of a final stint does everybody do? Is it a full one, in which case they're in trouble? If it's a short one,
you are quicker than Giovinazzi in front of you. Go get him.
Yeah, just lost him overall grip, but balance is very good.
Copy.
All right, Gus Menezes feeling the love from the 9X8. There is a podium, or a Ferrari that was just on the podium. Go get him. Yes, sir, I'm feeling this car. Oh, there is Gustavo Menezes.
Just under 3.5 hours to go. Plenty of drama in the first 2.5 hours. Plenty more time for more to come. And not just in hypercar. LMP2 has doled out some real cracking racing, albeit for 5th place, let alone the top 4. All lapping pretty close together ahead of the group we've been watching over the last hour or so. GTM settled down for the moment, but that's going to come back again to the normal motorised mayhem. We're going to go right down now to speak with Richard Westbrook, and he's with Louise Becker on pit lane.
Well, Richard Westbrook, that must have been one bumpy ride.
Yeah, it was, definitely for 15 laps. I came up right underneath the Peugeot into the pits, and I felt like he overslowed. But anyway, I had to sort of take decisive action. I tried to avoid him and had a big lock-up. Obviously flat spotted the tyres, didn't have time to react in the pit stop. And yeah, we got half a stint out of it, so hopefully it hasn't hurt us too bad, and we've got the same amount of stops as everyone else now. So pace is quite good, especially towards the end of the stint. Just like at Sebring, really. So we're fighting for 5th, and see if we can get best of the rest again.
All right, thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
So that was interesting. He doesn't feel like it's compromised their race that much because, like we say, maybe it saved that splash towards the end of the race, and that's why they didn't let him pit so early. They forced him. They had to. They had no other choice. Just keep going until you can get to a point where we're within that window of eradicating that splash.
We'll report, by the way, courtesy of the technical bulletin that's been now posted, the issue for the van wall that gave them the stop and hold was front and total braking torque sensor was over the limit. So it's another data-led penalty.
But like you said, Graham, this is the day and age of hypercar. Yeah, it's the rule. The police have to see what you're doing at all times.
But it's equivalent of running below ride height,
yeah, completely correct.
Or something else that's illegal. You know, it is a monitoring system that has to be there.
There will be purists, and at times I'm one of them, that will be kind of slightly twitching when you read this kind of stuff. This is the new reality. It is about efficiency as well as everything else, and this is the reason why we've got the grid we've got. It's because you're providing a level playing field, and everybody's got to get as close as possible to potential maximum performance they've got with that package. That's the game. To explain it in a way that was explained to me, it's look at LMP2. Each of those cars is exactly the same tyres, same drivetrain, same bodywork, same everything. And yet, some of these teams are a lot quicker than others. It's because of the contribution of the drivers and the team. That's what it should be in a balanced performance-governed hypercar class.
Right, let's see what happens here.
51, this is Giovinazzi. Now, we know it's going to be a slightly longer stop. potentially only brake blanking, but let's stay with this.
So we're expecting to see the mechanics diving in around that front area to take out some front blanking.
So this is going to start off as a standard fuel stop, and they're cleaning the windscreen. You're only allowed to do safety items. Driver's door is not open, so there will be no driver's change. So Antonio Giovinazzi in for a second full stint, but you can see the two guys at the front there. And you can see how hot the brakes are, and normally you don't get that sort of chimney of smoke effect. That's really, really hot brakes.
They've been working hard, haven't they, and about to work hard. The mechanics, as soon as that fuel nozzle's off, yeah, 4 people can be over that white line at any time.
Now, are they going to do tyres as well? No, they don't do tyres, so Antonio Giovinazzi heads back out. Heading back out into the pit, out from the pits is Antonio Giovinazzi in the Ferrari that was in 3rd place with braking issues, brake-by-wire issues, and having to turn off the front hybrid harvesting. They have lost time, having to make an out-of-sequence pit stop to cure that. Welcome back to our viewers from Eurosport across Europe who've just watched the denouement of the Le Mans 24 Hours. No, don't worry, not the 4-wheeled one. Le Mans 24 Heures Moto, the 24-hour endurance World Championship bike race has just finished. So let's recap the race with 3 hours and 20 minutes remaining. Toyota Gazoo Racing have had a race of 2 halves. The number 8 car that started on pole was initially led by the number 7, then found its way by as a result of being quicker. The number 7 car then having to have a stop because one of their FIA mandated sensors, a torque sensor for the rear wheels, had failed, and so the team had to change the entire left rear corner. 93 Peugeot was forced to start from the pit lane after it felt odd on the steering on the warm-up lap, and that resulted in work on the power steering. So they started the race 2 laps behind. They are, however, now up into 8th place in hypercar, with Glickenhaus having again an out-of-sequence stop that dropped them to 9th, and Floyd Van Wall, a penalty for a pit lane infringement, dropping them back down to 10th place. Ferrari 2nd in hypercar, and Porsche 3rd in hypercar. Miguel Molina and Kevin Estre, who have been racing each other in GTE Pro for the last few seasons for their respective manufacturers, now battling with Toyota for the lead of the race. An all arms and elbows race in LMP2 sees United Autosport still at the top of the pile ahead of Prema, who've just pitted, and Hertz Team Jota. There you can see the Van Wall hypercar, and having a little bit of trouble there. And Davidson in full drift mode.
Oh,
not
yeah.
good for tyres.
Definitely not good for tyres, and not good for lap time either.
And while the Prema car stops, that's the number 63 car, Danny Kvyat handing over the car. In the recap, just to bring you up to speed with GTE AM, it is the Iron Dames Porsche that leads, Rahul Frey ahead of the Corvette of Nico Varoni, and Davide Rigon in 3rd place. Now, Louise Beckett is in the pit lane. She's catching up with Lilu Wadu, who brought her Ferrari in as the GTE AM leader.
Lilu, finally we get to see you in the car on track in WEC. How was it?
The car was very good. I can do something not bad. No, we will see after. I will jump in the car after Luis, and we'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lilu is getting more comfortable with talking to us in a second language.
Underplaying her role there significantly as well. The car felt okay, and it was okay. Yeah, she went from 4th or 5th in class to the lead before handing it back to her co-driver.
With a comfortable lead.
That was quite okay.
I'll translate for you. I kicked butt, I came back in, I was very pleased.
Clearly been to the Kimi Räikkönen school of how to do an interview.
One
short, sharp, out of there.
Significant background bulletin here. The incident of the issue that gave the penalty to the Van Wall, that was a second offence on that in the braking sensors in excess. The number 50 Ferrari, which is currently running 2nd, is on its 1st. So if there's a problem, they could be looking at a similar penalty.
Ollie Jarvis in, just got in for car 23 down at United. New tyres at the ready.
So through whooshes, the number 8, Ria Hirakawa, pulling away now, 44 seconds to the good. And I'll keep an eye on the lap times for the Ferrari. I don't think there's a critical issue here. I think it's an issue they can manage. But with braking problems on the other Ferrari, the 51, with 50 having a warning for another brake-related issue, that doesn't bode very well for the remainder of the afternoon for them.
No, it doesn't. This is going to be a difficult one for particularly the car 51, you know, nursing those brakes. We saw the amount of smoke pouring off of them at the pit stop. That should lessen now that they've removed some of that brake blanking, but it's still going to be hot work for those front brakes through the remainder of this 3 hours, 17 minutes to go. And it's up to the drivers to manage it as well. And Giovinazzi is going to have to play his part with this to make sure he can advise the next driver or drivers taking over from him exactly what he's doing, where he's lifting and coasting, and how he's managing this problem. And he's going to learn as he goes. He's going to be in fluid conversation with his engineers as well. We've seen or heard a snippet of. And yeah, it's just extra hard work on what's already a very difficult track to circulate round, making your way through slower cars, lapping those cars, and not, you know, staying within the track limits, all those kind of things. And it's this huge added complication on top of it.
We have a battle here on track between a couple of the GTMs. That's Axel Jeffries in the blue and yellow 98 car, the Northwest AMR Aston Martin, being caught here by the Kessel race in the Carb Guy backed car. That's Scott Hoffaker, sorry Scott, who is just reeling in the Zimbabwean driver. So yet another new nation. We've had a fair few of those down through the years, and several of them again this year in the FI World Endurance Championship.
LMP2 leader in, that's Phil Hansen, stays in the 22 United Autosports cars. Teammate Ollie Jarvis in 23, coming round now. You can see him there in the middle of that GTE battle. Now you can see the Ferrari hypercar coming up as well, and Jarvis should take the lead here, so that'll be a lead change, 23 ahead of 22. Why? Because the 22 is not yet out of the pit lane, so that is a lead change, isn't it?
3 seconds quicker, Ollie Jarvis's car on pit lane than the number 22, and in fact Phil Hansen drops to third, behind Mirko Bortolotti aboard the number 63 Prema Racing car.
You just saw the Prema car in the background of that shot there going into turn 3. There's the leader, and you can't see the Prema car yet, but it's the red, white and green nose on the car. And 48 is in as well, so this is the new leader. David Beckman comes in with the lead and hands it over.
So
is that Sean getting back in, Sean Gallale?
Not in that car, that's
FIA. No, that's FIA, of course.
So another good stint there from David Beckman in this car. He's done the team well for his 2-race stint with them, and I absolutely zero problem in predicting that he will be in an LMP2 car somewhere else pretty soon.
It's a surprise that he's a silver driver as well. I thought he was a bit more accomplished than that. It's always, you toe that line, it's borderline stuff for some silver drivers out there. They call them super silvers.
I wonder if when they sent in the performance statistics to the FIA, they set the printer to just one side and forgot the other side.
But it's the same for Sean Gallale, isn't it? You know,
yes, absolutely.
Sean Gallale's competed in F2. I know he hasn't done a full season of F2. But yeah, that's the game you've got to play if you're in LMP2. Like I said, you're only as good as your silver driver as a trio.
Yeah, but being in F2 and being at the front of F2 can be very different things. So having done a part season in the cars doesn't necessarily mean he was, you know, a podium finisher or a race winner. He has been a race winner in the Asian Le Mans Series. He's been a race winner in the European Le Mans Series.
I don't think he has. He's definitely in Asia.
Asian Le Mans Series.
In fact, made his debut there with I think it was Tom Blomqvist's debut in LMP2, and Tom blazed the trail by destroying the car at turn 4.
This is nice, seeing Antonio Felix da Costa having a debrief with Beckman there as off goes UVE.
Cold tyres.
Down at turn 5.
And again, for those who are just joining us, cold tyres doesn't mean not quite up to operating temperature. It means we don't have tyre ovens or tyre warmers of any kind. So they're about half the temperature of a tepid cup of tea and absolutely useless. For the drivers, it's like coming out onto ice. It is so low grip, and we've seen it all the way through free practice and in qualifying in the race. It's just heart in the mouth stuff for maybe 2 laps.
And the LMP2 seem to be faring the best out of all of the categories out there. Those Goodyear tyres are quite a narrow tyre as well. I think that helps in building up a bit of temperature, but still it's like treading on ice.
The car has always been a bit under-tired, hasn't it, the LMP2 car, for the power that it's had throughout its life, and that has fluctuated depending on
it's
what,
a good
what
little
the top
car.
class was. No, great race car.
Could be a brilliant car if it just had some wider tyres, a bit more mechanical grip.
Yeah. And the other thing to say
another
is
100 horsepower.
No, that would have been fine. It would have been the power. Well, I mean, it used to, didn't it? Before they had to balance it against the hypercars.
Well, in the LMS again, back to almost full power in the LMS this year. They'll be significantly quicker. Also worth saying, by the way, that Goodyear and Dunlop before them, as the sister brand, certainly in this marketplace, did a lot of the testing of the LMP2 rubber here, so they'll have a huge amount of data as to what you can do with these cars, these tyres here.
Again, you can see down at the turn 5 hairpin, all bets are off there. You can be in a GT car hooked up and comfortably overtake an LMP2 car up the hill, particularly if they're on cold tyres. And the same with a hypercar. Hypercar on cold tyres is easy prey for a well-driven GT car as the turn 5 hairpin. It's just an absolute gimme. You just go straight by them because they've got no grip. They'll sit there spinning their wheels.
Yeah, you all have to share the track together, and you know the strengths and weaknesses of all the different cars out there. And the LMP2 and hypercar drivers, they know that how good the GT cars are in the slow speed corners, and the braking performance they have, the traction they have. They run the car, it's got a higher ride height, so whenever it rains as well, the GTs are often much quicker in all of the corners than the prototypes.
A 22-year-old Lila Wadu brought in the 83 car as the leader in GTM. Luis Perez compacting back in for his second and final stint is in 4th place, but under real pressure from Simon Mann. Simon Mann with the yellow noseband there. He's just gone by. No, he hasn't yet. No, he's Simon Mann right behind and piling on the pressure, the American driver. So this is again North America versus South America.
By the way, lead of this class is developing into another battle. Rahal Fry went to the lead. Is being that lead being clawed back by Nico Veroni in the Corvette Racing number 33. So the Iron Dame's under some pressure. 8 seconds to the good. Davide Rigon, though, is catching both of them in the number 54 AF Corsa car. That's the VistaJet silver and red car. So those three, and just looking, this group just dropping away from that trio at the moment.
That is the car. Davide Rigon's car is the car that's lapping quickest in the GTM field. His last lap at 1:41.6. Rahal Fry, the leader in that class, 1:42.5.
41 ahead of 34 now as the Cadillac comes through and tries to deal with both of them. So up into 6th position, Louis Delatraz ahead of Albert Costa.
It's not just a handsome colour. That Cadillac really looks like a nicely balanced car.
They're getting their head around it, aren't they? And remember, still lots of testing to come for this team. They'll be back here at Portimão in the week after the Spa race in a couple of weeks' time. Not with one car, but with all 6 of the Ganassi drivers to get their first European test with the Cadillac.
Well, here again in the LMP2 battle into Europol with Prema right behind, right alongside, and a WRT rather, and then right past, but exceeding track limits. And don't forget, in LMP2, as in GT, as in Hypercar, you can exceed track limits a maximum of 4 times in your entire drive time, not in a stint, in your entire race per driver. And on the 5th one, you get a penalty. So every one of those goes chalked up against you, particularly at turn 5, which is very tightly monitored.
Yeah, especially when you're going for that move down the inside. I mean, look, it was a great move from Delatraz as Cadillac makes its way by FIA.
Oh, and opens the door for the WRT car as well. There's his teammate, Antonio Felix da Costa, watching.
And Delatraz is really cashing hand over fist now, isn't he, with FIA?
And FIA's only been in for 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah.
Delatraz in his second stint, so he's fully dialed into the car, to the tyre, to the track. This could be real pressure for the Chinese driver.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's been fast all the way through up until now, hasn't he, as Yifei?
Yeah, but
now this is a real test for him.
Yeah, piling on the pressure.
Fastest lap of the car's race goes to Miguel Molina in the chasing number 50 Ferrari, a 1:32.788. Also a quick lap coming from Fred Makovicky in the number 5
Sorry, Graham,
Porsche.
Yifei got all crossed up, exiting that penultimate corner. He's left himself pretty vulnerable here for the attack from behind with Delatraz. Into the slipstream he comes.
And don't forget, next time out, Yifei will be in a Porsche hypercar. In 2 weeks in Spa, we won't just have 11 hypercars, we will have 13 hypercars in the field.
Come and watch them. Come along and watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Anywhere in Northern Europe, tickets are definitely available. And if you've never been to Spa, let me tell you, you will never regret it. If you've been to Spa before, then you don't need to be told you're a convert. Make a trip, especially if you can't get to Le Mans. Come and see the warm-up, because boy, it's going to be fun. Here we go. Delatraz just drills him on the inside. Yifei had no answer to that. He's not comfortable in the car, Ant.
Doesn't look like it. And I think on top of that...
Not giving it up, though. Not giving it up.
He won't
do
it around the outside. I think it's not going to be enough for him. Yeah, so Delatraz holds on to that position. A nice move down the inside of 5. And I think Yifei is going to come under attack as well from into Europol at any moment.
The pain is not over, because again, Albert Costa up to speed and ready to attack. He's just watched how easy Yifei was rolled over by the WRT car. He's going to fancy a bit of that as well.
I was going to say, on top of it, I think he's having to lift and coast still. I think this is Jota's game that they're playing. They're going long, so he's lifted here. It's the only thing I can imagine to allow Delatraz, who, to be fair, was very good on the brakes anyway last time around there. A brilliant move.
Delatraz exceeding track limits on the exit, but you saw Yifei having to open the steering because I'm not sure he entirely expected Delatraz to come in.
Second consecutive fastest lap of their race from the number 50 Ferrari, 1:32.452. Gap is coming down, albeit still a sizable 1:43 seconds.
And behind him, in third place, the number 6 Porsche also setting his fastest lap. So Esther going, hey, look at me, I'm king of the walk in the Porsche team. Yeah.
Ollie Jarvis, too, in the lead of LMP2, puts in the fastest time of that car's race. Sorry, I'm
Ronning on board with the into Europol there, just a bit of oversteer, a bit of a snap through the exit of turn 3, but he's homing in on the car in front of that car 48 Jota. And I think we can go to Yifei's radio message to hear what's going on there.
You make a fix knife off, I have to avoid him, otherwise he crashed.
Yeah, that's what happens in racing.
Yeah,
if you leave the door open and he comes in, yes, you do have to avoid him or you'll crash. That's pretty basic.
The thing is, there was a significant part of his car alongside him before he committed to turning into the corner. So, you know, the problem's there now. You have to, I just think it was a great overtake and you have to deal with it. It's not like it happened midway through the corner. It was happening as you braked into the corner.
Second place Ferrari in the pits, Miguel Molina in for service. Our next round of hypercar stops triggered by Miguel Molina coming in from second place, having just set that car's fastest race lap. And here's the car that was behind him, Kevin Est, having just set his car's fastest race lap. And in fact, Miguel Molina's stats at stationary, Sector 1 for that Ferrari is the fastest Sector 1 of any car, quicker than either the fastest race lap, Mike Conway on lap 3, or the number 8 Toyota was capable of producing. So there is no doubt that the Ferrari has got potential to be a very quick car, which for racing fans is great news. Great to have Porsche back at the top tier, you know, looking for yet another record-breaking Le Mans victory outright. But for Ferrari, it's been a 50-year wait since they last raced at the top in Le Mans. So to see that the car has got pace potential, that's really good news.
It must have been a fascinating thing, Martin, to see that in, I guess, in your kind of late teens, 50 years ago.
Mid-30s,
yes.
yeah, obviously. You cheeky scamp. Well, there's a great view in the rear view mirror, and you can tell that you're not on board a Peugeot because there's a rear wing visible there. Yeah, he's fighting it a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah, also crossed up there.
Also tell it's not a Peugeot because that rear wing's got Porsche written on it.
Yeah, no, I know, but it's got a rear wing at all. But I sense that he is on the way in. This might be Kevin Esther's in lap, because if the Ferraris stop, then it's very likely that the Porsche and the Toyota won't be far behind. So tense times in the pits, and that's what we like to see. Not just young drivers, but lots of new fans coming in. I'm sure that this hypercar era will bring a whole host of new addicts to endurance racing.
Just 2.5 minutes from halfway mark of this 6-hour race. Plenty to keep us engaged through this first half in all 3 classes. It has, though, been a pretty dominant performance from Toyota, but not this car with the problems there. Martin.
And so far, we've been green all the way. Cue the safety car.
You know, there is this kind of silent competition of not saying it, isn't there?
No, I know. No, I'm a firm believer in saying it doesn't make it happen.
No, absolutely no.
Unless you say it 3 times. Beetlejuice, sorry. So, yeah, we now have the 50 Ferrari has stopped. The 94 Peugeot, which is the one that was not delayed, has also made a pit stop, and the leader is in. Ryo Hirakawa should stay in and should not get fresh tyres. Why are they in the passenger door?
Well,
That's not standard.
Yeah, I mean, they have to give the driver a drinks bottle as well. They check things inside the car, and you can see they're all around it, clearing out all of the scoops, the flick ups, just to take some rubber away and get the aerodynamics working more efficiently. But yeah, they come inside the driver, the passenger side, if you like,
right.
Quite often as Kevin Estre comes into the pits in the number 6 Porsche.
Flying in, but doesn't flat spot the tyres. That's the way it's done, Richard Westbrook. Mind you, Westy was saying that he thought that the Peugeot in front of him had over-braked. Now, was that a full set? If they've done left sides, would that be left sides only?
I don't think that they only tend to do full sets when they do a driver change at the same time, and Rio's stayed in. I think they're committing to at least.
Oh, here comes the United Autosports car.
Properly balked there, and it's going to cost him.
That's the lead of LMP2, United versus Prema. Wow. So that is Ollie Jarvis with Mirko Bortolotti right
it's the
up
31 car.
Oh, is it the other one? Okay.
31 and 22.
Robin Freins.
Okay, Robin Freins still having a tilt.
This is the battle for third between Phil Hansen and Robin Freins.
There you go.
But did allow Freins to have a good run there, didn't it?
Yes, it really did. That changed the balance of power almost totally there. Number 6 Porsche in the pit lane. Will it take tyres? They have tyres ready, but
it's the right. Is it the right side they're going to do?
Or rears only, maybe. Because don't forget,
left side.
Don't
that makes more
forget
sense.
with the hybrid on the LMDH cars, like the Porsche and the Cadillac, it's driving the rear wheels only, so there's no relief from the front tyres. Phil Hansen creeps away again from Robin Freins in 3rd place.
So it would make sense if they just did the left-hand side on the Toyota as well. That's why he was struggling so much on the exit of the pit lane around turn 1. What a pit lane exit as well. We flagged it up before the race today, saying, watch out for that one.
That was wide.
That is wide.
He was sort of drifting over towards the middle of the road.
I mean, that was well played, to be fair, by Rio. He knew what to expect. He knew he clearly had traffic coming up behind him, and brave from the drivers coming behind him as well to throw it around the outside.
Just look as we look across the rear deck of the Peugeot at the Cadillac here, just looking down the order of what we've got at the moment, LMP2. Oliver Jarvis, stellar career already behind him and still ahead of him for United Autosports. Mirko Bortolotti, a Lamborghini factory driver, I'm sure a Lamborghini hypercar program awaits. Phil Hansen, and a star in the making for United. Robin Freins, and stellar stuff from him too. Louis Delatraz, Ifeye, Albert Costa, just leaving a Lamborghini factory drive behind himself. And that's just the top 7.
This is a good fight that we saw earlier on, wasn't it? The number 2 Cadillac versus the 94 Peugeot. And the Cadillac clearly got the speed at this stage of the race.
Him up on the braking there.
Yeah.
So Earl Bamber at the wheel, he's going to be looking for a way by, hopefully in turn 1 for his sake. So
it just looks like a more comfortable car here. I mean, particularly than the Peugeot, but it just looks like a really raceable car, the Cadillac.
So he goes a bit wider on the entry to turn 14 to try and square up the exit. Now the Peugeot has a slower car in front of him, car 21. That's a GT car. That might just... Did he get away with that one? No, he's lost a bit of momentum there, and this is going to give Bamber the chance he was looking for into turn 1. So that's why he defends on the inside. Are we going to see a cross of line on the exit?
Also,
we are.
Earl doesn't want to be held up here because this could be his in-lap. If not this lap, he'll be in the lap after. So this is really important stuff.
He's looking racy, isn't he, Earl Bamber?
Good stuff here with Gustavo Menezes defending brilliantly as well. That was good into turn 1, great into turn 3. He's going to go to the inside slightly here to protect himself into turn 5, and Bamber's going to think about crossing the line on the exit of this one.
What's the traction like? He can't do it here, can he?
Not good enough.
But coming into this section of the track, he was so much faster than the Peugeot in this part of the track last time around.
Thinks about sending it on the inside of turn 8, not a traditional overtaking corner. So what are we going to do here then, Earl? You've got the speed. You've got the speed in a straight line, as we saw on the run up the hill towards turn 7. The car looks quite good on the brakes, but Menezes is doing a brilliant job in placing that Peugeot in all the right spots on this very tight, twisty track here in Portimão. And that was a great run through turn 12 into 13. Nicely done from Bamber there.
Yeah. So he moves up into 5th position. Don't forget, though, the Cadillac is out of sequence, half a stop out of sequence with everybody else. So that's because Richard Westbrook, at the end of the first stint, flat spotted the front tyre really heavily, coming in behind that Peugeot into the pit lane, and only survived half a stint before it was just vibrating his brain so much they had to stop the car and change the tyres. Then he did another full stint, so he's done 2.5 stints in the Cadillac, but he has put it half one stint out of the way.
Right on the edge there.
I think he was just on the limit there. He wasn't over the track limits, but they kicked up the plank dust, didn't he? We look back at the LMP2 battle between Robin Frijns and Phil Hansen in the number 22 United car.
Still going on for 3rd place. United were 1st and 2nd before the last round of pit stops. They're now 1st and 3rd with Prema's Mirko Bortolotti in 2nd. Going back to former factory drivers for Lamborghini, Mirko Bortolotti is a current one. Albert Costa, is he no longer a factory Lamborghini driver, or might he be brought back into the fold in a year's time? Is he getting some prototype experience to get him up to pace?
I think, let's put it this way, I think he'd love to be able to be, but he's at the moment, he is not part of that effort as we go side by side. It's a 54 around the outside and off.
Oh, and a long way off. Lead battle, and he's lost a bit of car as well, the 54 Ferrari. So that is Davide Rigon taking the lead from Nick Veroni on Veroni's in-lap. So I'm sorry, I was talking about the Cadillac. I was reading a note from Corvette, not Caddy.
If the Corvette didn't pit there, I think he would have had to been asked to let him back. I mean, it was a good move to go around the outside, but then way off on the exit of 14.
Proper Italian move, wasn't it?
Can't overtake off the track.
Well, you can, but you shouldn't. Floyd Vanderwall also in the pits at the moment. Esteban Guerrieri in for service at the end of his 1st stint in the number 4 car. And again, impressed with that car. You know, it's not got a massive motor manufacturer behind it, but it was fast and reliable in Sebring over a really brutal racetrack, and it's been reliable and fast here as well. I'm really liking that.
Well, you know, ultimately, it's got a fantastic British name behind it, Gibson.
Well, let's hear from the 2nd place team in our race, Ferrari number 50, with Miguel Molina at the wheel.
Nicholas Nilsson, you've been out of the car a while now, but the 50 Ferrari is performing very well here.
Yeah, so far so good. Seems like we're still lagging a bit of pace to the Toyotas, but you know, maybe the weather, when it starts to cool down a bit, it will play into our favor, but we'll have to wait and see.
So how much work have you put in, and what have you done, and how are you seeing the benefit of that now?
You know, the guys have been doing a massive job preparing the car for Sebring, and even, you know, collecting all the data we took from Sebring and preparing the car for here. And I think we've done a really good step in terms of race pace, which was also the goal for this race. So so far so good, and yeah, the car's performing well, so we can be happy at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's driven a good race, hasn't he, Nick Nielsen in the car 50 Ferrari. Strong first stint. There's a bit of bickering on the radio, wasn't there, between James Collado and Nielsen, who was the faster at the time. And I think he established that later on, that he had the speed there before car 51 ran into troubles. Maybe it was because of an early sign of those troubles coming in. Speaking of car 51, they'll also be using more fuel. We say that they've sorted the situation by just simply turning off that front motor. They'll be using, that was filling the gap of what the fuel's now having to do, don't forget. So that total energy that we're looking at, if we were to see that bar again, you'll be seeing that coming down faster on car 51 than all of the other hypercars, because they've got no hybrid there to fill that gap. Anywhere in the region, I've been told, up to 15% less efficient.
Wow. Wow.
So the troubles are very much there through to the end of the race for them.
But Antonio Giovinazzi is holding his spot in 4th place still. He's only slipped off the podium. That was right when he was on board trying to rehack the computer. He only then got passed by Kevin Est. Earl Bamber is 12 seconds back. He is catching him. Gustavo Menezes, by the way, on a fastest race lap in the Peugeot. So we're probably coming towards the end of the next round of stops for Hypercar, or to the beginning of the next round of
no
stops.
matter what's going on with the top 2 or 3, and you know, I don't think we can count Giovinazzi out of that, depending on what happens to the cars ahead of him, of course. The minor placing's not done.
This is interesting. Louis Delatraz, because of Hansen holding up potentially Robin Freins a little bit here, it's allowed Freins' teammate Delatraz to reel him in, and he looks like he's more on the attack than Freins is on Hansen.
Yeah, maybe Robin just got held up by a little bit of traffic earlier in the lap, and that's allowed Louis Delatraz to latch right onto the back. And of course, then he's picking up a double tow from both cars in front of him, so on any bit of fast running, he's just getting hoovered up behind.
You hear those two WRT cars coming down towards turn 1, absolutely on the rev limiter.
Yeah.
They're in the slipstream. There must be a bit of a tailwind down towards turn 1 as well.
I noticed that earlier in the race.
Yeah,
yeah.
Exactly. That was very well done.
It was done.
How's it go again?
That's a soft limit.
Oh, so okay.
That's the hard limiter.
Brilliant. So
no, you're
yeah,
absolutely right. And there is a tailwind, and it might be actually that the tailwind has picked up since the start of the race, because when you were on the grid, it wasn't breezy, was it?
No, it wasn't.
A little breeze, but not windy. It might. We've blanked our windows out, so we can't see any flags, but it may well be that the wind is picking up down, and it is a tailwind because it drives from the final corner to the first corner down the straight.
What it does mean, however, is that for one of the best overtaken spots on the tracks, we do see that overtake. Yeah. That looked a bit like a let-by there, yeah, right, for me into turn 11. Yeah. Let's see what Delatraz can do. But what it does mean is that into turn 1, because they're on the limiter, the car's not accelerating anymore. It's taken away the chance of a potential overtaking spot on the track, which turn 1 usually is, just from the gearing of the car.
Quick lap from Earl Bamber last time around, 1:33.510, the fastest for them in the race so far, and that closes the gap to Giovinazzi to under 9 seconds now. The battle for 4th position as the 2 WRT cars
hit the limiter.
Convoy.
Just when they need another 2 kph to get by.
That's the problem. You saw it right there. He's in the slipstream, and the engine can't. Well, it wants to do more, but it can't. It's on the rev limiter because the gear's too short.
Yeah.
But so that wasn't, seeing how feisty Freins was there, makes me wonder if it really was a let-by or a genuine pass into turn 11.
Well, even if he was asked to let him by, you know immediately what happens. What happened with Ferrari, what happened with, always happens with Toyota, yeah. The slower car immediately speeds up.
By the way, these 3 are in a battle for position with the Van Wall, which is just ahead of them.
Axel Jeffries in the 98 Aston is the 2nd driver in that car to have exceeded track limits too often and picked up a drive-through. Team boss Paul Dall'Anna, who is Mr. Northwest AMR, or Northwest at any rate, is the first. So Axel Jeffries just doing it. It seems that they have a problem with that car, keeping it on the track, which the TF Sport ORT car does not.
Right, let's see what Louis Delatraz can do then. Freins has had his go at Phil Hansen.
We had a look in the garage earlier at WRT, and you can see Vincent Vos leaning back in his chair, looking quite relaxed.
Oh, hang on, that's a lot of dust. Or is that actually some work that's been going on?
It's a car off-road outside.
It's the media shuttle.
Yeah. On the lock stops, as ever, yeah.
Stop scaring us like that.
That was in a different postcode. That was a big accident. Again, Phil Hansen might just have, I mean, he doesn't even have 1 kilometre an hour in top speed, does he? He is not escaping Louis Delatraz, but Robin Freins, it looks like another tooth on the sprocket, Anthony.
Exactly.
That's what he needs, isn't it?
Karting days, yeah. I think that Freins has just burnt his tyres up in desperation, trying to get past the 22 United car, and you sit behind in the turbulence for too long, you're putting extra friction through everything on the car, and I think he's taken a bit of a breather at this stage.
FIA is catching them as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of banter going on there. That's Robert Kubica with his helmet there in the garage, waiting for his go. By the way, eyes again on GTE Am, where Matteo Cressoni leads it for Iron Lynx in the 60 car. That will drop back when it stops from Nicholas Varoni in the Corvette, which did have contact with the 54 Ferrari on its in-lap. The Iron Dames car of Rahal Frey in third, but this the 83 Ferrari now once more has Lilu Wadu aboard, so the 22-year-old will be picking up the pace in that car. Oh my goodness me, look at this. This is just, what is that, 7 cars all going for the same apex?
They're being held up by the van wall. No doubt about it now. They're being held up by the hypercar in a number of these corners. It is where the difference of where these cars produce the performance. The lap times aren't that different, but the van wall is significantly slower in certain parts of the circuit.
Yeah, it is. Now, it's not an outlap or even a second lap out of the pits. I think Esteban Guerrieri stopped about 4 or 5 laps ago, but Phil Hansen has got the headlight flashers on, and so has Louis Delatraz.
I do think if it was a headwind today instead of a tailwind down in towards turn 1, we might have seen an overtake by now, but he does squeeze by. There's too much contact there. I think he's got away with it, though. Somehow, we didn't see bits of carbon fibre bodywork getting flown up.
Well, that's because they don't have dive planes on LMP2s anymore, or they would all have been flying in the air there.
But so fragile, though.
Here we go. Again, dead in the water there at low speed. I'm not sure the van wall's quite where the team want it to be. It was not that slow in practice. Again, WRT looking at the screen. No, but what are they seeing that we're not? They're seeing their second car going down the inside into turn 4.
Well, I think they were seeing that Hansen got by, and then that bit of contact through turn 3 and 4. But somehow they've all managed to survive. Now Freins has found his way past as well. The van will in 11. That was all a bit too close for comfort, wasn't it? And I think it's all because of the van will be. It must be on older tyres at this stage in the race, but the LMP2 car's buzzing all around it.
Yeah. Well, we saw this in free practice when we were watching down at turn 5, is that the, quote, slower your car is, actually the quicker you are through turn 5, because you lose less of your overall performance. Well, again, Phil Hansen clinging on to third. Louis Delatraz once more in the tow, starting to try and hoover his way back up onto the tail of the United Autosports car. And Delatraz is absolutely going at this all arms and elbows, isn't he? He just closes right on Hansen. So I don't know if Phil is having a little bit more lift and coast. Meanwhile, the 51 Ferrari in 4th place, Antonio Giovinazzi. Let's hear what the team have got to say.
Mate, I don't know how you're doing it, but you are. Keep it up. You're closing to the Porsche. Think to stiffen the front roll bar for oversteer.
You see, that is... having the mental capacity to drive at this speed is something that would strain any normal human being beyond reason. But then having the spare capacity to deal with all the other lunatics on track is another factor. And then having to hack into the software and the hardware of the car while you're doing it and keep adjusting things. That's why you guys, Anthony, are a whole different caliber to people who just drive cars.
You're amazing.
we can do one thing right. But spent a whole lifetime doing it.
We are into the second half of race 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship in Portimão. Again, no chance of rain here, hopefully today, so the race continues to be run at a breathtaking speed. The single healthy Toyota, car number 8, leads as we see another car break for the pit lane. That is Inter Europol's Albert Costa, comes in from 6th position, the car that was in 4th place on the grid. They've had a bit of an up and down race.
Another fastest lap of their race for the Cadillac. It's a 1:33.253. Again, closes the gap to Antonio Giovinazzi. Agree with what the Ferrari team are telling him, by the way, which is that gap to Kevin Estre is coming down, but the gap to Earl Bamber is coming down more quickly.
Yeah. But the Caddy is closing on the Ferrari, and the Ferrari is closing on the Porsche. We have 4 different brands in the top 4. In the top 5, and it could get even more entertaining. Midway stage, race 2 of the World Endurance Championship here in Portimão. Beautiful sunshine to welcome everybody onto the grid and to welcome spectators for the first time in World Endurance to this Portuguese circuit. When we made our debut here in 2021, it was tumbleweed. 93 Peugeot had to start from the pit lane after power steering issues this morning. They will start 2 laps down as Toyota locked out the front row of the grid, but right from the get-go, the Ferraris were angling to find a way through to try and blunt Toyota's challenge, and straight away moved up into 2nd place. There was contact behind, 94 Peugeot getting a nudge and eased off. Cadillac went out wide as well, trying to avoid damage from the number 5 Porsche. And it wasn't long before Toyota were back in 1-2. However, in LMP2, there was all sorts of touches. United Autosport running into the back of Vector. And in GT, it was a very quick run into the lead for Ferrari, but not before a little bit of paint was swapped on the run down to turn 1. Ferrari being deposed as Toyota went back to 1-2 and started to ease away from the field, but there was a Porsche in a Ferrari sandwich for a while, and then the second of the Ferraris moved up to make it 3-4 for the Scuderia. In LMP2, the predicted front runners were right at the front, Jota and the likes of United Autosport. In GTE, the battle for pole position had been between the pink Porsche and the yellow Corvette, and the battle for 2nd place remained in that mould. Peugeot being caught by Cadillac towards the end of the 2nd stint as the number 7 Toyota was eased back into the garage, having to change a sensor and losing 6 laps. Ferrari in the ascendancy in GTE AM. They have led the class for most of the race, but it is touch and go with the Porsche and the Corvette. In LMP2, it is anybody's guess. Prema, WRT, United, Inter Europol and Jota all struggling for supremacy. Right now, GTE AM is led by the Corvette of Nicholas Veroni, LMP2 by United Autosport's car number 23, which led at the midway stage in Sebring, and Toyota number 8 leads the race overall. Its gap is comfortably getting towards a minute, but behind there are 4 other manufacturers looking for a spot on the podium.
Yeah, back to live and on pit road at the moment. The number 2 Cadillac, having closed that gap to the Ferrari ahead, now drops back behind the 94 because, of course, they're all strategy.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why it was closing in, because it was further down its tank of fuel and therefore lighter than the rivals ahead of it. But again, when they stop, then it will move back up into that top 3 squabble. So we've got Toyota, Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari, then another car with the Peugeot. So we have genuine podium challenges from 5 hypercar manufacturers, which is fantastic news. United Autosports with a tenuous lead of just about 4 seconds from Prema. And in GTE AM, it is Corvette from Iron Dames from the Richard Mille Racing team. Lila Wadu already back up to 3rd place for Richard Mille Racing. And again, the 22-year-old in that car doing a fantastic first stint to bring it from 5th to the lead. She's doing a great job in the 2nd stint as well.
Yeah, she's going head to head at the moment and trying to take time out of Rahel Fry, the flag carrier for female talent for, what, 3 years now in this championship. And that's a good marker for Lila Wadu.
Yeah, and of course, an ex-DTM racer for Audi, Rahel Frey, so she's got plenty of experience, lots of single-seater experience as well, and lots in GTs now, and that Iron Dames, Iron Links package, of course, will be running the hypercar program for Lamborghini next year when the Raging Bull comes along to dance with the prancing horse and all the other animal.
Rahel, by the way, closing in reasonably quickly at the moment on Nico Verona, who leads that GTM class. So it's under 2 seconds for the lead, and then a little way back, 20 seconds back for the Richard Mille AF Corsa car. And
Lila Wadu in that Richard Mille car, just setting that car's fastest lap of the race. So she's quicker than the Lila Wadu previous fastest lap. So she's having an epic time here. She's raced here once. Twice.
Lulu was
Did the LMS last year?
No, she wasn't. She wasn't. So she has raced here.
Yeah.
I've seen her here win a race in a little Renault Alpine Cup car, which I think was the series run by Signatech that turned the heads of the guys that got her into that P2 car last year. Switches now with the Richard Mille brand to GTM and is again a bit of a head turner in terms of the performance.
And again, you know, with all age on her side, just 22 years old, Dorian Pan for Prema, only 19 still, you know, young racing drivers getting into this kind of caliber of competition at World Championship level is just fantastic. You know, the youth is always important in sport, and we've got a lot of impressive young talent all the way up and down this field.
Yeah. Ollie Jarvis, by the way, on pit lane from the lead in the LMP2 class.
Mirko Bortolotti follows him in as well, or has in fact preceded him in from 2nd place.
Thumbs up from Suzuki Nakajima there.
Yep, there's the 23 car on its way. Was that the end of a double for Ollie? It didn't look like there was a driver change, but we only really saw the lollipop disappear.
He, I think he's only done a single stint at this point in the race.
Right now,
he was the 3rd one in.
And again now, that cycles Phil Hansen in 22 back to the top of the pile.
Reasonable pit stop from United, 1 minute and 16 seconds on pit lane.
So that sounds like full service, does it not?
Just looking.
Didn't look like a tyre. Well, we didn't see enough of it to know whether there was a tyre stop or a driver change. Ollie Jarvis remains in the car. So it's Phil Hansen who leads for United now by 2.3 seconds from Yifa Yi in the 48 Jota car. Ollie Jarvis 3rd, Mirko Bortolotti 4th, ahead of his, well, former factory Lamborghini teammate Albert Costa, who is 5th for Inter Europol, and Robert Kubica in now at WRT, as is Ferdy Habsburg. So it was all change in WRT during their pit stops.
Completely correct, by the way. That was the end of Ollie Jarvis's first stint aboard the car. He comes out in 3rd before the rest of the pit stop cycle.
Whoa,
with the Hertz.
Hello. And those are the moves in traffic that you have to make, Anthony Davidson, to stay in front.
Yeah, I mean, you learn the good places you can overtake and where you can trust the other drivers as well. This is getting a bit tasty, isn't it, between Bortolotti and Ollie Jarvis.
And both in their 2nd stint. So although Jarvis stopped a lap later, he's not on cold tyres. They may have lost a few degrees, but he's still got the grip just enough to hang on ahead of Bortolotti.
Yeah. On the absolute attack here, as we're seeing on the bottom left screen there, Hansen out and Hanley in.
This is for the
car
lead.
22.
That cycles the 48 back again through on that fuel save from the very start of the race from Antonio Felix da Costa.
Meanwhile, problems for the 51 Ferrari.
Maybe.
The team manager has been asked to report to the race director,
Absolutely.
so it may be that, like the 7 Toyota, there is something in the FIA mandated sensors that is not entirely appropriate.
Well, didn't need to go to the race director, Tony, for that one. That was an immediate warning directly to the car. So let's wait and see what happens here. It's unlikely to be the case that it's just Eduardo feeling lonely. Let's put it that way.
Well, maybe he's found that the espresso machine in race control isn't up to snuff, and he's asked the Ferrari race director, to come along with an espresso. That also seems unlikely.
But yeah, that car has had some troubles with the braking system.
Number 7 being examined underneath by the mechanics as Mike Conway, I think, will take. No, Jose Maria Lopez should stay in, shouldn't he?
Yeah, he stayed in.
He's got a busy 3 weeks, Jose Maria Lopez. He goes straight from here to Barcelona to make his debut in the European Le Mans Series, where he's going to be a full season sector this year.
Moving up the ladder.
Absolutely. And then back again, of course, the following week for the third round rather than the FIWC.
That'll make his head spin. Yep. Hypercar to P2, back to hypercar. Of course, multiple World Touring Car champion as well, 3-time World Touring Car champion. Hello, Car 10, that's Vector Sport, team manager being asked to answer the call on Discord, which is the platform that is used by Race Control to talk to everybody. Out goes the 48 car. There was no driver change, so Yiffy stays in. And in this Hertz team, by the way, as he is a Porsche Asia Motorsport driver, and as a result is a Porsche factory driver, so he is in this lineup in preparation for the hypercar arriving for Spa.
Yeah, he is the Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific nominated driver, so he's their retained driver, and will become the first Chinese driver, I believe. I'm trying to think if Ho Pin Tung ever drove in LMP1. I don't think he did.
P2 for Jackie Chan DC Racing, but I don't recall P1. No, I think you're right. Will Ant Davidson be the first ex-Jota driver to slip behind the wheel of a hypercar? Are they going to let you sit in it in the garage? No, he's already said no, it's not happening. It will happen, and if it's not you, it'll have to be me. Let's hear from WRT's Louis Delatraz.
You brought the 41 WRT in. There was some great racing going on, even between the two WRTs.
Yeah, thank you. It was good. I mean, we had a difficult start. We struggled all weekend for pace, and seems like we've definitely improved the car, and we were fast right now. So we came back. I gave everything I could. Had a lot of fun with overtakes, and yeah, we had a bit of a fighting with the sister car, and I have to say Robin let me by, which yeah, thank you to him because it was nice. I was quicker at that moment, but also he was quicker before, so we tried to be smart and don't lose time together.
And seemed to be traffic definitely holding some of you guys up. How frustrating is that?
Frustrating. Oh, yeah, it is frustrating, but traffic is part of endurance racing. And I think a good driver in endurance is good in traffic. And yeah, we have to push through it, and that's like it is. Same for everyone.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That answered your question from earlier on, didn't it, Martin? How do you get through that? How do you trust those drivers you're going through? Like he just said, when you've been doing it a long time, and that's the most important message.
Countdown to dinner.
Yeah, the most important message of the weekend. But yeah, when you've been doing it, and you get in a rhythm of where you can, where you can't overtake, where it's risky, where it's not risky. You even sit down with your teammates before a race to say, right, I don't want to see any of you overtaking a car into this corner or that corner, because I know that's a 10 out of 10 risk moment. You say, yes, okay, we agree not to overtake there. You have your strategy plan as a driver where you're going to take risk and where you're not.
How quickly do you forget that plan?
Oh no, you don't, unless and it alters depending on. Say like now, car 8 out there in front, miles in the lead over 59 seconds now, and so there is no need to be taking risks through traffic. You will bring it back down to a like a 1 out of 10 risk. You really take your time. You can afford to do that. But if you're fighting your way through, or fighting another car and it's towards the end of the race, you will ramp that up.
This is a growing battle here for third place. Kevin Estre being reeled in by what we still think is a somewhat hobbled 51 Ferrari. So a remarkable job being done here by Antonio Giovinazzi. We wait to find out, if indeed we do find out, why the team manager of the 51 car has been called race control, but for the time being, we'll call it as we see it. And other than the little whoopsie in traffic there with the 56 car, the 51 car through now and clear, and if he's got the pace here, it's going to close this gap again to Kevin Est.
I wonder if they've been able to sort something out with a hybrid system on that 51 Ferrari, because just under braking there, I could hear a bit more regen going on than earlier on in the race. So here, the high-pitched whine, is it? I wonder if he's on power, if it comes in again. We're not staying with the onboard long enough to hear the car go over that magic 150 km/h mark where they can start to deploy. But certainly under the braking, it's gaining some energy back there in the system.
Well, the other part of this is still a very, very, very new car. They're learning as they go. As problems actually arrive, they're learning how to deal with them in rapid succession. Toyota have had 2 years of that. So Toyota, the experienced hypercar team, have dealt with more or less every and any issue that could be thrown at the car. Energy right on the ragged edge of this car, must be due in any moment now.
So Giovinazzi, we're here, is changing switches for all he's worth behind the wheel of that 51 Ferrari, and you can see on the right-hand side of your screen the energy bar going lower and lower. What would be interesting is to see that compared to other cars around him in the hypercars, see how much more fuel they're using, because they're not deploying as much, if any, hybrid energy. And you can just hear it's like it's trying to kick in every now and again.
Yeah.
It's certainly harvesting stuff under the braking, but it's not deploying anywhere near as much. So maybe he's now in the process where he's recharging a bit of energy, getting that SOC level higher, that state of charge level higher, so that then he can use a bit more energy later on. That would explain why he's up and down on switches all the time. He's playing this like a
well-tuned violin.
Like a violin, yeah. Impressive stuff from Giovinazzi. But, you know, these F1 drivers, ex-F1 drivers, they've got hybrid cars as well. He would be more than used to this juggling of switches on the steering with this extra capacity that you have to drive with, as well as doing fast lap times. The Porsche nicely gets out of the way there as he exits the pits through turn 2.
That's the 86 car, the GR Racing car.
That was nicely done. You got the Alpine as well. Got overtaken into turn 1. So, yeah, I mean, it's still got some pace. And look at that. There we go. There's the graphic I wanted to see. 2%. 51 Ferrari, of course, 2% left. Everyone else around him well over 50%. Yeah. And that's what your hybrid does for you. It's filling that gap of what the fuel would usually do.
So it's a long road home, but at the moment, an impressive run against the odds here from Giovinazzi. If there's one factor, aside from safety, that there's been absolutely astonishing progress in the last decade and a half, it is reliability of all these systems, and the systems only get more complex.
I mean, this kind of issue would have been a race stopper back, you know,
exactly
when hybrid first came out. 2012, the first year when Toyota rocked up on the scene with their hybrid Toyota, it would have failed by now. It would have been a catastrophic failure, end of play, car in the garage or in the barrier somewhere. But now they're able to massage these problems. We're going to see him peel off into the pits here because of that 2% energy left. And the fuel goes into the car, and that's the only energy you've got. You're down to one source, my friend. One source, yeah. Look at the others, 74% for Cadillac. They're out of sync with the rest of them. 37% for the race leader. Very different story.
The one question I guess I've got here, and I need to check, I know certainly in the IMSA Sports Car Championship, the fuel tanks are oversized. You'll never use a full tank of fuel in GTP for this virtual fuel tank reason. Can they compensate by putting more fuel in the car?
That is a very good question. Let's see how long this stop is. And where that energy level goes up to once it's reset.
Because the rule book doesn't care whether you use the electrical energy, it's the energy.
That's why we have that energy bar. It's not fuel.
Exactly. No, absolutely right.
And it's not just purely hybrid energy. That is, like we said, it's a combination of the two.
Yep. And I wonder whether or not that's an adjustment they can make here. It does mean systems aren't operating at an optimum level.
But aren't you always refilling your car to maximum?
No, you don't have to.
In hypercar?
You don't have to.
No, because you're only allowed a certain amount.
You never have to. You could use a splash and dash and send it back
I'm
over.
remembering what my friend and colleague Marshall Pruitt explained to me in a 110-litre tank in a GTP car, I believe.
Now, the question is whether Ferrari have built a tank bigger than they need for the total amount of energy.
That's my question, and I don't know the answer. So I'll drop a note to our friends at Ferrari, and they'll be able to tell me.
Because in GTP, you have a standard 50 horsepower hybrid package that everybody uses, and then everybody's motor is different. You have to have a maximum fuel capacity that allows everybody's motor to be different.
In a bespoke car like the Ferrari,
they will have designed it to carry not one single ounce more than it's ever going to need in a stint. Well, Antonio Giovinazzi has been working his whatsits off in the Ferrari. He's now with Louise Beckett in the pit lane, so the hard work never stops.
Antonio, we know that there's problems with the car. We've been hearing the team radio. You have been working so hard during that stint. Just explain to people what you were doing as well as driving.
Yeah, I think since lap 1 we had I already felt the pedal quite long, and then we had an issue with the BBW. So I was not just driving. I was using the steering, all the buttons to try to react and to finish the stint. We did it, but it was really hard. One of the hardest of my career, I would say. A lot of radio communication, and it was also really hot. So yeah, really happy for one side, but we are still fighting for the podium. So we need to keep pushing and try to be there.
Well done. That was great from you.
Thank you very much.
If they do make it to a podium, that was either way an heroic stint from him.
This is what I love about endurance racing, though.
Yes.
It really is a test of man, woman, and machine. And it's just, can you get that thing back home? Like we saw in Bahrain last year with the number 51 Ferrari, with a fading gearbox.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Can they make it? What can you do as a driver? What can you do as a team? You've got to bring this car home. That is the true test of endurance.
And that gearbox was literally a bag of spanners, wasn't it? I mean, it was dropping out of the car.
It was a brick and a tumble drive, wasn't it? It really was.
And getting it to the end meant winning the championship, and they managed to get it to the end. And sometimes, somehow, you drag a recalcitrant car all the way to the line, and that's what it's about. Never, ever give up.
I can remember very early on in the LMP1 hybrid days, you gave a brilliant interview to talk about the mental acuity it needed at the point at which those systems were not as automated. You remember that? That really spoke to the kind of the workload in that car. It, to be blunt, meant that certain drivers decided they didn't want to do that anymore and walked away from that. But that was the start of something different, wasn't it? That where you weren't just driving the car as quickly as you could.
I mean, luckily I was used to that from the F1 testing days I did back in the traction control era. We had automatic gearboxes as well, and you could tune or decide where you wanted the gears to be downshifting automatically or not, and by how many. And Jacques could have been there as well during that time at BAR. He was race driver, I was test driver, and he was one of those drivers that always liked a fully automatic gearbox, both up and down at all times. And the gearbox is amazing. Then that got banned. Traction control got banned as well going forward. But what it gave me as a driver was that experience to lean on, and it really came in useful when I got to drive a hybrid car in the World Endurance Championship, because it gave me that extra capacity you needed as a driver to, like Giovinazzi's just been doing.
Yeah, I mean, the flip side was, I remember at, I think the prologue test some years later at Paul Ricard, sitting down and chatting to Alex Wurz, who'd been brought in for a day testing the car after not driving for about 18 months. One of the drivers was not available, and telling us how long it just took his brain to catch up.
I remember that day when he stepped back
Yeah.
in. Yeah, his eyes were like saucers.
Yeah.
But
It said that it was that by that stage, the systems had been advanced enough that a lot of the things you've been dealing with kind of manually were automated, but you still needed the driver input to save all the time.
Well, we were doing it autopilot by the end of it. It's like jumping in the road car you know so well, and you know where all the buttons are, or you know, turning the AC up and down, or retuning the radio station that you want. You know how to do it. It's all intuitive. But the first time you drive that car, or when you drive a say like a hire car or something, someone else's car, it's full concentration, isn't it? Before you know you dare touch anything else. And that's what we're going through.
But here's the point: unless I've by mistake put one of my daughter's terrible CDs in the player, I'm not making that many adjustments to skipping tracks. How many adjustments on a racing lap back then?
Well, I mean, to be fair, most of your adjustments were done through the testing. Oh, that's a bit of a moment there under the brake in the GT car, holding up. Who's at the wheel of that GT at the moment? And that
I'm not sure, but that's the Vector Sport car
the
that
83 car.
they were trying to go round. And that's,
sorry, it's not 21. It's a
Matthias
21.
Kaiser in the Vector car.
Yeah, of course, that's Simon Mann in the 21 car.
Yeah. Well, he's doing a good job trying to keep his nose clean in the top three, but Matthias Kaiser was having to try and go by, and then the hypercars were trying to go by at the same time. So, yeah, 3 different classes, 1 piece of tarmac.
This is the battle for 6th position, by the way,
and
between the 5 and the 51.
And different categories of drivers as well. It's not just different cars out there. It's because we've been saying all day long that the GTs are really good on the brakes into turn 5, and then suddenly could be an AM driver behind the wheel of one of the GTs, and they're braking a bit earlier than you would have expected. And yeah, that's how you can easily cause a chain reaction.
Michael Christensen watching Kevin Escht in the number 6 Porsche that's currently lying in 3rd place ahead of Gustavo Menezes. And then this battle as well, Cadillac and Porsche and Ferrari. Lots of big names. Actually, it was really interesting, that shot we had of the Ferrari pit stop. Lots of fans in red hats and red shirts, leaning over the top of the grandstand watching. It's amazing. I'm sure that having Ferrari in the World Championship is going to continue to accelerate interest. I'm sure we're going to get big crowds, as we always do at Spa. I'm sure we're going to get enormous crowds at Monza as well. Who doesn't want to go and watch Ferrari race in the World Championship at Monza?
Absolutely.
In Italy, you know. It's a great boost for the championship, and it just brings another big name. You know, when you're racing for a factory like Porsche or Cadillac, or, you know, coming with Lamborghini, whatever, when you've got names like Ferrari on the grid, you really know you're in a proper race. With no disrespect to Toyota, because they have been such a great benchmark. You know, they've been racing at Le Mans for more than 3 decades, and of course recently so successfully. But Ferrari is just a special name in motor racing. In automotive world, it's just such a special name. And can you imagine being these GT drivers, having gone through the testing and and then eventually 6 GT drivers from a pool of 8 drivers that Ferrari put together, going, yes, here's a ticket, here's the golden ticket. I mean, fantastic for them, and a great opportunity to really be part of Ferrari history in a really major way.
You know, if you look at what a number of these hypercar teams have opted to do, both here in the World Championship and also in North America, opting to trust the talent they've got in their talent pool. Many of whom have had major single-seater experience. Berger Bortolotti is another great example of that, isn't he?
Yep.
But beyond that, GT programs, maybe something like Formula E as well.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, it's given an opportunity for professional motorsport to come straight back up again.
Yeah.
Great battle, this.
It is a great battle, isn't it? Again, Porsche versus Ferrari. You know, this is what people pay big money to come and see. The 2 most successful manufacturers at Le Mans. And they're back.
Pierre Guidi, car 51, nursing that car around. And he's got Fred Makowicki in the car 5, Porsche.
Yeah, Fred Mako was an occasional driver last year in the Porsches, wasn't he? Whereas Alessandro Pierguidi and James Collado, 3-time GTE World Champions, the last ever GTE World Champions. Let's hear from
Okay,
Ale.
mate, let's not get caught in the trap, though. He is going to be stopping soon. We can't kill these tires. We're going to try and go for a double, okay?
Yeah, how much of that message do you think Pierre Guidi actually listened to?
Probably heard the words "yeah" and "okay." No, he's a very Italian, but he doesn't drive like an Italian. He's got a very clinical, mechanical brain right until the last lap of the race. But he knows what the plan is, and he knows that just by having a wild lunge, they may not end up on the podium. But this car, the 51, still has potential. I mean, look at it.
Here's the 8 catching them to lap them, by the way. The 8 is closing in here. These two drivers, when Fred Makovic, I think the first time I saw him race was something like 2004 on a Dodge Viper in Bahrain. And then Alessandro Pierre Guidi, who's just matured massively in the last half a decade. He was wild, raw speed, but wild when he first came to GT racing. I remember...
Well, that was a mistake there from Makovic. Big mistake under the brakes, and he's left himself a bit open here. Cuts back across on the run-up towards turn 7.
And you may remember a spin at the start of the Spa 24 Hours when he was driving a GT car in front of the entire pack on lap 1 and missed by everybody.
Right, riding on board now with Ryo Hirakawa, car 8 in the lead.
He sort of doesn't need to challenge this, does he?
Pierre Guidi goes for a bit of a gap that opened up in middle of turn 10, 11, but I'm intrigued to see where the Toyota's faster than these two in front of it, because, I mean, before the Toyota arrived on the scene, they looked so fast, didn't they, these two cars? I mean, the hypercars, the fastest cars out there, and then the Toyota just drifts up behind them.
Well, I sort of wonder, he doesn't really need to do much about this, does he? He can certainly afford to wait. He's got a huge 70-second lead now.
Well, his team will also know that the Porsche is due to pit, so that's one of these two cars out of the way. They're doing 135s. His best laps are 133s, so he might lose 10 or 20 seconds if he has to sit behind them for 10 laps. But he's still got over a minute on the field.
Well, he's still doing 134 now. He's quicker coming to the rear of these cars. He's going to lap no slower than they are lapping.
Right, this could be his opportunity now, Pierre Guidi. I mean, I know his engineer said let's not get caught by the trap, but he's in the turbulent air, too much friction going through those tyres, and just feel like he'd be in a more comfortable position if he's just ahead of that Porsche.
And also, hot air going in through the brake cooling ducts. We know the brakes are a potential, soft spot, weak link there, so he wants to keep that laminar airflow to keep the brakes cool.
Well, if you're the engineer, you say either you drop back to save the car more, or you do actually try and get by. I think we can actually hear from...
let's hear. He's got a laconic race engineer. Let's see what he's got to say.
If you wait, he said, I don't know if this guy, the race is over. Let's try.
No, the race is not over. You'll get around him when they stop. You will get around him when they stop. We are faster. We have to make the double work, or we have no chance.
See, crystal clear communication. I have to go, or we've lost it. No.
Here comes
Wait
the Toyota, makes the move this time, but the inside is let go by Pierre Guidi. Gives himself room to breathe.
I like the engineer of the car 51. Do you know his name or not?
No, I asked Ferrari and they said we're not going to tell you the names of the engineers.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, no, genuinely.
I think I know who it is.
And they also said they may not be the same engineers on the same cars all season long.
Car 83 reported with an open door.
Policy. So Toyota Gazoo Racing lead as we approach the final 2 hours here, and they have now lapped the entire field bar the top 3. 2 hours, 10 minutes remain in Portimão in Portugal, race 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Toyota number 8 from Toyota Gazoo Racing, Ryo Hirakawa, keeping the pressure up. He has lapped everybody except the cars on the podium. In second place, Miguel Molina in the number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari, and in third place for Penske Motorsport is Kevin Esch in the Porsche 963. The Peugeot in fourth place now. The 94 car has been lapped but is having a strong race ahead of Earl Bamber's Cadillac and Fred Mako and Alessandro Pierre Guidi, and late dive bomb there down into turn 1 did not go well for whichever of the two Jotas that was. can't tell. At least next time, one of them will look like a Porsche and the other one will an LMP2, so we've got a fighting chance.
Yeah, confirmed, by the way. The voice we're hearing is the voice I thought I was hearing. Justin Taylor, it is, ex-Audi. I think then was with Rebellion for a short while in their last encounters with the FI World Endurance Championship, but the American voice you're hearing with the calm, Alessandro calm tone was Justin Taylor. Highly experienced, highly successful.
And actually, that's the sort of voice that you and we hear so often on the radio. It's just calm, considered, there's no drama, here we go. Trying to take the place back from the Toyota. Oh, and this Ferrari, by the way, is the one that's struggling with less braking than it would expect to normally have. So, Alessandro Pierguidi.
Now he lets it go. The Porsche let him go, but he let him go in an odd place. And that's put him under risk here from the 51 car.
And that's why Pierguidi was so intent on being with the Toyota down into the hairpin at turn 5. Did he get
It's the other Toyota. It's the other Toyota. It's the other Toyota.
It's number 7, okay. And that car not yet in the points. And okay, it's only one car failure away from being in the top 10, but it's actually the entire LMP2 field is still ahead of the number 7 Toyota.
So they don't have to let him pass. They won't be getting any blue flags like they did before when it was the car 8 behind them. So now Pierguidi tries to get around the outside. I don't think you're going to be given the room there. No, of course, the door was firmly shut in your face.
Do you not get a blue flag if there is a faster car behind you? The blue flag is just a warning there is a faster car behind you. This isn't Formula 1, it's not move over and let him through.
No, it's the same rule. It's a lapped car's coming out, it's lapping you, so you get the blue flag.
Has he got him here? He's alongside.
Yes, he has.
Big braking, look at the brake dust.
Can he stop? Can he stop? Yes, he can. Hang on a minute, this is the Ferrari that hasn't got front brakes, or hasn't got as much front brake.
Though. He hasn't got as much front brake, but is it damage that he's now doing to those brakes?
Well, that's the thing his engineer was pointing out, wasn't it? Just look, we are, in terms of the strategy, we're going to get past him. We are quicker.
Look at the difference, though. He's immediately pulled out from the Porsche. He was partly right as well. The problem for Alessandro Pierguidi is twofold. He doesn't want to overstress the front of the car, but he doesn't want to lose a lot of time behind the Porsche. And the engineers will have seen the lap times, and they will know that he was being held up by the Porsche. Porsche seems to be stretching the fuel a long way. Has they been doing more lifting and coasting, perhaps? So, look now, just the Toyota's working hard to get by, and a 54 Ferrari. So who's in the wheel of 54? Thomas Floor.
I think that's just recovered from a spin.
Yeah, that had all the hallmarks recovering from a spin. He's not on an outlap, so he's just either had a mistake on his own or in traffic. It's traffic, and
it's a United Autosports car. Whichever one of those ones it was, it's the 22.
This is what happened from on board.
Yeah. You can see there the ID screen on the right-hand side, blue flag, LMP behind you. So he knew that that was coming, but he didn't give it enough room to come around the outside.
Yeah, I can't blame the LMP2 car in that situation, but yeah, it's like we said earlier on, you're asking a lot from the AM drivers to have that spatial awareness, despite having the warnings as well on the dash. You know, their eyes are on stalks trying to keep up.
2 laps to go, Gus.
Would it be a bad idea to do steering wheel change?
Is the situation bad?
It's just flickering non-stop. I can see, but it's flickering non-stop.
All right, well, that shouldn't cost them more than a few seconds in a pit stop, you would hope, because these cars are built to be serviceable. What Gus Menezes is saying is basically the steering wheel, which is a huge display, is just strobing at him, and it's very distracting. So he's in 4th place at the moment, challenging the challenging the Porsche for the podium, and trying to hold off the Cadillac and the Ferrari-Porsche battle behind him. So right now, Porsche having about their best race with this hypercar, and if that hasn't cursed it, then nothing will.
We've actually got 6 of the hypercars together in a group, but 3 groups of 2 on different laps.
Well, he's on an in-lap either now or the next lap. You could see that the team are ready for the 94 car to come in, and you can see he's down to 1% on the odometer.
Yeah.
And in fact, the number 5 Porsche still got 9%, and the number 6 Porsche still got 6%. So I think Alessandro Pierguidi probably was right to make that pass, because the Porsche wasn't coming in a hurry.
No, it's going to be quite busy on pit lane with hypercar action. Shortly, 4 or 5 of them during the next couple of laps here, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them.
Look in the slow motion shot. I've not noticed it before, how much of a Red Bull rake the Peugeot has got with that quite nose down stance. And of course, current Formula 1 cars also full ground effect cars. Whereas if you're generating your aerodynamics from the top surfaces, you're trying to keep it level normally. That's Rahel Frey. Is that nearly at the end of her run? It's a very uncharacteristic looping spin from her. Driver change. Out gets Gustavo Menezes, takes his seat.
Steering wheel's still on at the moment. Are they going to do that when the next driver gets in, I wonder? Because now's the time to do it, when you're going to have to change all 4 tyres as well.
Yeah, that would definitely be the best time, whether they are ready to do it or whether they think it needs doing. And Louise is down nearby and cannot see a steering wheel ready. Ferrari in as well. This is at the 50 car from 2nd place. So this is not a battle. Toyota must be in this lap as well. Only 1% left in Ryo Hirakawa's energy allocation.
So watching this, by the way, that spin from Rahel Frey has put her right in the sights. It's closed the gap for 2nd place in GTM to around 4 seconds, with Lila Wadu, who's made great strides again in this her 2nd stint.
Race leader is in, car number 8.
Look at that graphic. The Ferrari 51's already only at 63% energy left.
Number 7 Toyota harassing the Porsche, trying to find a way through. Yeah, 51 Ferrari is just burning fuel, isn't it? Or burning energy. So they clearly cannot overfill it with fuel compared to what it would normally take, because your hybrid power and your internal combustion power can only add up to a maximum amount of energy per stint. And that means that if you're not getting the energy from the hybrid, then you are just burning fuel with your internal combustion engine, and you're burning it at a greater rate, as in a road car. If you don't have a hybrid, you burn fuel all the time. If you have hybrid, it alleviates some of that fuel burn.
It's like taking a hybrid road car onto a motorway.
Yeah.
Basically, that's what Ferrari are just doing now. The hybrid's just redundant. It's not doing anything anymore. And you're just carrying that weight around for nothing.
Where goes the number 8 car? Car 148 laps. Brendan Hartley now will start lap 149.
And they've had, I'm afraid to say, they've had a bigger advantage than what I thought they would ever have here in race trim. Oh, it's
Drop out for the 5. That is Fred Makovicky.
Is this his in lap? It is his in lap.
Yeah, look at the energy bar.
He's still got 4% energy though on the graphic on the main board.
He's pulling off this.
Is he going to make it to the pit lane?
It's pretty much all downhill from this part.
Until you get to the bottom, then you have to climb up the hill to get. So he's now he's lifting and coasting. This is Louise Beckett in neutral down the hills.
And now here comes the climb up towards the pit lane entry.
What has he got?
I do wonder if this is fuel, you know?
Now remember, these cars cannot run on, let me get this right.
Electric only?
No, they can't run if the hybrid system isn't working. There's no alternator on the car.
Ooh. All right, well, the number 6 Porsche is in from 2nd. Its tank is full, as you can see, up to 100%. 50 Ferrari goes back in front.
5 has made pit lane.
Yeah.
So at least, even if he stops here, the mechanics can go and recover the car.
Correct.
There he goes.
There he goes, drives past. Boomf. Yeah. There was not much left to manoeuvre with, was there?
The one thing I'm not sure is just how parallel he was there. There you go. That was.
Well, now, it doesn't matter, actually,
No,
because the
it's just whether or not he
teams
blocked
have
the other
all
car.
been rehearsing moving the cars in. I saw Peugeot deliberately in an empty pit lane with cars parked at angles, so they rehearse running out with the dollies, getting it up, moving it round, dropping it back down, and then you start with the fuel and so on. So they are rehearsing that, because that is definitely going to be a fact of life, not just in the World Endurance Championship, but even more especially at Le Mans.
So if nothing else happens to this car during the service, then we know it was just fuel running out.
Michael Christensen climbs aboard, Danish driver.
But they usually do a full service, and then if there is a big problem, they'll put them on the trolley, and then they'll wheel it into the back of the garage.
Here comes the Cadillac up into third again. Remember, this is off strategy, Earl Bamber. He's now 10 seconds back from the number 50 Ferrari. We'll be getting into hearing from Louise that the Porsche is going to go straight back out. So it did look like it was just out of fuel.
Yep. Spinning the wheels up on the apron is no longer a penalisable offence, because with the cold tyres, it's probably impossible to get these away without an IndyCar-style push start without spinning the wheels.
I'm just trying to work out what that means. It did say 2% energy remaining.
It said 4 remaining.
So either they didn't get all the fuel in the tank, or something's wrong with the hybrid.
Or it's not able to use all of the fuel in the tank.
Yep, okay.
Well, there's Kevin Escher debriefing with the crew.
He's explaining there, you can see visually how he's moving his arms around. He's describing snappiness of the rear end. And that's what I've been seeing with this car the whole way through this weekend. Actually, we saw it in Sebring as well, on older tyres, particularly there. And that's one weakness I'd say they've got in that car, is mid-corner and the slow speed, particularly, the rear's just snapping on the driver, and you're having to have those lightning quick reactions on the wheel to compensate.
Little doubt in my mind, by the way, what's going on at the moment for Cadillac. As I say, on a completely different strategy after being forced into that tyre stop after the big lock-up for Richard Westbrook earlier. They're going to be looking to take track position and put Ferrari under pressure at this point.
Now that car in third place, that's its highest appearance in the race so far. Now, again, they are out of sequence, but previously they've been coming back up to fifth, back up to fourth, now up to third, and that indicates that the pace of the car is still extremely good and very consistent. Last lap for Earl Bamber, 1:35.23, compared to 1:35.95 for the race-leading Toyota. Yes, traffic, yada, 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 but the Cadillac is currently as quick as the Ferrari and quicker than the Porsche.
The other thing here is, we talk about the cars being off strategy. It may not necessarily, depending on what happens in the next 2 hours, be a bad thing. Depends what happens. We've had a full green race for 4 hours and 4 minutes so far.
And none of the hypercars have gone more than an hour on fuel, which means it's not a full set of stops. There's always going to be the need for a partial stop at the end. Caddy have just done their partial stop at the beginning.
If it stays green, it could work for them.
Kevin Escher has just stepped out of the number 6 Porsche Penske. How is this Portimão going for you? You're talking a lot to the team and to your teammates, so what are you feeling back?
It's a tough race. It's very hot. It's a lot hotter than it's been this week, so the track temp has been higher and the tire degradation is different. It's a very strategic race at the moment because no yellow, no full course yellow, nothing. So you have to be fast on a green lap pace, be constant, and make sure that you have fuel to the end. I think we might see some fuel saving out there to make it a no splash at the end. So we'll see if we are better than our competitors, but so far I think we've done the perfect race for the performance we have in the car right now, and quite happy with what we've done. Let's see now the last 2 hours with Andre.
You've just said the forbidden word to me, safety car. No safety car and no full course yellow.
Yeah, well, let's see. I think it has been very clean. Also in traffic, for me, a lot easier than Sebring, not so much. I think people getting used to the flow and the class difference in terms of pace. and it's a European track with a bit wider and everything. So fingers crossed, but I think well, you're never safe. But I think so far everybody has done a good race, not being in trouble.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Pretty decent summary, I'd say, there for Kevin Oates. It has actually been a pretty clean race, considering how tough this track is to pass on. 0 full course yellows, 0 safety cars.
Yeah. It was a good point he made, actually, about this being the second race in the championship, and that you've gone through that teething trouble, those issues that you had, learning the new cars that arrived in the hypercar category this year, and the reduction of speed, further reduction of speed at LMP2s. You've now just got the GT AM category. The pros are no longer there. So he's saying, look, now we're all finding our way a bit more, and it's a wider circuit, a European track, Grade 1 FIA safety standard circuit with bigger runoff than Sebring. You know, we're all finding our way a bit more, and it seems a bit easier. Yeah, I hadn't. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's one thing you think of when you're racing, but you step away from it, and it's easy to forget that, yeah, you get in such a rhythm of those different categories and the performance of the cars from race to race, and you all learn together. You all have to share the track together.
And have you noticed how many fewer track limits notifications we're getting now than in the first hour or two? Everybody's really got their head around it. Corvette are in from the lead. This will be a driver change. Double stint to start from Ben Keating, double stint now from Nicholas Varoni. They are now going to release the Katzberg, so he will take over that car from what was the race lead. The Iron Dames will cycle to the top ahead of Richard Mille and the 2 AF Corsa cars, 21 and 54.
So Nicky Katzberg's only just getting to work now since he was sat here with us in the commentary box.
Mate, I can't tell you how lazy he is.
He said himself he's on holiday. He really has been.
Listen, his whole life is a holiday. He is a hard-working driver, but it always feels like he's on holiday when you're around him. Into the final 2 hours in Portimão. Race 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. So far, Toyota has led every lap. The number 8 car remains healthy after number 7 had a sensor issue that they had to deal with and have dropped out of the points. They are the 11th and last running hypercar currently, for the first time, not going to score points. Antonio Felix da Costa is about to be released. Anthony Davidson, everybody's starting to bring out their big guns for the final 2 hours.
You always do, but that was a difficult stint, wasn't it, for Yifei? He had a much better performance in Sebring, I felt, and now it's time for Felix da Costa to try to rectify that.
Yeah, pit stops underway up and down the field. This was the lead car at the moment in LMP2 because, again...
I was going to say, he did bring it in from the lead.
But this is the car that's been cycling up and down
it's not a real lead.
Because of Antonio Felix da Costa's fuel saving in the first part of this race. Yeah. Also noteworthy, by the way, Jacques Villeneuve has just joined the race in the Van Wall, but down in 19th. And actually, that means that number 7 Toyota is up into 10th.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So that's the first place. So that is a long stop for the Van Wall. That's a real shame.
2 minutes, 17 seconds.
That is a real shame. So, yeah, Jacques Villeneuve has been sitting. Actually, we were looking at a shot of him sitting there in the back of the garage a little earlier on. I thought, I wonder if that's what his dad would have looked like in later. No, but you do, don't you? Because, like, you know, because he increasingly, you look at Damon Hill, and when he was young, I really never saw much a reflection of Graham. I'm sure Betty did, but I never really. But now you look at Damon Hill, and the Graham Hill that I remember, not the young, or, you know, the pictures you see more of, not the young, but the middle-aged Damon Hill. Damon really echoes Graham enormously, and I'm sure that Jacques does. Gilles, I'm sure that you know, that family strong resemblance is enormously strong.
I remember the most airy moment at Silverstone, sitting there doing some work in the press room, and a couple of guests joined us in the press room, one of whom was Mike Newton from RML and the very successful LMP2 squad, and then he was talking,
still successfully driving both of his MG EXs,
and chatting then to Mike Oliver was then chatting to the guy who was with him, And my head must have gone around like an owl, because it was James Hunt. Only it wasn't.
No.
It was Freddie Hunt.
Oh, I know.
And he sounds
uncanny.
so like his father. Oh, trouble for the Van Wall.
Van Wall, yeah.
That's Jacques Villeneuve's outlap.
That is his outlap.
Oh dear.
The final corner.
Didn't this happen to him at Sebring as well? Was he not the one that was sent out with the car that was just about to die?
He got hit, didn't he? Or somebody got hit in that car in the rear by one of the Peugeots. The trouble at the Van Wall Mill at Sebring was that's Colin. Oh dear, Colin.
Well, actually, that's really disappointing for this team, because, you know, they will have sweated buckets to get this car built, designed and everything else. And, you know, they're racers. They want to race. Trouble for Floyd Van Wall now. It looks as though Control-Alt-Delete might have worked for Jacques Villeneuve, but that then rather worryingly means he's just starting a stint with a car that has decided it doesn't want to just start a stint, and we're into the final 2 hours of this race.
I'm surprised to see him not just bring it straight into the pits as well, so they must be confident that it can just, like you say, that after that reset, that it's now all things are fine.
Unless he knows what finger trouble it was. We have had it before where some pretty illustrious drivers have managed to switch the car off. I can remember that happening at least once to an Audi in a WEC race.
It's happened. Having said we've had very few notifications of track limits, all three of the LMP2 cars in that last shot at turn 5 meandered way out wide there. No, not even remotely approaching staying off the curves.
Just have a visual kind of image now of Eduardo Freitas just throwing the papers up in the air and giving up.
It does tend to happen though in this series of racing that you know, they're very strict on track limits during qualifying. There's a zero tolerance policy in qualifying, and then it's very strict at the start of the race, and then it just sort of peters out, and you see people exploiting that more and more as the race goes on, particularly when races get dark. This one won't today, but in longer endurance races, that does definitely happen.
Lisa, the assistant race director, is absolutely not letting anybody get away with 1 micron of that old nonsense.
Here, on the outside of the 48 for the number 9, is this going to get? It's going to more than, well, it didn't get close because he drove off into Spain, basically.
Yeah, he certainly left the Algarve there briefly. This is the Inter-Europol car, back down to 8th position now. And it is Fabio Scherer back at the wheel, so he continues to try and bring that car back up to where it was. It was a factor in qualifying. They ended up 4th on the grid. They then got biffed at the start and have struggled to get themselves back to that sort of position again.
But going back to that move with who was that?
The 9.
Ben Biscal, wasn't it, in the number 9 Prema against Felix Costa. Really don't agree with what happened there in turn 5. He overtook him off the track. It was a good move down the inside for Da Costa, and or maybe he was defending position. I didn't quite see it beforehand, but either way, number 9 overtook him off the track.
Well, let's hear what's been going on with Jacques Villeneuve in the number 4 Van Wall. He's been on the radio with the team.
Well, Jacques, if you want to safe place, you can stop on track and forward cycle. Safe place, stop on track and forward cycle.
Is it easier if I stop at the pit lane? I'm almost here. You want me to turn off the car and stop on the track, yeah?
Yes, completely off, completely on, in a safe place, otherwise we have to do in the pit lane.
Okay, so what afflicted it clearly has not completely gone away. Now, Area 51, which is the safe place for hybrid cars, is just around this part of the track, actually, but he doesn't really want to do that. What he wants to do is just pull over onto some concrete.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure that's going to impress race control. We know we've got a problem, stop on track.
I think that was a message from
You think
before
that was before that?
It was information for what had already happened. Yeah. It's not that he's going to stop again and do the same thing. Well, so I think just looking at the circuit map, he's now gone through car number 4. He's gone through the final corner. Seems to be full racing speed. This is a good little tussle, isn't it? Hopefully it develops further. Danny Kvyat in the lead car in in P2 in the LMP2 category, and you got Ben Hanley behind him. In the 22 United.
I'm keeping an eye, by the way, and you're quite right about this one. Danny Kvyat, as we were saying a little earlier in the show, named this week as a Lamborghini hypercar factory driver for next year. but also closing. Earl Bamber now 6.5 seconds back from Antonio Fuoco for second place.
Well, there's 23 from United Autosports. That is the race leader in LMP2. Now, don't forget, they led maybe halfway into the race in Sebring, and then the car was stopped by a short circuit as the camera work inside failed to remain where it should have done. So they were denied victory. They would love, I'm sure, to take a win here. Geert van der Garde is part of the crew because Philippe Albuquerque, who will be with the team for most of the season, was in Long Beach yesterday, put the Acura on pole, and they very nearly won the race. But United Autosports first and third at the moment.
No power steering, no power steering.
Copy, no power steering, stand by.
Oh dear. So that's
Standby caller.
So that's a hydraulic power steering system in that car. And,
Okay.
I wonder if it's going to start affecting other components as well, like the gearbox. It would be a hydraulic assisted shift.
This is
the driver.
Yeah, 7th place car, and this car is coming to the pit lane.
Problem is, when you lose hydraulic assistance in these cars these days, it's not just you're down to a mechanical system. You're having to push the fluid through the hydraulics as well yourself, and it becomes near impossible
You're fighting
to drive.
it, aren't you? Yeah, it doesn't remove some of the assistance, it just doubles the load.
Team manager Car 41 to race director immediately, we've seen pop up on our screens.
That's Team WRT's 4th place car, Robert Kubica.
What's happened there?
This is going to be a race that's going to be determined.
They misidentified a red and white car that went way off track to gain a position.
Watching for the dollies here. Dollies are out. Dollies are, well, they were out, then they put them back.
That might be another little points glimmer for the number 7 Toyota team. Don't forget, they've already got into the points because the Van Wall has dropped behind them. And so although it is in 18th overall, and the Glickenhaus is in 9th overall. If this Porsche stops and loses 4 laps, then suddenly, boink, the Toyota moves up another spot, and the Van Wall does as well.
They must be confident that they believe they can fix this quickly, otherwise that would be in the garage.
Yeah.
incident involving cars 48 and number 9 at turn 5 is under investigation, by the way. Well, that could well be the not giving the place back despite taking it off track.
It could be.
Yeah. Now, the problem with that is if he's too far ahead of 48, telling him to give the place back is going to be tough. How far ahead is he? 1.1 seconds. So actually, that if they make the decision early enough and nobody pits and so on and so forth, then that should be fairly easy to do. Well, all the bodywork goes back on to the Porsche, but it's up in the air, and that suggests that it may be going back into the pits. Yes, it's up in the air. Are they waiting for the dollies? Yes, they are. It was not a quick fix. So I think perhaps it was an eyes-on. Is this a... No, it's not.
Bad news for the LMP2 class leader. Number 23 gets 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for a pit stop infringement.
Wow.
And their lead, 4.6 seconds.
Wow, that's unlike United Autosports, isn't it?
Just? So what has gone wrong there, race director?
Information to pit lane, information to pit lane. Car 23 will have 5 seconds added to its next pit stop for a pit stop infringement. Car 23 will have 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for a pit stop infringement.
So that will mean they're literally just coming through to complete the lap. 5.021 seconds is the gap. It's going to be very tight indeed.
Now, it's not a 5-second stop and go, so it is
5 seconds
just a
added.
longer pit stop.
Correct.
But it means that if they come in as they are now, 5 seconds apart, they will go out together. Now, it was possibly a discourteous pit entry or exit. They may have swept across somebody or come in a long way through somebody else's pit or something. It's a minor infringement, so it's not a full 35, 40-second drive-through. But Geert van der Garde, again, may well be inheriting somebody else's penalty.
Well, the reality here is if you look at the top, what is it, four cars, and is that trouble for the 7?
That is trouble for the 7. It's stopped dead in the blend lane.
And that's
nowhere near
nowhere
the
near.
end of the pit lane.
Because they are right at the end, aren't they? So what has happened
Well, they're
here?
always pit in or pit out, aren't they, TGR?
So it's Kobayashi. we can hear from him.
No sooner are they handed points than the wheels fall off the wagon again.
It's Vieira.
Okay, stop the car and power cycle.
Yeah, I lost power, everything, suddenly.
Uh-oh. Now, okay, so he's right, all right. So my real worries there is what we do not need in the blend lane, right in the middle of the pit lane, is a red car. By which I mean, we're not certain that the high voltage electrics are safe.
Yeah.
Red car is a very, very serious problem in the modern hybrid era.
Completely agree.
By the way, for those of you who remember the clash between car 54, the Ferrari, that got spun around, and the car 22 at penultimate corner, turn 14, no further action. So they saw that just as a racing incident.
I think 22 might be a little bit aggrieved that there's, because they got properly clattered. Anyway,
nothing happened to their car, but yeah, they did get clattered.
Fortunately, because they got clattered in the side, not in a wheel. Yeah, that could have been a wheel off the car. However, they go. I mean, the penalty for the 23. You saw Gary Roberts put his hands on his head in the pit wall, going, "Oh, okay." You know, we've taken 4 hours to eke out 5 seconds, and now it's just disappeared in a moment.
This is
GTE AM, the battle for the lead.
No, battle for second,
rather.
This is now Michel Gatting holding off, barely, Alessio Rivera, team that used to run Ferraris, now in Porsche, being caught by the team that very much runs Ferraris.
So Alessio Rivera in for the first time, taking over from Lilou Wadu, and Michel Gatting also took over at the last stop from Rahel Frey, so she's in for the first time as well. So they should be on a fairly even strategy, and the Toyota number 7 has dropped behind the van wall
Just about
again.
to say exactly that. But,
so Toyota has just dropped out of the points. It is touch and go, isn't it, for them?
But if the Toyota gets out, and it does, it's about to overhaul the number 5 Porsche, it's dropping down.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, attrition.
Yeah, so the number 5 Porsche, within 2 minutes, will drop out of the points, and both Van Wall and Toyota will be back in.
There's a good reason why they use Portimão as an endurance test circuit.
Well, what they need to do...
It's a car killer.
Yes.
What they need to do is pay another 20 teams to come and do the same thing at the same time. So you've got the traffic. Can you imagine racing this place through the night?
Well, you know what? There's almost a plan there, isn't there? Which is you'd speak to one of the big GT championships and say, do you want a free winter race?
Yes.
Look at this.
As long as
this is going to be side by side in the final corner. It is.
Side by each.
Oh,
the Ferrari on
close.
the curbs.
They did well to get through there without contact.
That's classy racing. Oh,
look at this.
Michel Gatting going, come on, baby, come on, baby, come on, baby. She got a good ride out of the final corner, but Alessio Rivera, he's on the inside line.
And he's late on the brakes as well.
Oh,
he's made it.
He's going to run wide.
No, he's got it. He's done well there.
Okay, down to 3. She's going to dive for him. No, she doesn't. The Van Wall is there. Jacques Villeneuve. Oh, it's not. It's the Peugeot. That was really classy stuff.
So Rivera was teammates to Nick Nielsen last year,
He's a Ferrari factory driver.
Yeah. Yes. And LMP2 champion, multiple LMP2 champion.
LMP2 pole sitter.
Yeah.
Absolute precision. Between the two of them, really. Hats off to them both.
Big respect.
Yeah, and actually, especially to Michel Gatting, because she's not that kind of calibre of factory driver yet. So
14 seconds back, by the way, for Nicky Katzberg, that pair. And just checking, they're around the same kind of pace.
Yep. Well, there is Rahel Frey. She doesn't actually look like she's been in the car.
No.
That's what she looks like before.
Outrageous.
How has she not got helmet hair? I mean, even Anthony Davidson got helmet hair. Jacques Villeneuve probably gets helmet hair.
Mate, all I can say is, I can say one word: product.
Oh, product. Oh, yeah, no, that's very true. The hair game is strong. Corvette Racing leading, though, again. Richard Mille Racing Team up to 2nd place, and that gap 14 seconds and 95 minutes to go. Here's a replay of the move, Anthony.
Yeah, it's fantastic stuff. So you ease it back as far to the racing line as you can, but you had to be late on the brakes. As we saw earlier on, didn't we, in the LMP2 fight, if you give it a bit too much leeway, you'll just drive around the outside of you and turn in.
High five. Is that sticky down there? I think so. Our cameraman rather than the environment. Corvette Racing lead from Richard Mille and Iron Dames. And 3 Ferraris in the top 5. It's definitely not over. It might be over in terms of points for the number 5 Penske Porsche. So Roger Penske with both sides of the racing coin this weekend. Yesterday, a last lap lunge from the Acura did not deny Porsche its first win with a GTP car, as they are in IMSA in Long Beach. But today, they are having trouble with both their cars and major trouble with the number 5 machine. But again, you've got to break these things to make sure that they'll survive Le Mans.
It's a good fight here, developing still well. Continuing on, isn't it, with the car 9, car 48, Ben Viscal, Antonio Felix da Costa, and also joining the fray is Fabio Scherer in the Inter-Europol car number 34.
But remember, on slightly different pit strategies here, because of the advantage eked out on lap numbers by da Costa earlier. So the 48 will move up this field as the others pit ahead of it.
We assume it will, as that little dummy there that da Costa played on Ben Viscal almost paid off, because there was a lock-up and then desperation trying to get on power on the exit, a big snap of oversteer. So da Costa's starting to get into this, and he wants his position back that was, in his eyes, I'm sure, wrongly taken on the exit of turn 5.
Worth mentioning, by the way, with just over 90 minutes to go, Ferrari back to 2nd and 3rd. There's Dorian Pan, gone back to the Iron Dames garage here, so moved across from the Prema Racing pit box to friends and colleagues at Iron Dames. She is part of the Iron Dames programme, of course, and
very much.
Rahel Frey, not only is she the nominated gold ranked driver, but she's very much the team coordinator for the girls across all of their programmes, not just in sports car racing, GT racing as well, of course, but also across in some of the work they do with young single-seater racers.
Let's just see if we can stay on board with da Costa down towards turn 1. How far is he lifting coasting? No, we've just gone to the off-board shot. We just want to see, is he continuing on this trend that he was doing in the first stint, where we clearly saw that he was going further than anybody else, and that comes through just saving so much fuel by lifting coasting.
And don't forget, we heard from Kevin Esch that the Porsche team are definitely trying to close the gap between the end of the race and the end of the fuel. So they're trying to eke it out enough to avoid a splash. And definitely if Jota can get closer to that. Was it in Sebring, or am I thinking of one of the races last year where suddenly, wait, no, was it in Sebring? They didn't have to stop.
It was Jota.
And they didn't have to stop, and everybody else was peeling in, 1 to go, 3 to go, whatever. A classic US fuel race.
Yeah, that was when you'll remember the Prema car surprised us by needing a late splash, and that handed the advantage to Hertz Team Jota. So we just saw Will Stevens in the garage there, and he was one of the trio that were very light-footed indeed through the 10 hours.
Right, so there's one man around this circuit you would never want to be too close in your rear-view mirrors, and that's Antonio Felix da Costa. Give him an inch, he's going to take a mile. So you've got a Porsche in front here before the final corner. This is going to play into things, so you're going to have to lift off earlier here and lose a bit of momentum through that corner, but somehow Ben Viscal's got away with it for now, but look, the Ferrari's got a good run on them both. He'll clear them both here.
Viscal had to take a much tighter line and a better slingshot.
And here comes da Costa. He's done it anyway.
Following the Ferrari.
Got a little bit of slipstream, I think, there, but did a brilliant job there. Wonderful stuff from Antonio Felix da Costa.
But Viscal had to come much tighter out of the final corner, so less momentum onto the straight. Antonio had enough of a slingshot to tuck up behind the Ferrari. Viscal sees the danger, but he's helpless.
That was a good move from da Costa. He really had to fire it in there. You can see how much Viscal pushed it on the entry, because he was well off track limits on the exit of turn 1, so he took it as far, beyond what the car was capable of doing.
And he's lost another place as a result.
Inter-Europol jumped up past him.
All of a sudden found himself in a whole world of not able to break in time pain.
Well, part of that is he ran out wide, and so the tyres would have been covered in marbles coming down to 5. The thing's not stopping.
Nice. That was a good move.
It was.
And Fabio Scherer was good. As soon as Fabio Scherer saw him run off wide at 1, he went, great, I'm having him.
He's had a brilliant weekend, Fabio Scherer.
Yeah.
He's often fast around this circuit. He was 2 years ago as well.
He's often fast around everywhere. He's a puckered driver. This is back in the Porsche garage, isn't it?
It is. Power steering, remember, the issue here. While we're watching this and watching the 28 car this time, that is a battle. No, it's not a battle on track, or is it? It is with the 36 car.
Yeah, with Melesi has a look down the inside here. Is he going to make a move? No, 28's just got it covered for now. But that got very close.
I've just thought of another Grand Prix driving relation.
Who's that then?
Fittipaldi.
So that's not the son, though, is it?
Grandson. Yeah.
Graham doesn't look impressed.
Oh, he is.
But has he been punched in the face by Nelson Piquet?
Who hasn't? who among us has not?
On pit lane, the 708 from Glickenhaus Racing, Ryan Briscoe.
Where did that come from? I don't know the history here. This sounds good.
Ryan Briscoe brought it in for Glickenhaus. Now, does he stay in the car or does he go back out? I think this is Ryan's first into the car, so I assume he will stay in and maybe to the end. Yeah, so Pietro Fittipaldi made his debut, didn't he, in the Dallara chassis. Then had a big accident at Spa, went straight on from Eau Rouge into the tyre wall, broke a leg, an ankle, which effectively put him out for the rest of the season. Ben Hanley was his teammate then, with Henrik Hedman in the... what was the team, Graham?
Sorry?
Henrik Hedman. I'm going to say Dragon Speed, thank you. I was going to say Alpine Stars, but
still
no, that's
the only
right.
team, I think, to have won an LMP2 race in the European Le Mans Series ever around the WEC.
Oh, okay. So Pietro Fittipaldi hanging on ahead of Charles Melesi. Melesi, you assume from the move this year, will likely be part of the Alpine hypercar program next year as well, and that's going to be a great boost for him as well.
Anyone interested to see what Yifei was looking at on the laptop, all those pretty colours, like rainbow colours they are, basically is telling him he's looking at the driver stints. Yeah. Everyone in LMP2, all of the driver stints, that you look at the average lap time per stint. It's like your Bible. It's what you go to see how you performed in your stint compared to not just your teammates, but everybody else as well in the same category. And he was studying that one very hard.
Let's get down to the Porsche garage with Louise Beckett, see if we can find out exactly how far they've dug into this problem.
As Coretta, you've been overseeing everything that's been going on with the number 5. Can you give us a review of everything that's happened to the car?
We actually had we faced some problems since quite a while with the power steering, and then the problem became bigger and bigger. So now what we do is changing the power steering and the control unit to it. Takes unfortunately a little bit of time.
It's frustrating, but do you think the number 6 is safe from these issues?
Yeah, that's really frustrating for us, but we keep on fighting with the number 6, obviously. The number 5 car will be pretty much out of it. It takes quite a lot of time to change it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now that's a disappointment for Penske Porsche Motorsport, but they still have one dog in the fight, and in the end, only one car can win the race or can finish, well, I suppose 2 cars can finish on the podium, but...
Well, they'll also be using this as an opportunity to just hone those repairs.
Yep.
You know, we've seen this before. Where was it with the Peugeot? It was at Fuji, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Same problem.
Oh, and at Monza.
One was 42 minutes, the other one was 12.
Yeah, yeah. And it's things that you don't do in the workshop. You strip the cars, you rebuild the cars, you life the components and change them in and out, but you don't fix things that aren't broken, if you know what I mean. But in the races, you often have to fix things that aren't broken. 51 Ferrari is in. It's
still
not
smoking
broken,
away.
but yeah, a bit broken.
Those front brakes still. Oh, look at that! I was going to say that.
timing of...
Yeah, okay, yeah. Might not be, I was just about to say, might not be looking as bad as they once were.
Now, traditionally,
they really are.
Traditionally we would say that's brake dust, by which we mean it's actually the friction material from the pad. That was actually the dust that was once brakes.
Yes.
That is the carbon rotors wearing away at an unprecedented. I mean, and that right front tire, good grief.
How's he going to make it through to the end? I mean, we see brake changes quite often in his class around Le Mans.
This again. Oh, crazy. Dear me.
I mean, that's not well, it is friction material as well, but it is brake rotors. Let's hear from the Jota team. What have 48 got to say?
10 laps to go. A gap to Asgard, 6.8.
So 10 laps on the stint to go, and...
What was the 6.8 about, Ant?
That is 6.8 seconds back from the Ferdi Habsburg.
Oh, okay.
But remember, this car keeps cycling back to the lead in the class as the others ahead of it pit. It's going to come down to, does this race go full green? And in which case, who's got what at the end of that final stint?
Who out-fumbles the others the best? And it is going to be, you know, the final 5 minutes to the buzzer, isn't it? Who scores the last basket? Ben Hanley in third, attacking Prema's Danny Kvyat still, but also, you know, the others won't be unaware of the fact that the 48 car is gradually creeping away. What they will also be not unaware of is it doesn't matter. Yes, lovely to win, but in the end, more important to take maximum points. So ignore what 48 is doing and stop looking at them, and then focus on what your others are doing in terms of pace and fuel saving.
Is that front tyres only for that Ferrari? Because that was a remarkably quick pit stop. It was 1 minute 16 seconds.
It might have been, but you know what? I was just too put off by the dust. I couldn't see.
Coughing and spluttering.
Yeah.
No, I think it was fronts only. I think you're right.
So 1:16 on the pit lane. To compare that with the last pit stop from the lead car, that was a 1:33 for a full service stop.
Well, more accurately, let's compare it with the 50 Ferrari, and it's
1:28, 15 seconds.
1:28, yeah.
12 seconds rather.
So a 1:28, 1:30 is a regulation 4 tyre
They've saved
stop.
15 seconds.
Yeah, so it's either they can't fill the tank, which isn't right, because I mean, I know it's running shorter and it will run a lot shorter each time, but then that looked like fronts only. And if you're struggling with brakes, and you might be starting to lock them up a lot more often, but the other thing is, if you then start putting fronts only, you can put fresher tyres on the front and help balance the braking against the more tired tyres on the back.
What's not been a brilliant day, by the way, for the number 7 Tota. It's just got a tiny bit better. They're now ahead again of the Van Moor, but up into 9th, of course, now, not 10th, because of the troubles for the number 5 Porsche.
This gap's continuing to close, isn't it? The experienced hands of Ben Hanley in LMP2. He's been in this category for, I don't know, longer than I can remember, actually, but he's been, I dread to think the amount of laps he's done around this particular circuit. Definitely more than Danny Kvyat's done, just put it that way.
I think he started in 16. I think he just slightly predates the current formula. I think he used to race in a 05 Orica.
Yeah.
Here's the Vector Sport team.
Lovely lad, Ben Hanley, really quietly spoken, but boy, he can pedal a car.
Really fast, yeah.
Former Renault development driver when they sort of had a Formula 1 program that they were promoting people to, but yeah, very quick. Yeah, speaks softly, carries a big stick. And that car closing in still from behind on the second place. So United looking to reinstate themselves as 1-2. And don't forget, for the 22 crew, 23 scored 0 points in Sebring. So 22 are the points leaders coming in here. Doesn't matter what 48 does, even if they win the race, they don't score any points because they don't exist in terms of point scoring. So 22 right now is looking to claim maximum points, but they have got to get ahead somehow of the Prema car, and then we see who's done the better job with fuel between them and 23. 23 have had sort of the upper hand for most of the race in LMP2.
Just a bit of a moment, actually. I'm hoping that both of my children are listening, because I've just checked.
Is it your age?
No, I've just checked Ben Hanley was completely right. So for once, I was right.
Well, it's the second time you've been right today, isn't it? Yeah, the bang on with the Toyota earlier on.
I'm a dad. I have children and I know things.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't know much, but I know some things. Yeah. So Kvyat actually just maintaining the gap there, isn't it? I mean, it sort of yo-yos up a little bit by a tenth here or there. Here comes a chance for Ben Hanley. Where's the Cadillac going to catch him? Alex Lynn at the wheel of the Caddy, by the way, for the rest of the race.
I think the problem is for Hanley is that he's now in the turbulent air. So they're so evenly matched in lap times. He's chipped away at it, just a couple of tenths here and there, and he's got to within that zone where it is really problematic.
Oh, which Ferrari's that, the number 8 car? Is he about to put a lap on second place? No.
Yeah.
Yes,
he is. 1 minute 33
yes, he
ahead.
is. Good grief. Spotted. They are dominant here, aren't they?
Well, the number 8 is,
well,
Toyota.
That's the performance of the car.
Absolutely. Toyota as a unit, not.
Let's have a look on board and see where that where the deficit is.
It's interesting, isn't it? There's one healthy Toyota, one healthy Porsche, one healthy Ferrari.
Yeah, well...
One healthy Cadillac.
Yes.
Of one healthy Peugeot.
One undelayed Peugeot.
Yes. No, but in this race,
correct,
and I think we can count the outlap as a race, it has had an issue. So each of the manufacturers, except Cadillac, have had a mechanical issue.
Correct.
On a car. Cadillac wouldn't have a car in the race if they had a mechanical issue because they've only got the one at the moment. But
here comes.
Here it is. He's going to lap the entire field.
You never want to go to a lap down, do you, in this endurance racing? Because there we go. If you have a safety car, of course, you can claw back all of that deficit and be right on the tail again.
Joking aside, though, this 28 Toyota car on pit lane, Toyota won an 8-hour race by 2 laps.
Yeah.
Okay. We're an hour and 18 minutes away from the end of a 6-hour race. If nothing else on pace, this is an improvement.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that all of the other manufacturers, and they're going to continue to improve at a stratospheric rate, because so far they've run these cars in one race. Now they've doubled their racing knowledge of the car. Well, and again, the teams, you know, we talked about the fact that half of the Penske Porsche team that was in Sebring weren't there at all during any testing or even Porsche employees. So they're learning, the drivers are learning. It's a new bag of tricks. It's a brand new toy, and
Absolutely.
they're learning every lap that they run.
And again, to reiterate this point, the rule book basically is pretty simple, but it basically says if you've got to have those 4 aspects of the car that have got to be within a quite narrow window.
Yep.
They've effectively got, you know, if you look at it this way, you've got a box of Lego and a completely different box of Lego, but it weighs about the same.
There's a little bit of damage on the front of the 41 car. They look like they might be leaving that, but it's had a scuff or two.
That damage on the 41 car is the remnants of what happened with the 22.
Yeah. Lucky not to lose that nose.
Do you know what? With that break above the wheel arch, I'm not entirely sure I'd be particularly happy if I was in race control with them sending that out when it takes so little time for a nose change. But they're battling for position. And there go Premier United right by them. And again, Danny Kvyat in second, Ben Hanley in third. Van der Gaard still leading. Don't forget, though, that the number 23 car, when it comes into the pits, will have 5 seconds added to its stationary time.
That's a lap, actually, on the 41 for the moment.
Yep.
Here comes the 48.
So Antonio Felix da Costa into the pits.
He's not gone longer this time.
Were they not out of sequence before?
No, they were going longer. They were going a lap or two longer in the early part of the race.
How long before the rest of the top 3?
That's quite odd, because we've not yet seen the 23 make it stop, have we? They've not come into their 7th stop. That's reversal of fortunes. So the 48 car did not come back up to the top of the timing screens.
Well, maybe Antonio couldn't find his slippers for the second
Maybe they've got a
step.
problem. Maybe there's a problem driving around.
Around the outside goes Danny Kvyat, up the inside and closing right up there. And that's how much difference one car can make. in a battle.
Hanley's really starting to put pressure on Danny Kvyat now. Kvyat is losing time over Hanley's teammate Van der Garde up in front.
Well, Kvyat had to take an artificially really wide line to get round the Aston, whereas Ben Hanley snuck up the inside. Kvyat into the pit lane. Well, he made the most of that in-lap, didn't he? And out comes 48.
He's going to come into the pits just as the number 9 leaves ahead of him.
Yeah. 31 is out as well. So 31 and 48. 31 with Robin Frijns, 48 with Antonio Felix da Costa. Won't be any fireworks there. Oh, and there's Fabio Scherer who sniffs an opportunity. So this is Fabio Scherer on the Joticar 4 position. This is for 4th place. And Antonio weaving in a straight line, not to hold him back, but to try and get some heat into the tyres, because right behind him is the United car, and he runs out wide, and through comes the United car as well. So Fabio Scherer goes through, so too behind him is the United car, and that is the 23 car, isn't it?
No, 22.
22 car.
34, 22, and the 48 here.
Yeah.
63 on pit lane.
Yeah,
Hanley's still, the battle for second.
Hanley's still yet to come in. Obviously, the 63 car pulled in front of him of Kvyat. And instead of freeing him up, he's now stuck in this battle between Scherer and Felix da Costa.
Yeah, but Scherer hasn't just come out of the pits, has he? Scherer is still going. He's just rising up the order, yeah. So he shouldn't be much slower than Ben Hanley. And this is where they all went by the 48 of Antonio Felix da Costa, struggling on those cold tyres. Fabio Scherer dives down the hill, back up to 4th place into Europol, the yellow and green, ahead of the 22 car of United.
This is the new leader. 23 is on the pit lane now.
Yep.
So that was a very early pit stop then from what's Van der Garde gesticulating about?
Something. Not happy about something. No. Seat. Oh, it's a driver change. That's a very late call.
Out.
What went on there?
Could he not open the door?
No.
What?
Radio.
What?
He said no radio.
No radio. He didn't know he was getting out the car.
Okay.
And they will get the 5 seconds. That could save them here, because
what you often do is when you prepare before a pit stop, you take out the driver radio, and you got it on the Velcro it onto the top of the helmet. You're driving down the pit lane without any radio comms at that stage.
So he's not been told he's getting out the car, and then all of a sudden told him he is, and he's not got the radio.
And he hasn't heard it.
Or he didn't have a radio, and all he saw was box on the pit board. So he knew he had to come in, or his dash was telling him he had to come in, but he maybe had no radio. Maybe the car's no radio. Now, was that stationary for 5 seconds after they finished the tyres?
We'll soon see. Let's have a look.
The guys were walking away with the tyres. That looked like Louise Beckett.
Ollie Jarvis above the car, by the way. It was a stop in 1 minute 29 seconds. That's quite a long stop.
Well, 1:28 for the last Ferrari stop.
Here comes Hanley.
I don't think they served that 5 seconds.
Here comes Hanley with a lap on the field at this point.
Yeah. So Ben Hanley is in. And where is Danny Kvyat on the tracker?
Turn 5.
He is coming down out of 14, 15. No, that's the number 9.
He's here on screen.
The other Prema car, Martin, you idiot.
You're looking everywhere else, and he's actually on screen.
Never argue with a racing driver. They're always not wrong.
Oh, look, warning flag for Felix da Costa, car 48 for driving standards. I didn't think they were going to like that weaving around. I mean, there's warming your tyres up, then there's getting in the way of others trying to make an overtake.
So in traffic at the moment, the 63, or has been. Now gets a bit of clear air.
So Toyota was saying there was no issue previously for the number 7 car, and there was no issue at all for the number 7 car when it was stationary in the middle of the pit lane. No issues. That is the diagnosis.
You saw nothing.
I completely understand why they would take that attitude if it was a sensor failure that's not their sensor. I absolutely disagree that a car to get in the pit lane with needing a power recycle has no problems.
Strange one.
Yeah, they may have forgotten that bit.
Nothing to see here. Leslie Nielsen in naked gun. Nothing to see here. Return to your homes.
Other than the fact that they lost 34 seconds on pit lane.
Just a mere bagatelle.
Right, where does Hanley come out? Oh, miles behind Danny Kvyat. Look at that. Kvyat's already around turn 4.
Yep.
So that was all 4 tyres going on car 22.
Yeah. Kvyat didn't take tyres. 1:14 in the pits.
Oh, there you go.
So that's the difference. It's a 15-second difference. Let's hear from United's Guido van der Garde with Louise Beckett.
Guido van der Garde, I can see the frustration on your face. That's not how you want it to go for the 23 United. We saw what you were saying, so we were assuming you had no radio, but you tell us.
No, I had no radio. So it was beeping all the time, so the battery must died in the car. I could not see anything, couldn't hear anything, didn't know where I was. We were leading, we had a gap like 8 seconds. And suddenly come in and they want to change the drive. I did not know anything, so it was yeah, a big mess, but we're still hanging in there. I think Ollie did a good job before. I was quite quick now, so yeah, it's just a pity.
It is, thank you.
Well, the car is
a replay.
currently...
That's a replay of the moment. He's saying, like, what do you want me to do? And Ollie's in the background doing the revolving his hands. Do you want a driver change or not?
But he wasn't running round. He was told there was a driver change. Why was he not by the door?
That's what I can understand. Why weren't they already there?
Yeah, I mean, if you're sitting in the car, as Van der Garde was, and you look to your left and you see a driver standing there with their seat, you quickly work out what's going on.
Yeah, but if he's in the garage, he's always in the garage, suited and booted, just in case. So a team member was holding the seat insert, Louise says, but even so, Ollie Jarvis should have been running around. The moment the car hits its marks, you're running round.
Well, you can see, I think it was Ollie behind the fuel rig was going like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything if you can't see, but was actually offering the changeover hand signal.
Do you think he was trying to catch Van der Garde's eye from the other side of the car, saying, it's you and me, mate, we're swapping over this guy, because he knew there was no radio?
He was asking the pit wall.
Was looking at the pit wall,
yeah.
So it's possible the pit wall had not been clear.
Well, they may well have been clear to Ollie Jarvis, but when Jarvis is standing there and the door doesn't pop open the moment the car stops, he's going, are we doing this or not?
Yeah.
Well, they had 40 minutes to prepare for that moment. Like, do something with a pit board. Do they bring pit boards now?
Yeah.
Some teams stopped using pit boards altogether, didn't even bring them to the track.
Back up to 4th, by the way, the 51 Ferrari, and this is that replay of that. That is Biagini going up ahead of Luc Duval.
Now, again, he's working with a car that is suboptimal under braking as Antonio Felix da Costa holds the tight line against the WRT car but doesn't hang on. So a change there. 41, who's in that? Is that
Louis
Delatraz? No, it's Louis Delatraz. Delatraz has had a good race, hasn't he?
But, you know, astonishingly, Antonio Felix da Costa is now down in 6th position. Now, what is the strategy from the Hertz Team Jota squad here?
Louise Beckett in the pit lane.
I did ask the team, they said it was slightly out of schedule, but not majorly, but the reason for it was they were taking left sides only.
Now then, we also have a battle that we need to look at in GTE AM. Nicky Katzberg leads.
Oh, he has been caught, hasn't he?
And Alessia Rivera is, to quote, all over Nicky Katzberg. He absolutely is, Sam Smith. That's an apt description.
Yeah, so we're at 0.3 of a second last time around. It's about the same this time around. It's Corvette versus Ferrari. Michel Kattinger's dropped back from this battle by about 17 seconds. Those three look pretty stable at the moment. Well, I say looks pretty stable at the moment. This certainly doesn't. After terrible luck at Sebring, the 83 car, the predecessors to this car, ended up on its roof at turn 1. Oh, as I say it, someone in the barrier.
It's blue. It's not.
It's the van wall.
It's Jacques Villeneuve backwards now. This could be our first full course yellow of the race, and that is at the top of the hill. 8.
Turn 10.
Turn
10. Oh, he's lost braking. He's lost braking.
Massive black cloud behind.
Something went wrong with the braking system on that car.
That's a brake disc exploding, isn't it?
And luckily, not too big an impact. Watch again. Oh, so you can see it.
Yeah.
Brake disc
Absolutely
went bang. Had nothing that he could do there. Very lucky that wasn't a much bigger impact.
Yeah.
And square on with the fence in front of the marshal's post. But right front brake had gone in the biggest possible way.
Yep.
That's gone. Safety car is called.
Ooh,
and now we reshuffle our expectations of what's going to go on in the final 65 minutes.
Now, what does this do to Cadillac's out of sequence-ness? They're down currently in 6th position and have not had the time to jump back up out of sync to where they might have been in 3rd when everybody else stopped.
Yeah.
So I'm afraid this possibly torpedoes Cadillac below the waterline.
Possibly so.
So an hour and 5 minutes, and we have our first safety car. An hour and 5 minutes to go. Yeah, the brake is on fire because it's hot and full of rubber, but they have got the extinguishers on it.
Yeah.
Jacques Villeneuve, I'm sure, is pretty okay. And that's the first failure that we've seen on the Van Wall car. Let's hear what the team had to say.
I lost the front brake. No front brake. The front brakes gave up. Copy. Are you okay? Are you okay? Yes, but the front, one front brake blew. Okay, if you can, bring the car to the garage. I am in the tires, stuck in the gravel. Actually, the engine doesn't start.
Yeah, that's not a car you want to bring back to the gravel.
I think
and actually,
were I him, I think the answer would be no. No, is the honest answer.
No, he's
I think we're done.
Much more calm and extremist than we have a right to expect. Again, look at the little indicator there on the right-hand side. The safety screen comes up, safety car. So it tells the drivers at the moment the safety car is scrambled what's going on, or full course yellow, or red flag, or blue flags, white flags, all the others are repeated inside the car in the driver's eye line. So there's no mistaking the race director's instructions.
Lucky that went where it did, relatively low speed, managed to scrub off the speed backwards into the tyre wall, and the impact with the tyre wall actually remarkably gentle.
Down into turn 1, maybe not so much fun.
Maybe not so much fun, no.
Maybe
that was the point I was about to make, all through the final turn. But
so, safety car out for the first time. Now then, lots to think about. One of the new regulations in the World Endurance Championship this year concerns safety cars and wave arounds.
Yeah.
Do you want to explore that, or should we leave that
for starters, you won't be seeing anybody down pit lane for the first three laps of the of this safety car period. So we'll get this all sorted out. It'll then be...
Sorry, just to go back to what we were talking about earlier, there you saw United do have a manual pit board, and they're hanging over to Ollie Jarvis, radio, no comms, just in case. So, yeah.
I just wonder whether or not they weren't aware there's no radio.
Guido's been singularly unresponsive and hasn't whinged once in two stints. No.
Guido is only doing this race with them.
Yeah.
They've not got a level playing field as to what communication they'll get back from Guido van der Garde.
So box next lap, copy.
Yeah.
Guido, do you copy me?
You'd think.
Yeah.
You'd think.
You know, there's the warning. If you're saying, okay, 2 laps ago or something, and you don't get any response, I mean, I don't know how long there wasn't a radio for, and maybe actually we, subsequently might have asked that, but either way, safety car remains out. Pit lane will be closed, pit entry closed for 3 laps. And so we head into the final hour with our first caution of the race. What do cautions breed, everybody? Cautions.
Possibly some more.
Temperature goes out of tyres, but we may well see some scrambling for the pits, because it's going to take at least 3 laps to move the car. So there might be a potential window for everybody to dive in. And how long of a 1 hour gap, it'll be about 58 minutes. Can a hypercar stop now and make it? An LMP2 can't.
It's not going to be long before we get to that
No, we're going to be very close.
I don't think any car can go over an hour of running.
GTE
with
will.
lift and coast.
GTE with an extended safety car will.
But it means that as we get just into the final hour, LMP2s don't need to come in. They may want to try and juggle a shorter stop. But hypercar and GT will... Oh, where was that Aston Martin going?
Well, there's a pass around.
Yeah, they've started it already. Okay.
Yes. So the key, there'll be a little wee while because obviously we've got to get the recovery underway.
Yeah.
But yeah, pass around comes from this. So we will get the cars reordering themselves.
Again,
so
I was sort of expecting that we would hear pass around instructions on the radio from Eduardo, but it's been given to the team. So there's Jacques. He's perfectly fine.
Absolutely.
The car is actually probably not that badly damaged either, because it was not going at a lot of speed when it ended up in the barriers, but it was pretty darn dramatic. You know that Anthony was out of the room. You know the black that we saw coming out of the
Ferrari.
Ferrari,
yeah.
That's what it looked like when the Van Wall's brake disc broke, but with flames. Final hour of the 6 hours of Portimão, round 2 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and our first caution of the race. We are under safety car as the number 4 Van Wall of Jacques Villeneuve is recovered. Let's take a look at how we got here. So it was a beautiful day for racing here in Portimão. Our second visit to the circuit, joined for the first time by Roger Penske, Laura Wontrop-Klauser, and the rest of the team bosses, with some great racing in prospect. CEO FIA Nathalie Robin was here to wave the green flag, and as the field got away, the 93 Peugeot was in the pit lane after suffering a power steering issue this morning. Toyota locked out the front row of the grid, but immediately Ferrari were on the front foot, attacking and moving through into second place to split the Japanese cars right from the start. Porsche were there too, and Peugeot as well, but the 94 Peugeot got a little biff and had to run out wide. The Cadillac also going off in avoidance of the slightly errant number 5 Porsche. But Toyota had not got the start they wanted. There was more trouble in LMP2. A number of the front runners getting pushed back right at the start, and in the GTE Pro field, although there was Ferrari on Ferrari action on row 3 of the grid, it wasn't long before Ferrari had taken the lead away from the front row starters. Toyota moved up to make it a 1-2, and Ferrari attacking Porsche. The number 6 car shuffled back from 4th to 5th position as Ferrari went 3-4. 48 Jota, 23 and 22 United battling for supremacy in LMP2, as the Peugeot and Cadillac battle raged behind the front 5. Then drama for the number 7 Toyota, the winners in Sebring, struggling with a sensor issue that required a left rear corner change. They dropped out of the points. As the battle raged throughout the LMP2 field, there was barely a single car that was not in some sort of tussle. Then trouble for Porsche. A power steering issue for the number 5 car has dropped them out of the points, and they may struggle to finish the race with only an hour to go. 23 United Autosport leading into the final round of pit stops, and a battle now on their hands with Prema to take the maximum points tally here. The safety car coming after a dramatic exit from the race for the Van Wall. Jacques Villeneuve just about making contact with the barriers. Minimal damage to the car after that brake failure. So we are under safety car. It was a dramatic looking exit for Villeneuve, but fortunately for him, a long way off before he hit the barriers. Anthony Davidson, as I was saying to Graham a moment or two ago, that would not have been quite so pleasant a ride down into turn 1.
Absolutely not, yeah, and you start thinking of other circuits that we go to, you know, Le Mans springs to mind, straight away, higher speed tracks, Monza as well, where brake issues can become a very, very serious issue. I mean, it's always a serious issue when the driver's just a passenger, but so lucky for Jacques there that it was in a relatively slow speed part of the track.
He did very well to keep that car as under control as he did, with clearly one corner unbraked.
Now, from the lowest speed track on the calendar, which is where we are now, we go to one of the highest speed tracks in 2 weeks' time, and that will be at Spa-Francorchamps. Don't forget, tickets are available. We're no longer having to race behind closed doors as we did when we first came here 2 years ago. And if you want a taste of hypercar racing, and particularly if you've been unfortunate not to get a ticket to go to Le Mans, come to Spa. Look at the crowd that's come here to Portimão. They've been treated to 5 hours of fantastic racing. We've still got, this is going to be a real cliffhanger at the end, because we're now going into a dash to the flag that's going to take 50 minutes or so. But come to Spa. It's easy to get to, it's convenient, it's a glorious racetrack. There are tickets for sale. Go online and find yourself a ticket or two and come to Spa-Francorchamps to watch anything. To watch Minis or Beetles, it's a great track. To watch the world's greatest sports cars, it's an absolute must-see.
Yeah, and beyond that, if you can't make it to Spa, and there's lots of people I'm sure that will be able to make it to Spa, but if you can't, there's a huge amount of new material available now on the FI World Endurance Championship, on the website, on the social media channels, on the YouTube channel, whether or not it's just trying to unpick just what is all this sports car wizardry. If you're an Instagram follower, if you follow us on YouTube or Twitter or wherever else, you will find a huge amount of material. Some of it pretty quick bite stuff, do that over a coffee. If you fancy a bit of a deeper dive, then there's plenty there as well. The new extended highlights program, you can already see, of course, the one from Sebring, together with the full access behind the scenes, behind closed doors documentary series that's been put together for each of these rounds. The addition from this race.
Marshal on the right-hand side at T side. At T9, we have a marshal on the right-hand side at T9.
That's not the marshal, I should tell you.
No,
that would be a little bit partisan. But you can watch that on April the 25th for the full access story behind the scenes here, and I'm sure you'll see some of the dramas that we've seen from Toyota, from Ferrari, and for that matter from Van Worm very recently. And it really is properly behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, the safety car is coming in this lap.
Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap. No overtaking before the line. No overtaking before the line.
Yeah, that can easily catch you out on a long straight like this one here in Portimão. And I think, didn't we even see that in Sebring as well? Somebody overtaking before the line.
Ready to go back to green flag racing. 53 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Green, 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 says the flag. That means the pit lane is open for business. And this will be the final stop for some of our hypercars. Ferrari keep going. Both of their cars together.
Leader in the pits.
Leader is in. Ferrari and the number 6 Porsche keep going though. And nobody in from LMP2 yet. They need to run down. And this will help some of the teams that may have been a little adrift on fuel in LMP2, because it's taken 5 or 10 minutes out of the race. It's given them another 2 or 3 laps of fuel. We're getting close perhaps to, we may not be, we may still be a long way from being able to make it on one more stop, but the teams will know and will be recalculating, Anthony, with every single lap, what they've got left and what they need to achieve.
Yeah, so all of the LMP2s at least, I know they can't do 52 minutes at full racing speed, as we see the Cadillac and the Peugeot 94 in the pit lane.
So we've got 4 hypercars in. We've got almost the entire GTE AM field in, because they've all just peeled in because they can go an hour on fuel. So they fuel now, they just race to the flag. So these are critical laps for those that are staying out, maybe on an in-lap, maybe not. But it's going to be very entertaining to see what happens now in the last 10 or 15 minutes. It could be all change. Ooh.
That was a little bit of a collision, I think, with the cameraman, but it's 12 minutes of the safety car, by the way. So 12 minutes of safety car running, less a little bit for the other way by guys, a little bit more like full throttle. So you're absolutely right. It will put some of these cars back into the window as the Porsche comes.
Coming in. Which one is it, though?
This is going to be the final stop for all of these cars in retune terms. That is the number 6 car. Currently sits 3rd place. The Toyota on its way.
Notice they've got different coloured lights. The LEDs change colour as they come into the pit lane, so the team will know when it's coming towards them which one it is. 50 is in for Ferrari, 51 stays out.
So Brendan Hartley will retain the lead after that stop, with the cars behind him now pitting.
Well, the
51
advantage
still to stop.
The advantage for Hartley is that the Toyota had a full lap on the entire field. He had lapped every other car at least once.
And also GTM cars pitting. They're now in their fueling window, remember. And 21 car goes to the lead at the moment with the least to power, but will need to stop. And Ferrari's gone to the wrong pit garage, almost made a cardinal error. I think that may have cost him a second or so, but not much more than that.
I wonder if he went to the other AF Corsa garage where they're all wearing red overalls, and there you are. There's the GT garage. There's the hypercar garage.
Wouldn't be remotely surprised if that something is acted upon with that.
Yes.
As some feedback. Trouble here.
Trouble at Mill.
That's 48 and the 35. And again, a little bit of a kiss, kiss, bang, bang.
Argy bargy.
Good move, though, from the Alpine round the outside there. And
the shakedown of all of this is 63 Prema. Danny Kvyat has the lead from the 23 and 22 United Autosports. Well, let's hear from the number 8 Toyota team. Ryo Hirakawa is the man who has just handed over to Brendan Hartley.
Ryo Hirakawa, the number 8, is doing a superb run throughout these 5 hours so far. We just got 1 to go.
Yeah, so far I would say we've done a perfect job. Yeah, just finished the last pit stop, so yeah, finger crossed for last 50 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So they lead. Antonio Fuoco second for Ferrari. Alessandro Pierguidi third for Ferrari. For fans of the Prancing Horse and the Scuderia, this is looking very nice indeed, but I think 51 might need another stop. They might be saved by the safety car. Antonio Felix da Costa on the
3 abreast.
inside there.
Thought for about 3 abreast into turn 7, but yeah, look at that. Great tussle in LMP2 as always. They've been so evenly matched all weekend, and it's translated beautifully well into today's race.
In fact, he's just been bounced by Fabio Scherer, but he was trying to get by Robin Freins, who's a long-time Formula E rival of da Costa. He almost went up 1, but went down 2 instead. And this is splitting the difference here. That's WRT and Inter Europol, with the guy's car in front, and da Costa taking advantage to get through there and get in front of Scherer down into the hairpin.
But Freins was completely off the track, overtaking the GT car there. I mean, if that doesn't get flagged up, I don't know what will.
The problem is he's committed up over the hill, and if then the GT car moves over to the right, he's either got to go round him or hit him.
Yeah, but if there was a wall there, you wouldn't commit to going around the outside.
There isn't a wall there.
Yeah. And that's the problem. You know, in recent years, that's why we've seen incidents in Eau Rouge. It encourages you without a deterrent, a proper deterrent there in place. It just encourages you to make a move you wouldn't make.
Just make clear, by the way, the Toyota in the middle of these cars, this is for position. This is the number 7 car, back now into the top 10 through the 2 United cars.
Change in GTE AM with the whole field pit stop, by the way. A faster pit stop again from the Corvette team has put the 33 Corvette of Nicky Catchberg back out ahead of the former leader, Alessio Rivera, in the Richard Mille Racing Ferrari. So again, as Ben Keating said, the Corvette racing team right on the money. Another really quick pit stop has put them back in front.
It's almost too quick, and I wonder whether or not they've been playing there with maybe not a full set of tyres for the remaining 47 minutes. 8 seconds for the good, we'll soon see. So it is the 33 from the 83, then the Iron Dames, Michelle Gatting 7.5 seconds back.
Let's have a look here. This is Antonio again on Fabio Scherer a lap later, and again inviting him to sample the runoff area.
Yes, indeed.
Antonio has had his elbows sharpened neatly, hasn't he, in the last few weeks? Little tag going down the hill as Fabio tried to shut the door prematurely or early.
There was a touch, wasn't there?
Yeah, there might have been.
Dare I say, proper Formula E stuff there from Antonio Felix da Costa. Just making contact mid-corner. No, I don't think there, but it was well judged, very well judged on the run into turn 5.
Hasn't got in the place because the Scherer has come through this and is putting in another strong run here for the Inter Europol squad.
Right, we're going to see another go at it again, probably. So this is turn 3. pinch the car on the inside to try and get a good line through turn 4, open that one up as much as he can. I think Scheerer's got it covered this time around. Da Costa's going to need a bit of traffic in the way to make a chance available, I think.
Just trying to work out, by the way, whether or not the Alpine behind, has that been a change, or is that the wrong Alpine?
What, like the wrong trousers?
No, it's just that there is an Alpine very close by, but there should be the 9 in between, but the 9 is behind
I think that's
car.
possibly Andre Negrão in the other Alpine that's at the tail of the field. Meanwhile, back with our GTM, Corvette lead Richard Mille and the Iron Dames, and then everyone else.
Yes. All of these.
That is everyone else. That's GR Racing. So it's GR Racing. The yellow car is Iron Lynx number 60. Northwest AMR not in that. So this is not all for position, but the Project 56 car, the white car, and the Ferrari Matteo of Ulysse de Pauw, that is for position. But Matteo Cressoni trying to get himself insinuated in there as well in that 60 Ferrari.
So we'll have 30 laps in this stint, 30 laps. There's no energy target, no energy target. The only limitation is your tires and the gap to the Porsche. I'll update you.
That's what you want to hear as the driver, isn't it? You don't have to lift and coast, you don't have to save. Go hell for leather, get that Porsche, big boy.
Yeah, exactly. You know, no time to, or no need now, thanks to that safety car, I think, to be saving energy for the hypercars. But it's probably the same for all of them. It's not unique to the Ferrari.
Now then, we're saying that everybody can go to the end. Can the 51 Ferrari go to the end? Because the 51 Ferrari...
Yes. Did they pit? Did they pit? If they did, they can.
They didn't, but it's on a different strategy because it's using more fuel than everybody else. Again, Matteo Cairoli in the AO Porsche pulling away from Ulysse de Pauw, but this 60 car, that is not in that battle for position.
No, it's 2 laps down.
It's 2 laps down, but it has been very annoying to the Ferrari driver. And behind them, the 77 Dempsey Proton car
is on a different lap.
That's on a different lap as well. Here's our race leader, number 8 Toyota, or is that the number 7? No, it is the number 8 car.
Felix da Costa, meanwhile, is going to have to be careful because
Really
he's just had a
careful.
black and white flag, warning flag for aggressive driving now.
That's the second time we've seen the race controls spark into action based on some of his on-track or off-track actions. So, yeah, I think you're right. He's stretching the patience very thinly. They're reaching for the plate of biscuits to
This is a
remove
good
them
fight,
now.
isn't it? 2 Uniteds. They're now, thanks to that safety car, and they're having a great inter-team battle.
Second and third.
WRT's behind, and you've got the Prema racing car of Danny Kvyat out in front.
Just losing 9th position, by the way, to that recovering number 7 Toyota.
You beat me to it.
Sorry.
Yeah, but Kvyat is only 3 seconds in front of this battle, and if the 2 United cars work together cleverly, they might shake off the 2 WRT cars behind and close down Prema.
Wouldn't bet on it.
Those WRTs have been flying all day,
By
haven't
the
they?
way, quickest man on the circuit at the moment, apart from the race leader, is Alessandro Pierguidi. He's now had 2 fastest laps of that car's race with heavily worn brakes, and is now 4 seconds off second place.
And Robin Freins on the back of this train sets his fastest race lap as well. So Ollie Jarvis being chased by Phil Hansen, and then Louis Delatraz and Robin Freins. And Freins is pushing the train along from behind. Fastest race lap for his car now as we head into the final 40 minutes of this 6-hour race in Portimão. The first time we came here was 8 hours. The second time 6 hours, and we seem to have packed as much information and action at least into the race so far as we did last time.
Yeah, as we look behind the scenes here.
This is WRT, that's Vincent Vos, Son Cap.
But also GTM, so Corvette Racing gradually being caught, Nicky Katzberg by Alessio Rivera, who is now being caught by Michel Gatting, who is now being caught by Matteo Cairoli, who is now being caught by Ulysse de Pauw. So that'd be 5 of them side by side across the line in 40 minutes.
Matteo Cairoli, however, being reported for the stewards for abusing track limits. That could be a last stint drive-through.
There's been a lot going on in LMP2, but you started the race on pole, and look where you are right now.
Yeah, I took the start, so it was a good start, and I'm happy about my stint. especially the second one. The pace was really good, and they did the job as usual, my teammates. And now we are, for sure, the safety car doesn't help us because yeah, we are in unused tires, but I think Daniel is strong and he can manage well. So we will see, but fingers crossed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
19 years old, Dorian Pan, the first woman to start from pole in LMP2. Would she be the first woman to win in LMP2 if they cross the line first?
We've had female drivers on the podium before now. The WEC, Keiko O'Hara scored a podium finish in LMP2.
Well, don't get ahead of yourself. Sorry to burst the bubble, guys, because that gap is coming down thick and fast. Danny Kvyat versus Oliver Jarvis in the 23 United car. It was 3 seconds last lap around. It's now 1.7 seconds. So I don't know if he had lots of traffic that last lap around. I hope for Kvyat and Dorian Pan's sake it was, but that gap is coming down.
Remember, they only took 2 tyres.
Exactly, that's what she was saying, wasn't it?
That is the point. Pierre Guidi, by the way, pits.
The 63 car also due in. Something is shredded in there, isn't it?
Well, it's the front brakes of that 51, isn't it?
Everything is shredded in there.
Porsche go back into third, 40 minutes to go. Beginning.
So that message to the 50 Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco is, you're off the leash. Make sure you stay where you are. They were on pole in Sebring. They were on the podium behind the 2 Toyotas in Sebring, and they now want to move up from bronze to silver. And this could be a first podium in World Endurance Championship for Penske Porsche as well.
Something tells me there's not a single braking component on that car going back on the shelf at Maranello for possible use at the moment.
I think
it'll be put in a museum.
They may have been extensively lifed, or in this case, killed. Back with WRT versus the tail gunner Phil Hansen, 22 car ahead of the pair of WRT cars of Lou Delachaz and Robin Frijns. Fabio Scherer 6 seconds behind this battle, so he's not really an issue yet for them. 31 being warned about overtaking beyond the track limits. That was Robin Frijns when he swept around the outside of the GT car.
Nicky Katzberg responding to the pressure. Fastest lap of the race for the Corvette, but still half a second down on the current pace of Alessio Rivera. The gap is now 6.5 seconds. Controlling the gap now to Michel Gatting. That's stabilised at just over 7 seconds. Cairoli, who is going to get a drive-through, is that correct? I think is 4 seconds back.
I would think that he's been reported for it, so it's likely to happen. And if it doesn't happen in time in the race, he'll have 30 seconds added to his race time. Just an update on that 33 Corvette racing stop, including the outlap. They were 7.5 seconds quicker than the 83.
There you go. That's what's done it.
Well, and that's Katzberg somehow tippy-toeing round at ridiculous pace on the outlap as well, when the tyres had lost a little bit of temperature, but not a lot.
Yeah, puts in another fastest lap this time around, and this time does go a bit quicker than Alessio Rivera, so 6.7 seconds is the gap.
Now, don't forget, the Ferrari 51 is out of sequence with all the others. It has just had to stop after all the others stopped. I don't know whether it needs another stop with 37 minutes remaining. It's out of sequence because it's using more fuel because it's got no hybrid, because it's not harvesting the power from the front axle. But they have mitigated against some of that by not changing tyres. So they are really throwing everything at Alessandro Pierguidi. You haven't got any brakes, we're not giving you any tyres. You may have to stop again before the end, but just hold off the Cadillac.
Yeah. The Cadillac right with him.
Yeah, that safety car really brought Cadillac back into this fight, didn't it, today?
Now,
27,500 more fans in this year than the first time we came here. So good to see. In fact, there's a lot of different nationalities wandering around in the paddock and in the grandstands. So it's not just locals, it's not just holiday makers. People have made the trip to come here to Portimão to see these cars in the flesh for the first time. I'm sure we're going to see an awful lot of attendance at Spa in a couple of weeks as well.
So United Autosports, they pit Phil Hansen, 36 minutes to go for the number 22 car.
And that means basically, because of the safety car, he's gone from first to last.
Yes.
All of those gaps that opened up over 5 hours disappeared over 5 minutes.
But all of these cars have to pit.
They'll all have to stop again.
Exactly.
They're just a bit out of sync compared to the rest.
Now, does that mean he can make it to the end?
Yes, 100% he can from here.
Okay, great. But everybody else that stops will stop for a shorter time
Slightly
because they will
shorter.
have to put less in.
Yes, indeed.
You know, it might be 1 lap shorter, a couple of seconds. It might be 2 laps shorter, 5 seconds. But it's all going to have a big effect.
Oh, no, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for car 31, overtaking beyond the track limits.
Yeah, that was Robin Frines, wasn't it?
It's been pretty wild, hasn't it? That's the 4th place car at the moment, so that's going to drop them out of a podium potential.
Now, the 23 United car had a 5-second extra pit stop length to serve when they had that Fred Carno's army, are we changing drivers, aren't we changing drivers?
We've not seen anything to suggest they didn't do it.
No.
Other than observe.
Well, the team said they'd done it to Louise Beckett, so there we go. 31 is in.
So this is going to be the stop plus 5.
Yeah.
So at least they'll know exactly what the scale of the task is going to be.
Well, Louis Delatraz will breathe a sigh of relief because he won't have Robin Frines up his chuff all the way to the flag.
This is the 5. And that,
So
by the way, that's where we got it wrong.
5 seconds before.
That's where we got it wrong on the United one. They did the 5 at the start of the stop, not at the end of the stop. That's why he didn't get out. They were waving about the driver, and that's why he didn't get the driver next to the door.
Ah, because the 5-second penalty, yeah.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, but even more confusion for Van der Garde at the time because nobody was touching the car.
Nobody's moving. What? What now?
He probably didn't even know he had the penalty because he couldn't be told.
Of course he wouldn't know. Am I invisible? What am I? Chopped liver? I'm here. Would somebody do something?
Didn't know got a penalty. Didn't know how to get out of the car. That was what it was.
A lot of sense.
It was slightly comedy, but I'm sure not funny for anybody involved.
36 Alpine has also just stopped with Charles Lacey, so that's their final stop. Prema stay on the top of the pile from 23 and 41.
Cairoli serving, I think, the drive-through right now. As indeed.
If it weren't for that 5-second penalty, 23 would be in the lead of LMP2 right now.
Was that the 9 or the
Prema.
63?
It's Prema, whichever one it is. It was
9.
Behind the United car.
Because this is the 63.
Yeah. So no, 41 it was, Louis Delatraz.
Yeah.
So too many red and white cars.
Yeah.
Said it before, we'll bore you senseless with it all season.
Till he brings us a book.
But Jarvis has brought that, you can see the gap between himself and Danny Kvyat, brought it down to just 0.7 of a second now.
Ooh, Project One Porsche has been in the pits, making a much later final
No,
stop.
that was the
that a
drive-through.
penalty? That was the
drive-through.
Sorry, you're right.
That was the drive-through. So it is down now to WEC, to the leading 2 cars. Where is Fabio Scherer? 10 further seconds back, 11 seconds back, and then a further group of cars behind that.
Has the Vector Sport car been running the whole time?
Yes.
Okay, because it's just left the pit lane again. I thought,
yeah.
Okay.
It lost all that time to the brake-by-wire at the start of the race.
The number 5 Penske Porsche is back out on track and circulating again. So the only cars we've lost are D-Station and Floyd Vanderwall.
Yeah.
So D-Station with an unusual, it seems, engine problem, overheating problem possibly, and Floyd Vanderwall with an underbraking problem.
So the WRT 41 comes out behind the number 22 still.
Yeah.
Lost a bit of ground actually there.
Let's hear from the caddy team. Alex Lynn aboard the number 2.
The 51 has got so much greater, it's dangerous.
Tenuous. I mean, a good effort, but tenuous. Yes, the 51 has got a lot of brake dust. Mate, if you think it's dangerous following behind him and that is being dispersed by 150 mile an hour wind, yeah, try being the front tyre man. I understand what he's saying, and I'm sure that there's going to be 0 retardation left in that car by the end of it. Our leaders, Brendan Hartley, Danny Kvyat and Nicky Katzberg in Hypercar LMP2 and GTE AM, and we have 32 minutes and counting to the flag.
We'll add just one quick thing here to do with GTM and the lower orders. 8th place is the one undelayed Aston Martin. The Northwest AMR car, 2 penalties, that really effectively put them out of things. 777, as you quite rightly said, engine problems and out of it. Don't think TF Sport, ORT are going to be terribly pleased with the cards they've been dealt here this weekend. The Aston Martins were not on the pace at Sebring. They've not been on the pace here either. And I don't suppose they're going to be very pleased with the way that the numbers look in terms of that which shall not speak its name.
No, we'll have to see exactly what they do. You know, Spa is such a different racetrack. What percentage of this lap do you think you spend at full throttle and?
Well, that's putting me on the spot.
Yeah, it is. That's what you're here for, Sunshine.
I would say it's only around about 60% of the time, 65%.
And at Spa, 75, 80%.
75, yeah.
I mean,
definitely more on throttle.
A lot of WFO at Spa.
So the 63 comes to pit lane in the hands of Danny Kvyat. It's been a good stint from Kvyat.
And even before he got into the pits, he was no longer the leader. The 23 car had gone by him as he came up pit road.
So I think we're about to see just how quickly Ollie Jarvis can go. It's going to happen now into Europol, also on pit lane, as is the number 28 from Jota.
Former factory Audi driver, Ollie Jarvis.
Yes.
I don't think we've got any clue how fast he can go.
No. Reasonably rapidly. And by the way, lest we forget, because we often do, reigning IMSA champion, Ollie Jarvis.
We don't often forget.
Most importantly, I think he's going to have a free lap in terms of traffic. Just looking at the circuit map, this is Phil Hansen 22 that we look at on screen. But what you can't see possibly back at home watching this is that Jarvis in 23 has got a free track in front.
'63 Prema, 34 into Europol, and the 28 Jota car all stopping on this lap for what they, I'm sure, think is going to be their final stop. They should have enough fuel to go.
So hang on, this is 22 versus the 63 car.
And the position remains United in front. Now, don't forget.
This is the United car, the second United car going ahead.
Yep.
We're still waiting for the lead car, the 23, to pit. The 23 car is coming down through turn 15, and you're completely correct. Not one speck of traffic for Ollie Jarvis. So,
and that's why you see that reaction down in the pit lane with the Prema, Dorian Pan and her teammates. Looking on, thinking, no, it was not even close.
Now he goes for pit lane. So what is this going? Remember, they were nose to tail when they came in. How quickly can United Autosports turn around what is the leading car? We have 29 minutes to go in this 6-hour race at Portimão. It's been blazing sunshine throughout.
Well, there's even less fuel having to go into this car than there was the 22 car.
63 stopped for 1:05. So this should be an even shorter stop.
Plonks down the chair in front of the timing screen, I've no doubt whatsoever, of the TV screens.
Yep.
Dorian Pan.
Hansen is at turn 13. Fuel hose off, car gets going. Hansen is at turn 14, penultimate corner.
It's going to be a 1-2 for United, isn't it?
It is at the moment.
And Ben Keating coming up towards the start-finish line, still 6 seconds, not Ben Keating, Nicky Kasberg, still 6 seconds ahead of Alessia Rivera. Alessia on a personal best lap.
23 is in the first.
Trouble, 51 has finally... No. Has he run out of brakes for good? He's looped it around somewhere. That's behind the paddock. So that's the exit of 5. It is the exit of 5.
It's not going to do things any good either.
We think those front brakes have finally given up the ghost.
Well,
He's just
I
gone
don't
straight
think
on.
he forgot where the corner was. So, yeah, either that or he's just touched a wheel on the line.
Let's listen to this.
No retardation at all, really.
Yeah.
Very lucky to keep it out of the barrier there.
Did a good job. Went for the hard standing instead of the gravel, and then he's donutted it.
The rear brakes. You see how much work they're doing? Yeah. They're locking the rear brakes into that corner. So
this is what they were talking about right at the very beginning when it started to play up, 4 hours ago.
You must have so much rear brake bias going on in that car. It must be awful. So I think he'll carry on circulating, but they're losing more and more time.
Damn right he will, because they've got to learn how to drive around problems and also take points. This is about winning a championship or doing well in a championship for Ferrari for the first time in 50 years.
Matteo Caroli, by the way, he's about 2 laps ago served a drive-through penalty. He's got another report to the stewards for abusing track limits.
Antonio Felix da Costa in the pit lane again, but let's hear from the Ferrari team.
Careful, Ale. I think the front right disc is broken.
I think so. There's something wrong with me.
That could be it. That could be it.
Well, he has not come past the pits this time.
Has come past the pits this time.
I mean, yes, well, that's what I mean. He's not going into the pits. He's had barely any brakes at the front, so having barely any brakes on one side of the front is possibly not going to be much of a difference.
Exactly what I was going to say. Exactly. So you could see the amount of rear braking the car had, and that's what they've been relying on for such a long time.
Okay, so let's look at where they are. 51 is how far ahead of 6th place Peugeot. 1 minute and 20. That's very nearly a lap ahead of their nearest rival. We've got
21 seconds ahead.
Sorry, 21 seconds.
21 seconds ahead, and he lost on the last lap. He lost 23.
Well, he went off a long way. He will now adapt to what he's doing. So he might lose position to 94. It's going to take a lot longer for 93 to get by him unless he has a catastrophic failure.
94's just taken 3 seconds out of him in the first sector. So he's going to lose that position in 25 minutes easily.
Well, here is Antonio Fuoco in 2nd place, the man who put Ferrari on a World Championship sports car pole position for the first time in half a century at Sebring. Now looking to put them not just on the podium, but in 2nd place.
Andre Lotterer, meanwhile, under 13 seconds back from Fuoco, quicker last time around. 25 minutes to go. If he can maintain that rate of closing, it's going to be close. But can he?
And Lotterer back with one of his former World Championship teams. Back with another one of his sports car racing families in that number 6 Penske Porsche. His first time ever racing for the Penske organisation. And Alex Lynn in the Cadillac, how far back is he? He's 40 seconds back from...
He's 50
seconds back from Lotterer.
Yeah, correct.
And that's Pierre Guidi in front.
That's the moment the brake broke.
Yeah.
I think you could just see a huge bit of debris come out even before he committed to the corner.
Well, you can see
that's the 63 and the 41.
Whoa, steady now. That's our GTE leader as well, Nicky Katzberg, going, come on, boys.
They're a lap. Where were they together? That's for 3rd.
That is. 41 is in 3rd, Louis Delatraz, and Danny Krier is in 4th, and that's why they were both trying to make some space for themselves.
We might have a problem here. There's a double yellow. There's no car off. That must be debris, and it's probably that brake.
10, yeah.
It's been removed, yeah.
Okay, that's good.
But yeah, I think that shot we saw riding on board the Cadillac, Alex Lynn, I think the shot we saw was the moment that he probably complained on the radio of how much brake dust was coming out there. I think it was just
now. I think it was just now.
Because that happened long after the radio message. Normally the radio message is a couple of minutes after the event. So it's probably been doing that for a few laps. You know, these things, they're not steel. They don't just go. They're carbon on carbon. They take a long time to decide.
Well, once it gets to a certain point, it's thin enough that it just explodes.
That's the instant.
There, you see that bit, maybe there's a bit of rubber coming off the car. I don't know. But
could well have been a bit of pickup just flying off. But it's that
grabbing as well, wasn't it?
It's that cloud of brake coming up in the air that Alex Lynn was complaining about before. I'm sure he had that previously.
Oh, so
it again?
No. So it broke. That's the replay. So it broke going into turn 1, the disc, and then that's why he had nothing left at all in the front going into turn 5, and that's why he ran out, ran wide.
Hypercar in the pit lane. It's not the Ferrari, it's the Glickenhaus. They've been in for service.
Well, they've been reliable this afternoon, and they've been in that group after they struggled to get the heat into the tyres the first hour, if you remember. But since then, they've been in that group. They're certainly not in contention for a podium position, but after what was not a stellar Sebring, look like they're going to get to the end here.
Matteo Cairoli serves his 2nd drive-through in as many minutes. So he's come and gone, and so has any hope of a podium, I'm afraid.
Rivera is closing that gap, though, 4.5 seconds now to Nicky Katzberg. So the Richard Mille 83 car.
Katzberg
closing.
didn't have tyres, I don't think, last time. Let's hear from Andre Lotter's team.
Okay, Andre, keep doing what you're doing. Keep the lap times fast. We may have had an issue with fueling. We might get a fuel alarm, and I need you to tell me if that happens.
Oh dear.
I sense that we possibly cut off Andre's reply to that.
Yes.
Diplomatically, because we don't have a buzzer, exactly.
Oh, that says a lot, doesn't it? The tap of the head there from the engineer.
Again, look at the Ferrari and the brake dust pouring off it as the Porsche goes by, followed by the, is that the 23 United Autosports or LMP2 leader? So the Ferrari slips another spot. It didn't take long, did it?
That's the 22 behind, 51 now. Yeah. Flash, flash, get out of the way. I'm faster. I've got brakes on my car.
Okay, let's hear from the 51 Ferrari team.
Okay, mate, you can slow way down. You can slow way down. We don't need that much pace. The front left disc is doing all the work now, and it's too hot. So give some big lift off. If we continue like this, we'll only lose 1 position.
Well, there you go. You know, this is Bahrain last year with the gearbox
So
that's
that's
a
what
bag
he needs
of
to know.
bones.
I'm sure Alexander at the moment is thinking, I've got to keep up the speed. Every point matters. What he needed to hear from Justin Taylor there was, look, number 1, we've got to get it to the end. Number 2 is, no matter how slow you go, we'll only lose 1 spot.
Yeah, the real danger was immediate. That now the danger is that if you blow the other one up, you might end up nose first into the barriers.
Here's what you should have got.
Yeah. Well, they're out and ready, but you would lose so much time stopping to change one that, you know, you'd only do it in a 24-hour race. There's no mandatory last third of the race brake change here as there is in the Spa 24 hours. Look at the smear of black on the windscreen there as well. I know.
I really hope that Pierre Guidi wasn't looking at the screen, if there are any big screens around the circuit, because he could see that shot of some lovely brand new brake discs there staring at him.
Torture.
Well, no, you know, it's part of the driver's job, isn't it? Part of it, and the easier part of it, is when the car's perfect. Most days you're struggling with something, like the human body. Most days you're struggling with something, and a lot of the time you're struggling with a lot. And you know, he dragged the car to the line that, frankly, anybody else listening to it would have parked. But it was the championship that was at stake.
This is, by the way, got 2 more Orica side to side. The 9 and the 31 this time. That's for 6th position. But just had a quick shot, by the way, of the lead battle in GTE AM. The Corvette is just holding off.
Well, all 3 of these cars are for position. This is one Manuel Correa, Robin Fries for WRT, and Fabio Scherer right behind in the green and yellow of Inter-Europol. So that is a 3-car battle.
Fittipaldi.
And Pietro Fittipaldi, and not too far away, Charles Milesi. He's about 7 or 8 seconds back down the road. There's our GTE leader.
When we get the longer shots, you'll see how close the Ferrari is. It's about a 5-second gap. If we get a long shot of this group.
5-second gap, 18 minutes remaining. 18 minutes is... he's got to be half a second a lap quicker just to get there per lap remaining. He needs to be a second a lap quicker than Katzberg to guarantee he'll pass him.
Talking to 1 or 2 of the guys in the paddock, there is something up for grabs here, which is quite unique, which is it's the last World Championship win for a GTE car. And that's really important in terms of the history of these things. They've been a fabulous servant to endurance racing. GTE Pro serving from, what was it, 2011, the year before the FI World Endurance Championship. These cars have been magnificent.
Yeah. You know, no lack of excitement in the category, either in Pro or Am when we had both, and certainly not this year when we've just got the GT Am class. It's entirely balanced and entertaining all the way through.
That's Loic Duval having gone by Alessandro Pierre Guidi now and up into 5th. So it's Toyota, Ferrari, Porsche, Cadillac, Peugeot. 5 makes, 5 places. 1
for Sam Smith, because he's got the time to look. What's Peugeot's best WEC result? Have they had a podium? Or did they have a 4th?
I can do that.
Go on, no, Sam Smith can do it because he's not on air. So also there in the Peugeot garage, they're just texting, tell me, chat, what is the best result for Peugeot in the WEC? Haven's just asking on commentary, and I'd like to know before he comes up with an answer. I will never come up with an answer. That's why Graham's in the computer. So Toyota leading by a lap from Ferrari. I had in my mind it was a fourth at Monza. There you go.
Fourth at Fuji.
Okay.
Fourth in Bahrain.
Okay. So fourths. Fourth. No, they're up to fifth at the moment. They're not in fourth. Caddy are in fourth.
5 cars.
Cadillac are in fourth. But yeah, they were fourth and fifth. They surrounded the surrounded the podium. Cadillac are in fourth place at the moment.
So this is a better fourth. Is that what we're saying? This is the best fourth place they've ever achieved.
Well, now listen, right now,
fighting fourth.
Right now in hypercar, the top 5 positions are 5 different brands. We've got Toyota leading Ferrari, Porsche, Cadillac, and Peugeot. Gap. Have they not got a radio either?
They've clearly not got letters.
What they clearly haven't got is a magic marker.
Yes.
Somebody's done that in a biro or felt tip pen. You know, a proper mark. Surely you can do it with gaffer tape as well.
It's what Richard Dean does on his Sundays off, I think.
Somebody needs to be colouring it in, though. They haven't got long enough. Ollie Jarvis leading in LMP2, as he was in Sebring when the car came to a grinding halt. Here's the Inter-Europol car now under pressure from behind. And so this is Jota's Pietro Fittipaldi. We talked about him, and Pietro up on the inside.
Another kiss.
Oh, Fabio Scherer going, you try the outside here, sunshine. See if you enjoy that. Fittipaldi is sticking to the task at hand, though, isn't he?
Great stuff.
Yeah. The joke was, oh, we want to see the race. There it is.
Well, the gaps, by the way, in LMP2, with 15 minutes to go, it is 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10, 3, 1, 2, 0.249 and 0.868.
That sounds like a Eurosport countdown to the break. Look at this. This is great stuff. And Fabio Scherer hanging on for Pietro Fittipaldi. United Autosport 1-2, as they have been for quite a lot of the race. But again, Fittipaldi this time tucks up Scherer on the inside.
And away.
Yeah, Jota lost a lot of speed relative to their performance in Sebring, haven't they?
Yeah.
They've had a pretty decent car here, but by no means the fastest one out there this time around. There was the move on the inside. Beautiful move there by Fittipaldi, turn 3.
Well, I can confidently predict that the 48 guys will be quicker next time out.
You'd like to think so, otherwise...
You would rather hope so, because they will no longer be in an LMP2, they'll be in a Porsche hypercar. So
the debrief could be quite tricky if they're not, let's put it that way. Just keeping an eye on just exactly where it's landed Pierre Guidi. He has still got 56 seconds on Miguel Jensen. Under 14 minutes to go, that should be fine.
I'm sure he'll be told to get a hurry up and sacrifice his last remaining disc if push comes to shove. We know it's LA. If push comes to shove,
it's just on a 139. It's not awful, you know, but it is a matter of now being safe.
Yeah. If push comes to shove, Mikkel Jensen is going to have to claw his way over him.
Yes,
that's all there is to it. And Jensen, being a former factory Porsche driver and Ferrari driver, will know all about how tough Alessandro Pierre Guidi can be.
Mikkel Jensen, you know, no mug, but I think that's beyond his powers. 130, he's done 136 in that car.
Here comes the Alpine. This is the better of the 2 Alpines. Charles Milesi, the Alpines are actually the tail-end Charlies in LMP2, with the exception of the extremely delayed Vector Sport car.
They've been struggling, haven't they, both in Sebring and here? Guido van der Garde has found his smile again.
1 and done.
Yes.
Yeah.
I still have to get used to him not in yellow overalls. But
well, he said that. He said, look, I saw him yesterday, day before rather, going to the driver's thing in his overalls. He went, hey, look, no more yellow. I'd say, okay.
And no more first lap heroics either. He kept a very low profile at the start of the race, didn't he? He would always go from like last to first.
Well, and also he was so easy to spot. You could track his progress. Now, next to the yellow car is, you know, it's like the Inter-Europol car because it's such a distinct livery. You say beside the green and yellow car, this is the Alpine, and through goes Charles Milesi. I wonder how old Fabio Scherer's tyres are.
Very, I would say.
I think so. I think this has done a double and whatever remained in the race as well. Because his pace, personally, I don't think will have dropped off so much. Let's hear from our third place team, the number 6 Porsche.
No.
Stay out, stay out.
Important because this was about whether or not they needed fuel.
That was the most succinct, I've got a fuel warning light on message I've ever heard. Click now. I'm busy, but it's just flickered. That's... It's almost like Andre Lotterer has to pay for each letter that he's uttering on the radio. Into the final 12 minutes, nearly 11 minutes of this race here in Portimão. Round 2 of the World Endurance Championship. Toyota lead, Ferrari second, Porsche in third, but we've just heard Andre Lotterer telling the team that his low fuel warning light has come on. He was told by the crew, we may have underfueled the car.
1 minute 40.366, the lap time last time around from Alessio Rivera in pursuit of the lead in GTM, and that gap is now under 2 seconds. It is almost nose to tail Nicky Katzberg and Alessio Rivera.
Number 6 Porsche is in. They did underfuel the car, so that is a Penske Porsche Motorsport World Endurance podium gone.
Not yet. Number 2 car in 4th place in turn 9 now. It's going to be really tight.
Let's see the energy. Let's see the energy graphic. Who's got what left? Because the caddy, don't forget, was on a different fuel strategy before the safety car.
But they pitted straight after the safety. They should be fine.
They should be fine.
They're in turn 13. The fuel's still going in. Turn 14, he rolls. It's going to stay in a podium position because the number 2 Cadillac is just coming out of turn 14 now as the Porsche gets to pit exit. Here it comes, fully lit, of course.
Yeah,
it's going to be a lot closer, but it's not going to be an immediate risk.
And the lap times were good enough, actually faster than that of Alex Lynn the last couple of laps round. So it seems to be, what, 28, 30% is all you need now to get it through to the end.
So why has the Porsche got 50% fuel? That seems to be an awful lot, considering everybody else has got 18 to 20%.
Is that because maybe they thought they'd underfuel, but they're not sure?
Oh, okay.
It could be.
Alex Lynn has a target, though, and that's what you need, not just some nebulous distance. How far behind will he be at the next sector?
It's 11 seconds. It's 11 seconds the gap, 9 minutes to go. Traffic around for both these cars. Alex Lynn comes out of turn 5. He's got 3, 4, 5 cars between him, critically including the other Porsche.
Right, here's the number 8, the race leader of Brendan Hartley, and he is chasing the race leader in GTM. That is Nicky Katzberg, and no sign of Alessio Rivera getting much closer.
He is much closer. He's right there.
There yes, he is. 9/10 of a second.
That's the gap. It is visual.
Well, it's come down from 4 seconds to 0 seconds nearly, or 1 second in the last couple of laps.
Corvette chasing a double win in the first 2 rounds of the FI World Endurance Championship for 2023. Ferrari looking to redress the balance that saw the car that preceded this as number 83 finish its race very early on and upside down at turn 1.
Yeah, brand new car for the Richard Mille AF Corsa team. And Alessio Rivera versus Nicky Katzberg. That's a good equal battle, isn't it? I'd say Katzberg with more experience in more different cars, actually, over the last few years. Alessio Rivera back into GT after winning in LMP2 last year, winning the title.
So I don't know if you already mentioned, guys, but it was 8/10 in Rivera's favour last time around. What's he going to be this time around? He's clearly catching all the time. As Katzberg 41-2 against a 40.7 that time around for Rivera. So
7 minutes 45. What are we saying? Maybe 4 laps. Nicky Katzberg sort of hold off the quicker car of Alessio Rivera.
Going to be hard work, this. Very hard work. It's unlike the prototypes, they're less affected by the turbulent air. And where does that Ferrari look faster? Where's Rivera going to plan his move? And often, when you put that attack in first time, you've got to make it stick, because otherwise the other driver in front starts to learn where you're faster. So no, 9 to 10, 7, Graham. Come on.
No, look good.
Mate, it's Alessio Rivera. It's Alessio Rivera. He's going to throw it over the inside anyway.
Barely break into turn 10. Right, where he is going to have a run, though, is potentially into turn 10. Into the slipstream he comes through turn 9, up the hill. Is he going to send it on the inside, sell him a dummy? No, he's got it covered. Katzberg, the wily old fox there.
Katzberg's been racing in here since we came in World Touring cars, so he's got plenty of experience at this track. Maybe not in this car, but he's got plenty of experience at this track. You could see the AF Corsa Ferrari team watching with great interest, as rightly they should be.
Oh, this is good. He's going to go slow here because he knows he needs to get a good exit. And a good exit he's got. So the final corner is probably the only corner on the track where you get a bit of turbulent air at that high speed. Yes, you see the gap open up there. This is clever stuff from Katzberg.
Yeah, he's a wily old fox, Nicky Katzberg.
Don't outbrake yourself into turn 1. He knows he's going to have to be easy into there to make sure he gets a good exit, and he'll guard the inside into turn 3.
Michel Gatting in 3rd for the Iron Dames. So we've got Corvette, Ferrari, Porsche currently on the podium in GTE AM. We've got Toyota, Ferrari, Porsche currently on the podium in Hypercar, and we've got Orica currently on the podium in LMP2, because that's what they've all got.
Do you think they're going to be a bit of inter-team messaging going on? Faster Ferrari Hypercar. If you just mess up that Corvette as you overtake on your way past.
By the way, the gentleman in the blue shirt, you can see there, that's Jacques Lecomte, the previous team principal of Labre Competition, who of course took race wins in GTM with the previous generation of Corvette. And his team gives a lot of logistical support to the Corvette racing team in Europe.
The previous?
C7.
Did they win with C7s as well, did they?
C7s.
I was thinking maybe C5s and C6s, but C7s. Okay, so
Julian Canal,
5 minutes to go.
Rivera's running out of time, isn't he?
Well, and also he's going to start to run out of tyre, and his engine and brake temperatures are all going to rise. And Nicky Katzberg is not going to let the Toyota go through without being forced offline. He's just going to make him wait.
We've got real battles for the win here in GTM and in LMP2, with the top 3 cars separated by, what is that, 3 seconds?
Yeah, well, Phil Hansen 1.6 behind Ollie Jarvis.
1.3 now.
1.3, and don't forget the 22 United car, Phil Hansen, points leaders, winners in Sebring. They would love to go 2 for 2. Toyota do or should go 2 for 2 because they won in Sebring, and this car that set pole is leading here. But again, all eyes on Nicky Katzberg versus Alessio Rivera.
Oh, he's got doing a bit of oversteer mid-corner through turn 1, but he's going to be okay into 3. One small mistake in any of these slow-speed corners, and Rivera knows his prey is going to come his way.
Just to keep you posted as what's going on in Hypercar, Brendan Hartley, of course, is well away. Antonio Fuoco, 58 seconds ahead of Andre Lotra, and is holding the gap to Alex Lynn to around 11-12 seconds.
So that's a little more stable. There's the LMP2 battle. United versus United. This is blue on blue, blue, red and white on blue, red and white, but Phil Hansen will be desperate to try and get onto terms with Ollie Jarvis, and Ollie just as desperate, having victory snatched away from them, possible victory snatched away from them.
That is the 1-2-3. That is the 1-2-3, all on the same straight there. There's the first place car, second on the apex now, and the third coming to the apex there.
And the pink Porsche just in front is 3rd in GTE, so it's not part of this battle, but they are on target for another podium here, the Iron Dames, who last time they raced here in Portimão were victorious. But that was in the European Le Mans Series in a Ferrari.
It was indeed.
End of last season.
It was a different driver lineup. Dorian Pan, part of that squad. And
because Rahel Frey did not drive for them in ELMS.
Correct.
But Michel Gatting, Saradovi and Dorian Pan claimed victory. Here we go. 2 minutes 56, so maybe 3 laps still to go. Maybe 2 laps to go they'll get. It depends where the Toyota comes across the line. Toyota's already halfway round another lap, so it'll be this one plus another one for the number 8 Toyota. So it's 2 to go for our GT battle. There's the AO Project 1 car, Matteo Cairoli. Is that? No, it's not. Not close enough to the Ferrari in front of Ulysse de Pauw. It's 1 minute and 7 seconds back. Had a bit of a tough race.
It's a difficult position for Brendan Hartley there. Whenever you're in the lead of a race so easily like that, it's a lovely opportunity to have, but you can easily confuse other drivers that you're coming up to because they're expecting you just to fly past and be aggressive like you have been the entire race. Suddenly, if you back out of it too much, you can find there's a bit of complication and confusion in how you overtake and get past cars. And it's better sometimes just carry on with the rhythm that you had in knowing, you know, where to place your car and which speed to carry.
The classic example is Senna at Monaco, isn't it?
Absolutely,
Got too far ahead and actually allowed his mind to drift and then shunted.
It's easily done, yeah. You start, yeah, you have to stay focused at all times, and focused are these two here. I wonder how Rivera's going to play this one. Katzberg showed his hand in terms of how aggressive he's going to be and how cunning he's going to be in terms of defending.
90 seconds from potential history here. The best results ever in the World Endurance Championship for any female driver is second. Rahel Fry and the Iron Dames did that twice last season.
Correct.
If Lila Wadou's teammate here can get by, it will be the first time ever. We've had one female driver start a car in LMP2 from pole position. That was a first. We've got another one here who played a massive part in putting them in contention for this overall win. If they can get their way by that Corvette, it will be the first time a female driver has won a race in WEC history.
That would be fantastic. And not just because she was tacked onto the team, but she's equally done the heavy lifting.
She's done brilliantly well.
Really has. Now, down comes the Glickenhaus,
and
here comes the Ferrari, and Nicky Katzberg is being held up by the Glickenhaus, which is slower from apex to exit.
Rivera just lost the back end of the car on the exit there under power to try to get the power in too quickly. That cost him what could have been an opportunity, but Nicky Katzberg again did well there.
Chasing
21 seconds to go. This is
last lap for the Toyota.
Talk about holding your
No,
nerve.
it's not. The Toyota will get to the line with time to spare, so it will be starting its last lap in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, here we go. Last lap. Now, that means that there's this plus one more for the Ferrari to try and get by, because the next time the Toyota comes to the line...
This will be interesting, though. Sorry, Masters. You got the LMP2 behind Katzberg now. He's going to overtake him, probably around this final corner.
And
is that going to compromise the Corvette, sending him onto the marbles just ever so slightly? Bit of a wiggle there.
He did.
Yeah, he took the curb on the inside, didn't he, to try and flatten out the corner. Okay, I don't care about track limits. It'll be 1 to go.
That could have played out worse. Definitely.
After this.
Could have played out worse.
Yeah.
What a race.
The Toyota already up to turn 5, 6, 7, 8. And here he is, dipping down the hill into 9. So that lead battle in GTM is on its final lap as well. The Toyota heading towards the checkered flag, the team preparing their flags on the wall.
So dominant, such a dominant. Here we go.
Rivera's going to send it, but he's going to have to be brave around the outside. Katzberg's at the apex first.
That was well defended once again by Katzberg. And yeah, there was nothing Rivera could do there.
Katzberg has gone from endurance mode to touring car mode in the last 20 minutes.
Great stuff. But what a race for car number 8, Toyota.
Yeah. Everything they wanted. They took pole position and they claim victory. Ferrari win for the second time this season. No 1-2 as in Sebring, but Sebastian Buemi, Rio Hirakawa and now Brendan Hartley have done the job for them. And again, we'll catch up with LMP2 in a minute or two because the leaders are behind this battle. They should not catch it. These two cars are on their own. The last lap of the race after 6 hours, they will be barely, not even 0.6 of a second apart.
We wait for these two to come to the line. Ferrari have completed their best ever WEC overall performance. Second place for the number 50 car. We wait for the Porsche to come home for what should be a podium position for the 6. But Nicky Katzberg, what an epic defence and a win, a second win for the number 33 Corvette Racing C8R. Excellent stuff and fending off a spirited attack from the 83.
Look how close the two Uniteds were at the end.
Ollie Jarvis let himself be reeled into the line. He didn't care. He knew he had it. He knew they weren't going to get him. So Ollie Jarvis leads a 1-2, and the 23 car has its victory. 33 car has its second win of the season. Ben Keating, Nick Veroni, and the resilient Nicky Katzberg. That's a great, great race for the entire team, including and especially in the pits. Roger Penske hands out the handshakes. The captain is on site again, as he was in Sebring, and Penske Porsche claim their first World Championship podium finish.
Absolutely right, and a win at Long Beach last night, a podium here at Portimão on the other side of the pond. Quite some weekend for Roger Penske and squad.
And I don't know when Penske's last World Championship podium was, but I would think it was when he was running. Did he have a podium running Formula One cars?
Yes.
Okay, that will have been it.
Had a win, didn't he? I think he had a win.
Beyond my remit, I'm afraid, but handshakes all round from Pascal Vasselon and the rest of the team. Ferrari takes second, one step further up the podium. They really are enjoying this journey, aren't they, Ferrari? And the number 8, are we going to see wheel spin and donuts, or is he just parked in Parc Fermé? Number 8, Toyota. He will be sent round to below the podium. But everybody else, Parc Fermé will be on the pit straight, so you can see the AO Porsche, the 7 Toyota, which finished in 9th place, so gets points for 9th. A very disappointing outcome for the number 7 car. But number 8, number 23, that was gutted and empty-handed in Sebring, and the number 33 car. So the driver of the AO Porsche has not read his pre-race briefing, which tells everybody to stop on the start-finish straight at the line, other than the class winners.
Austrian Grand Prix 1976 was a win for the Penske team.
76.
There you go.
The long hot summer.
And indeed, that was their final podium.
Was it?
Yes.
So 76, 86, that's quite a long while ago. 86, 96, 2016, 2026. Yeah, 47 years ago. So nearly as long between Penske's last World Championship podium and their most recent one as Ferrari's last World Championship
absolutely
race
right.
and their most recent one.
I should make clear, by the way, the Iron Dames did come home with Michel Gattin to complete the podium in GTE AM. It's also safely home Team WRT to complete the podium in LMP2. The gap at the end between the two United cars, 0.684 of a second.
Ollie Jarvis trying to come into the pit lane the normal way. No, you have to go up to the long way around, Ollie, and come back in. Should win things more often. You learn it. Was that harsh?
But again, excellence prevails, and this time the second Toyota effort, they, by the way, finished in the top 10, 9th place for Toyota Gazoo Racing's number 7 car after having to replace the rear corner because of a faulty sensor.
And the second Porsche also gets points for 10th place because it was a no finish for the Van Wall.
Absolutely.
So D Station didn't finish, Van Wall didn't finish, but the number 5 Porsche and the number 10 Vector Sport car both got back out before the end, and so they both end up as, I think they should be classified finishers.
And 23 car making its way down to pit lane eventually. Parc Fermé on the main straight, so the fans that have stayed with us for the podium ceremony. And
you think anybody's gone home before the end of this? Are you kidding me?
I'm told somewhere close to 30,000 people this weekend. And having seen the scenes for the queue for the grandstand, at the start of the race. And indeed, what we had on pit lane for the autograph session, I can completely believe it.
And bearing in mind, nobody has been to a World Endurance race at this track, so they might have been excited by the hypercars, but they didn't know what they were going to get. We did, because we've been before, but none of the fans have.
There you go. By the way, Sebastian Buemi, I doff my cap were I wearing one. We can now say broken bones in that wrist.
Yep.
Won effectively this race with a broken wrist.
One-handed.
Unbelievable.
Well, look, delight there for the United team. And yeah, Gerda van der Gaard doing the social media. Won, and done. Well, and you know, for the moment, I mean, he is a stand-in this weekend because
he's a cool dude.
Because Albert Quick was trying to win the race for Acura in Long Beach, and in the end put the car on pole, but a last lap lunge by Ricky Taylor got by the Porsche off Shoreline and then ended up in the tyres. So it was Penske Porsche that won. So Gerda van der Gaard, it's nice to have people like that in your phone book, isn't it?
Oh,
you can phone up a guy like Gerda van der Gaard and he can come in and just do a stellar job like that. So here we are. This is the overall result of the 6 hours of Portimão. Number 8 Toyota victorious from the number 50 Ferrari and the number 6 Porsche. 5 different brands in the top 5, with Cadillac coming 4th and Peugeot coming 5th place. Even the 93 car that started 2 laps back finished ahead of a couple of its ostensibly healthier rivals. United Autosports 1-2 from WRT, Prema, Jota in their final race with the 48 LMP2 car, and then the second Prema and Jota cars. And in GTE AM, Corvette Racing from Richard Mille AF Corsa and Iron Dames, Corvette, Ferrari and Porsche on the GTE AM podium. Let's get down and hear from our winners with Louise Beckett.
Brendan Hartley, you've been quick all weekend. That was a great run for the number 8. You've got to be pleased with that.
Yeah, happy. It's been an awesome weekend from FP1 all the way through to now. A word for... congrats. Yeah, I thought for car 7. They were keeping us honest. Actually, they overtook us at the start. We got back in front, and then they had a problem. I'm quite sure that it would have been a tight finish again, as it always is between the 2 cars, so I thought for them. But for the team, yeah, big thanks. It's been a really strong showing for the first 2 races. I'm still convinced the other guys are coming, and I'm sure they're going to get their ducks in a row for Le Mans. So, yeah, we're still fighting. We're still trying to find every 10th of a second out there, but today it felt really nice, and thanks to everyone.
Well done.
Thanks.
Well, and as ever, Toyota will continue to push with everything they have because they know their rivals are getting closer. A great location, a fabulous roller coaster racetrack, bright sunshine and fans. What a difference from 2021 for the World Endurance Championships' second visit to Portimão in Portugal. And great battles expected in all 3 classes, GTE AM, LMP2 and hypercar. 93 Peugeot with problems on the outlap, needed power steering changing and started from the pit lane as the front row Toyotas were split right from the offset by the Ferraris, diving through on the inside to grab second place on the opening lap. But there was trouble behind, contact between one of the Porsches and one of the Peugeots, saw the Peugeot and the Cadillac having to take avoiding action as the 94 car got nerfed off by the number 5 Porsche. There was more drama in LMP2 and in the GTE AM battles, with the front runners all struggling to get cleanly through the first corners. The better of the 2 Porsches was between the Ferraris in 4th place for a couple of laps until the number 50 car got back in front. 48 Jota battling with the 2 United cars and with Prema and WRT in LMP2 as the Peugeot started to show its pace in a battle with the Cadillac. And then the definitive change in the power balance at Toyota, the number 7 car having to change a left rear corner as a sensor failed. LMP2 was all arms and elbows, and for 5 of the 6 hours, really no clear indication of who was going to win it. For Penske Porsche, one of their cars also in trouble, that with a power steering issue, and that too took a long while to sort out. Meanwhile, the number 23 car that should have been in the lead and should have won perhaps at Sebring was leading the race, but they had no radio and struggled with communication. Huge tyre, brake explosion rather, for Jacques Villeneuve, put the van wall off. Luckily for Villeneuve and the team, damage was very limited indeed. Safety car was out with an hour to go. 12 minutes under safety car allowed for last-minute fuel stops. 51 Ferrari, hobbled by braking issues, was passed by the LMP2 leader, as Alessandro Pueguidi struggled with not very little, but only one front brake. Last lap battle, Ferrari trying to challenge Corvette for victory in GTM. Corvette came out on top. 23 United led a team 1-2 in LMP2, and the number 8 Toyota that started the race on pole was the first to the checkered flag to claim its first win of the season and victory in the 6 hours of Portimão.
Great stuff. And there is the winning car, the number 8 Toyota, the 2023 version of the so far all-conquering hypercar, the GR010, the Groot, as we like to call it. United Autosports with a dominant performance here after disappointment there, but these three, they're going to be very pleased indeed. Nico Varrone, a very, very cheerful young Argentinian driver with Nicky Katzberg. Fabulous, I thought that, Martin, in terms of the defensive drive he showed.
Cracking last stint from him and from Alessio Rivera in the Ferrari. Absolutely great, grandstand stuff.
And of course, Ben Keating.
And you heard the noise from the crowd as well here. You know, 30,000 people enjoying the racing here. And I'm sure, should we get the chance to come back in the future, that crowd will only grow, because these cars are a big draw. Not just the GTs, not just the LMP2s, but the hypercars as well, really bringing the fans out in numbers. Great to see lots of young fan members here as well.
Lots of families here. It's been great to see them.
And it is a great family-friendly atmosphere. You know, you can all go on it. You don't have to be in the VIP club to go on the pit walk and meet the drivers. You just wander in when the pit lane is open for the autograph session.
Just what part in sports car racing history is this trio going to play? It's already got a significant World Championship winning part. Brendan Hartley, Seppo Amy, Ryo Hirakawa, broken bones in his wrist. And what an absolute monster stint from Seppo Amy. The number 50 crew from Ferrari AF Corsa, Antonio Fuoco with Miguel Molina.
Well, those guys...
And Nicholas Nielsen, of course. That is the best result so far for Ferrari in overall terms.
And the first podium for Penske Porsche.
Yeah, not the first, of course, for Andre Lotterer. He's something of a WEC legend. But Laurens Vanteur with an overall podium, Kevin Estre.
And now the national anthem of our winning team, Toyota Gazoo Racing.
Well, we're well used to hearing the Japanese national anthem, top class in the World Endurance Championship, and we're going to keep hearing it unless the chasing pack can close the gap. They all get dealt the same values to these cars. They've just got to unlock the package. They all know that, and there's next to no moaning about it. They all know that if you're going to have a win that everybody values, you're going to have to be on your game for 6 hours, 8 hours, or 24 hours. And who knows, it could just be the 24 hours.
Penske Porsche Motorsport claimed their first World Championship package since the Austrian Grand Prix in 1976. The driver then, who won the race, unrecognisable the next day, Because John Watson said, if I win a race in the car, I'll shave my beard off. He did so, and nobody knew who he was at breakfast.
Yeah, and it's been like that ever since commentated on GT racing.
Exactly.
Yeah, Watty's still with us, of course.
Very much so.
And but Penske very much still with us, and what a weekend for them. A win in the IMSA Championship yesterday, a World Championship podium today.
And Ferrari now third in Sebring, second here, closer in terms of performance, closer in terms of keeping their performance up, and top of the cap as well to Alessandro Pierguidi, who with one brake on the front of the car ended up still finishing strongly at the end of the race in 6th position.
Should say as well, great race from Cadillac and from Peugeot. Peugeot faultless. I don't think we had a problem with any reliability issues at all for Peugeot.
Other than the car starting from pit lane because it had problems with the 93.
From the start of the race, there was no problem. But, there was a power steering problem before the start of the race. But it's a step forward.
In hypercar, 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 positions. Toyota, Ferrari, Porsche, Cadillac, Peugeot. That's what it was intended to produce, and that will only become a more common occurrence as all of the newbies get used to their machines. They've now raced these cars twice.
Yep, top 5 are all different manufacturers, and 6 with Glickenhaus in the top 8.
Yep. Fantastic stuff.
And more to come in 2024.
And again, you know, we're not throwing shade on Toyota in any way, shape or form, because they have been right in at this hypercar deal from the start. But putting that name, Ferrari, on the podium is making a big difference to the visibility of this sport for all of us.
Second in the World Championship now is the 50 crew
ahead
from
of
Ferrari.
the number 7 car,
because of a bad day for them today.
4th for Cadillac, 5th for the lead Porsche team, and 6th place for Alessandro Pierguidi, Antonio Giovinazzi, and James Calado. So it is Toyota, Ferrari, Porsche, Cadillac, Peugeot, Van Wall and Glickenhaus. Well, that is the way that they line up in hypercar. We'll get now into our LMP2 group and hear from our winning driver at United Autosport, Ollie Jarvis.
Ollie Jarvis, I mean, that was a tough race for you guys. No radio, you were in the lead, you weren't in the lead. That was tough going.
Yeah, it was really tough, purely because of the communication. I mean, the team, I got in the car, Guido had a radio issue, and I got in, and I realized straight away we're in trouble. And then it's trying to work out what's going on in the race and what they're trying to tell you and hit fuel numbers. And I was doing a lot of calculations in my head. I mean, they told me to box, and I took a risk and stayed out because I wanted an extra lap to jump the Prema car. Bit of a risk on my side, but I was calculating all the time in the car. And then the last 30 minutes were a bit stressful with fuel numbers and the gap closing. So just pleased to get it across the line.
You all deserve it. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, especially because the heartbreak of Sebring.
Oh yeah, but sometimes that's what you need is someone with that level of experience and intelligence. It's a 1-2 for United Autosports, the 23 ahead of the 22, and then it's WRT in 3rd place, the 41 car. But great result there for United Autosports. They will go home happy after your crushing disappointment at Sebring.
Pretty big part of that 3rd place result from Louis Delatraz as well, as we hear the winning anthem for United Autosports. So 2 winning cars, 1st and 2nd LMP2, both bringing in ringers here.
Yeah, it's going to be said, with a packed weekend of action in the sports car world of racing. Yes, we've got a couple of no-shows here with Tom Blomqvist not able to race here this weekend, and Felipe Albuquerque, it's my man from Total Energies, who we had in our FP3 show.
And just a reminder, actually, that all the cars in this field are running on sustainable fuel that was not created from dead dinosaurs. It's created from the waste byproducts of the wine industry.
So we're making our contribution this evening towards the
lovely bottle of chilled rosé. That'll go down very nicely indeed. Thank you.
No, great stuff.
So the Total Energies Excellium Racing Fuel has the same octane rating and produces exactly the same power and efficiency as the normal pump gasoline or racing gasoline that these cars would otherwise be using, that comes from entirely renewable resources. So great result for United Autosports after a couple of slightly lean years from the time just before COVID, when 22 won everything there was to win, including the Grand National and the London Marathon.
It's been a weird kind of time, hasn't it, in LMP2, with the super teams gathering in the prelude to the hypercar era, WRT, Prema, United, you know, and others around that have just been gathering their kind of troops ahead of what's to come. But United still battling away to come up with what their plan is going to be for the future.
Yeah, Louis Delatras really doing some sterling stuff for the third place car. And then the United team packed with talent in both cars. Josh Pearson, the youngest and newest in the 23 lineup, but does not give away much in terms of speed to his veteran teammates. United's 22 car continues to lead the championship. They finished second, Prema in fourth place, so that gap just creeps open a little further. WRT in third, but the 23 car into fourth place with a bullet as they claim victory here. So into Europol, fifth place in the season standings so far, just one behind the 23. This could be a big year for the Polish team. Well, let's catch up with our GTE winner and the ever-resilient Nicky Katzberg.
Nicky Katzberg, I cannot believe what we were just watching towards the end of that race. That was superb defending, driving from you.
Yeah, well, it counts on two drivers. You know, he did a mega job racing clean with me, Mr. Rivera, so he was so fast. It was so difficult to keep him behind, but he's a clean racer, and that's something you don't see every day. So really happy with this fight and amazingly happy with this victory.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, putting the sport back into sports cars, and quite right, you should reflect how good a battle that was right to the end there.
Tells it like it is, and he's absolutely right. You know, you have to have that trust, that faith, and that honesty between each of the parties.
Listen to the response that we're getting from the girls.
So we're also getting from the Corvette mechanics, but no, absolutely.
But that is matches the best ever result for a female driver, not for the Iron Dames, but for the young lady on the left-hand side of the podium in second.
Yeah.
But a second win for the number 33 crew. They will dominate the point standings, and a third different national anthem for this race. Tell you something else, Martin. I very much doubt we've ever seen 4 female drivers on any World Championship podium.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. 9 drivers, 4 of them female. And the sooner that we start to see that as a regular and unremarkable occurrence in all of our classes, I think the happier everybody will be. So a great result for the Iron Dames. Great result too for Lulu Wadu. She really put in some huge efforts in that car. They claimed second place, and it could have been so close, with Alessio Rivera just playing it clean and straight down the line with Nicky Katzberg. He gave it everything, but in the end, Katzberg just did not crack and managed to hold on for a second straight win for the 33 Corvette team. So Ben Keating there on the right, the man sort of behind this programme, their bronze driver, his second ever race with a Corvette, and he's had 2 wins so far.
Oh, he did have to work for that one. Absolutely cracking stuff. 3 or 4 cars in the mix all the way through that. But for a couple of stumbles, there's got to be more still. And GTE and this final year of these fantastic GTE cars are really doling out some real entertainment.
Yeah.
Out of the shadow now of the pro class, and you know what? The standard of competition has just been as good.
Well, what it's allowed us to do is spend more time focusing on GTE AM. The action has always been there, but when we had 4 classes to cover with 1 set of eyes or cameras, instead of 3, we were able to spend less time doing it. And one of the other things is splitting qualifying into individual classes means that when the bronze drivers, who are the glue for all of those GTM lineups, are in qualifying, they're exclusively in the spotlight. We see them for how good they are, whereas half the time previously we were trying to look at GTE Pro.
So we look there at the points. It is a dominant points position because of the 2 wins, one of which was for an 8-hour race and more points on offer. So 64 for the number 33 Corvette Racing team, plays 33 for the Dempsey Proton Racing, 77 ahead of the AF Corsa pairing of 21 on 54, then Kessel 24, the Iron Dames on 22. That can change very rapidly indeed.
Well, in 2 weeks.
Absolutely, 2 weeks, and then they've got a month, 24 hours to come, of course, with double points on offer.
Yeah. Well, it's been a great opportunity to return to Portimão. Come here a number of times in the past, and it's never a disappointment. It's a fantastic racetrack, and with these awesome cars in our 3 categories, it has produced classic racing all the way through. While Toyota's overall victory might not have seemed much in doubt for very long, every other position in our 35 finishers had to be fought for tooth and nail. Just 2 cars failed to make it through. The Van Wall with a brake explosion, Jacques Villeneuve getting away uninjured, and D-Station with an engine overheating issue very early in the race. But everybody else overcame their issues, and this is how they finished. Toyota, Ferrari, Porsche, Cadillac, Peugeot. 5 different brands in the top 5 in hypercar. United Autosports going 1-2 ahead of the best of the rest, Team WRT in LMP2. And in the GTE class, again, 3 different brands in the top 3. Only disappointment here is that, as in the first race of the season, Aston Martin just didn't really seem to be at the party. They'll be disappointed with that just as much as their fans will.
Remember, if you've enjoyed this race, you can watch it all again, or indeed you can watch the highlights. Keep an eye on the WC YouTube channel for both of those shows in the days that follow this, as well as the full access show on April the 25th, which gives you some of the behind-the-scenes action as well.
And equally important, 2 weeks from now, we will be racing at Spa-Francorchamps. We will have live action from free practice 3 and from qualifying as well as the race. You can get there. It is still perfectly possible to book yourself a weekend's ticket, to book yourself some travel and a Airbnb or a small hotel room nearby, and come to one of the world's most legendary circuits to see battle rejoined between these Goliaths of sports car racing. We'll be there, they'll be there, you too could be there. If you can't get to Spa-Francorchamps, you can join us on Friday for free practice and qualifying, and Saturday for the race. Don't forget, it will be a day earlier. Until then, from Portimão, thank you for joining us. On behalf of the entire WEC TV crew here, all the officials and the marshals and the security staff who have welcomed in nearly 30,000 excitable fans, to the teams and the drivers for their efforts, and also on behalf of Louise Beckett, Anthony Davidson, Graham Goodwin, and the rest of us, I'm Martin Haven saying thank you for joining us. We will see you for free practice on Friday in Spa 2 weeks from now.